day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning.
On your screen right now is Ren Okano surfing. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by my good friend Dai Wacko. And Dai, I am so happy to be, first of all, back commentating with you because I really missed you. And second of all, this is my first time in Korea. This is fun to be here.
Good morning, and
Good
how are
morning.
you, Jessie? It's been a while since the last time we had the same, the commentary
I know.
work, but
Too
it
long.
feels like I've seen you every time there's a competition because you're always on the screen and you're doing great.
Thanks, Dai. I've had so much fun this year, and then when True was like, there's an event in Korea, do you want to come over and work it? I was like, yes, this wave pool looks so fun. I actually was doing a little bit of research up on the wave pool. So this is the Wave Garden technology that I was going back and looking through. And do you know where the original wave pool is for this technology, like where it was built?
Well, I have no idea.
It was built in the Basque Country on Julian Lasser's land, and Julian Lasser is now a professional coach. He coaches our Cleanland at some events on the championship tour. Obviously, Keone Lasser, his son, really strong competitor on the Challenger Series. And the pool, still to this day, they're still testing, and every time they change or tweak something, they test it on the pool in the Basque Country.
I've heard the story because I have a good friends in Basque Country, and I was there in February, and actually I was gonna go to that wave pool in Basque Country, but I didn't have time. Yes,
I want to go so bad.
I really want to go there again, but I think it's way smaller than this, but there's enough space to just testing a new technology and a new wave, so it's pretty sick.
It's incredible. Sorry, I just had to get that out there really quickly. I was quite excited by that. I was like, oh my gosh, this is Julian's technology. But right now, obviously, like I mentioned earlier, it's the round of 80, heat number 3. We've got 4 surfers in every single one of these heats in the opening round of the morning. Every single surfer is going to get 4 waves. So they're going to get 2 lots of the second wave of the set and 2 lots of the 4th wave of the set. And that format runs all the way up into the semi-finals. And then in the finals, each surfer gets 6 waves. So we've got a really fun format to go through for the next couple of days. Obviously, it's a nice, short and sharp event. It's 3 days long. Wave pool surfing, like I mentioned to you before, Dai, to me is like speed dating. We are just going to roll through all of this. In this heat, though, we do have Ren Okano, Ippo Suzuki, who is up and riding right now, Dai.
Suzuki 1本目のライディングになります。さあ、大きなカービングターン、テールを回してきて2発入れた後、もう1発、これはスプレーを上げてきました。そして立て続けにフィニッシュも決めてきました。Wow, this is Diego up and riding now.
Yeah, Diego surfs a lot out in D-Bar back home on the Gold Coast. He's getting some practice out on a little rip bowl at Cabba over the last week. Throws the fins around, chucks it, doesn't get the full rotation to just elevate that air reverse at the end there. So Diego, that's going to be his second scoring rise. So everyone in this here has already had 1 wave. And then Yuya, he's still to get now his second wave as well. So this is pretty interesting for me, Dai, because this is a wave that I'm kind of looking at for my first time. You've commentated here the last few years. As far as what you've seen, what are the judges going to like to get you into those deeper rounds and not keep your surfing too repetitive on this wave?
the wave pool competition is totally different compared to the real ocean surf competition. It's more about precision, and you have to be precise on every turn, and you have to execute cleanly. You have to ride out of the turns clean. And like, Ippo had a great start. I love the first turn, just beautiful technique, and I love the third turn, throwing a lot of sprays and straight into the finish. So I like that kind of different variety of the turns. That I think that's exactly judges are looking for here.
And Diego, sorry, just felt like he was really trying to get those excellent moments out here, and that's why he went a little bit harder at this end section right now. Knew he needed to just give ourselves something, because potentially just a little bit flat on those first couple of sections there, where Ippo looked really lively, really fast on his wave there. So scores looking in from Ippo. It's a 5.33 for his second wave. So based on his two scores, he is currently in the lead with a 5.33 and a 4.83. Diogo got a 4.33 for that last wave. So he's kind of sticking around that 4-point mark. Now when you look to Ren and Yuya, obviously both two very talented surfers, but they need to keep up with Ippo right now in this heat.
Definitely, I think in the practice sessions, I don't think they had a chance to surf on the T6 level. So probably it's gonna be their first time trying out this wave. So it'll be a practice round for them, but they have to adjust quickly. Wow, that was Iwase Yuya 選手の2本目のライディング. That was really unfortunate for Yuya.
Yeah, you can see that takeoff. It can get a little bit tricky. It's a little bit steep. You got to be fast and quick on your feet right now. Ren, Okano, here die.
Okano, Ren, このライディングでバックアップを揃えたいです。3発立て続けにスプレーを飛ばしていきます。バックサイドで違ったターンを見せますが、しっかり4発決めてクリーンに前に出てきました。Beautiful surfing from Ren. Beautiful backhand attack. So he only needs 3.0. So definitely he'll improve his situation with the last ride. Beautiful full-turn combo.
Yeah, such a unique way of competing, because it's a really set, obviously, wave. It doesn't have anything that's going to change too much about it here. We'll get back to this in a second. Yuya, just unfortunately, you can see just clipping that outside rail there, die.
Well, I had a couple surf. Well, this is a replay of the last of Ren. I love the first turn to second turn, back to the power source, generating so much speed. There's, no downtime in between turns. So beautiful full-turn combo from Ren.
And let's think about this too. Yuya has now had 2 falls. He's got 2 0 points score, 0 point something score to his name. So he's looking at 2 points that are under 0.5. He's now really got to convert on those next 2 waves. He's unfortunately left and applied so much pressure to himself that he has to get the job done through this next set rotation. So we have 10 minutes to go in this heat, but obviously every wave is set, so you know exactly when it's coming. We have someone out on the wall telling all of our surfers what wave they need to go. That is high pressure. That is high stakes to be going into this.
Definitely so much pressure, because you know the wave will come to you. And sometimes when you think that you know that you're gonna have 4 waves, it's a good thing, but it's too much pressure, because you only have 4 chances, and if you miss 2 waves, and pressure builds up, and wow, it's just so much pressure.
Yeah, because right now he's looking for a 9.76 to take him up into one of those top 2 positions. So this is that's an extremely high score to get on one wave. Obviously this morning we haven't really seen anyone break super far out of that 6.5 range. It's kind of been what it's been capping at this morning. So Yuya, 9.76, he can break that down over 2 waves, but pressure is on. Diego, looking here, right now has a pair of 4s, looking to build on this. You can see carve to start, then starts to put a little bit more flair in it through this end section here. Comes in, connects nicely with that end section there, so staying on the wave, not going above it this time like we saw in that last wave. And Ippo here die.
鈴木一歩3本目、2発目、ここでストールをします。ここでエアを狙ってくるのか。さあと回してしっかりとこれはメイクしてきました。少し変わった、アプローチでいいスコアを狙ってきています。A different approach from Ippo Suzuki. He kind of stalled. But this is a replay of last wave for Diego. I really love how he adjusts compared to the last wave, because connects the dot really well on this one. Beautiful third turn and straight into the finish. So clean landing. That will give him a great point now. But this is the last wave for Ippo. I love the first turn, just tail slides. I love the second turn as well. And he stalled there. I knew that he's going to stop the air, and he did. Clean landing there.
Yeah, really interesting to note. Obviously, these guys are kind of swapping the sets that they take every single time. So Diogo on the second wave of the set there, and then we saw Ippo on the fourth wave of the set. That fourth wave really does have an air section at the end. It looks like it stands up a lot more than the second wave.
I was kind of wondering if you stalled, that means you're just out of the timing of the wave, and that I'm not too sure how that's gonna affect to the point, because there's in the judging criteria you have to have the flow and speed. So you kind of, when you stall, you just disconnect with the wave.
Yeah. I've never surfed this wave. I really hope that I'm going to get a chance to while we're here. But it seems like the type of wave where you actually almost want to sit on the foam during your bottom turn before you come up. Ippo did it really well on his second turn on that last wave, where it made me feel like I was watching him in the ocean, which I think is a good feeling to try and chase in a wave pool, especially as a judge if you're looking towards it, because you're like, oh, okay, sick. He's changing up each time. He's reading this wave. He's staying really tight in the pocket, but that then slightly put him out for the third turn, but then looked like he was trying to get ready for that air. It comes in, it is his best wave so far, so 6.4 for last of Ippo Suzuki. Ren Okano is still in the lead with a 6 and a 5.83. Let's see if he can build again here, Dai.
他のレンさこのライディングその差を広げられるか。一発二発と綺麗なバックサイドアタックを見せてきます。しっかりとパワーゾーンへ戻り、フォースターンもしっかりと綺麗に決めてきました。そしてこれが3本目、岩瀬優也一発目しっかり決めてきました。この波は大事な波になってきます。3発、これはいいライディングになってきそうです。そしてフィニッシュも前に出てくるか。これは決めました。プレッシャーがかかる中、素晴らしいライディングを披露したのが岩瀬優也。Great performance from Yuya Iwase. A lot of pressure applies on him, but still, he got a full beautiful turn.
He had to rise to the occasion then. There was a lot of pressure put back on his shoulders. Let's take a look at these last two replays. So obviously Ren just going up and vertical on that first section there. Love the board choice too. It looks like he's got a carbon epoxy under his feet, but really clean, beautiful surfing. And then we look to this next wave. Obviously, like you mentioned, a lot of pressure going on Yuya's shoulders here, but once he made that takeoff, it looked like he was like, right, I'm ready.
True, it's all about you making the first takeoff, but he did a great job. Full beautiful turn combo, and he right out of it. So now he's back in the heat. He has one more wave to show, and he has one more wave to, I think he needs to get a good turns on the last wave to,
potentially maybe go to the air. Obviously, this week we're looking at the lefts as well all through competition, sitting on that T6 mode, which is what we're looking at right now. Does that favour the goofy footers here?
Oh yeah, definitely. We're gonna see a lot of airs, but I really love seeing the natural footers on their backhand on this left, because the beautiful backhand attack and throwing a lot of sprays. So I think it's better for goofy footers as well as the natural footer.
Yeah, I'm very excited to surf the left. I am. I think it looks really fun. Nice bowly sections all the way through. I think that fourth wave of the set really does suit those goofy footers more. Just being able to pop up into the air. Obviously, we have some really talented natural footers who have incredible backside air gains as well. So this is going to be fun to see everything roll throughout this week. We also do have the Bonsai Asia Super Series happening all throughout the week, where we saw that last year go throughout a lot of the QSs in Asia. This time it's going to be select QSs. We're going to have Kei Kobayashi and Kokona Kawase in the yellow jersey. That'll change all throughout the rankings of the year. Right now though, Ippo Suzuki's last wave here. Carves in, comes in. You can see, wants to load up for something big on the inside into the flats here for Ippo. That looks tricky to surf. And then right now, Diogo out the back. Carves so beautifully. Nice and tight in the pocket here. And then he wants to go big on that end section. You can see the landing so much softer on that fourth wave, but unfortunately just couldn't get the ride out there for Diego.
Definitely, you know, you have to time it right on the last section to actually get a great rotation. It's a bit tricky, but you know, they have to surf the best here. That was a great surfing from 一歩鈴木一歩の最後の波になります。一発目フィンを抜いてパワーゾーンに戻り、シグネチャームーブのカービングスライドターンをして、そしてここでエアを狙ってきます。フラットなセクションに着地しますが、ここはバランスを崩しました。It's a beautiful setup for Diego as well. Love the first turn, back to the power source of the wave, a nice powerful turn, and now he's aiming for the section. Rotate. Unfortunately, he couldn't ride out of it, but he needed to do that because he needed to get 7.23. That was really unfortunate for Diego.
Yeah, I would say Diego, he's such a fighter. He's a really, really strong competitor as well. You can see by his style and his stature, he is a power surfer. And so I feel like a wave pool probably wouldn't be a pet event for someone who is a really stocky, heavy, open water surfer. But Diego having to challenge himself, find a little bit of flow and almost cat-like reflexes in the wave pool here, I think is a great challenge for Diego. He needed a 7.23 on that last wave. It's going to come in short, so unfortunately we are going to lose him out of competition. Right now, I'm really intrigued on Yuya Iwase. He needs a 7-point ride. Still has a chance to do it here, Dai.
Still one more wave, 7.0. It's not a small score here. You know, we haven't seen 7-point ride coming out of the competition today. So probably you need to do something special on his backhand head, and he's gonna have the second wave of the set. So, well, a lot of pressures now.
Oh, my heart would be through the roof. I would be so stressed out at this point. So here comes the first wave of the set rolling through. Like I mentioned, we do have someone on the wall letting the surfers know exactly what wave they should be going. Here we go, Yuya, here Dai.
岩瀬優也、7点が必要です。さあ、1発目きれいに入りました。スプレーを上げてきます。2発目もスプレーを上げてきました。さあ、ここは縦に入った。そしてフィニッシュのターンも縦に入りました。これは彼のベストスコアになってくるんじゃないでしょうか。そしてこれが岡野蓮、現在第1位のポジション。1発2発ときれいにターンを重ねていきますが、ここで引っかかってしまいます。Wow, it was interesting exchange from Yuya Iwase. He did everything he could do on the wave.
This is intriguing to me because Yuya surfed this wave really beautifully, but I think to get up in a 7-point range, you probably need to set the fins free on that first turn. Potentially maybe go to the air. You can see such a technically talented surfer timing this wave so beautifully from start to finish, just having that really nice traditional drive out of all of these turns. Ren obviously not getting the completion on this, but still looking so sharp in the lead, such a clean surfer, and I feel like Ren and Ippo were the two standout surfers in that heat, and obviously Yuya with a couple of falls, I think executed so well under pressure in that heat there, but unfortunately it is not going to be the score that Yuya is chasing, so we will lose Yuya Iwase and Diego unfortunately out of the draw. We have Ren Okano and Ippo Suzuki moving on through to that next round. There is no time for any action to stop right now. We have so much more surfing to go through today. We are going to go to a quick break, but we'll be right back to bring in Arch Whiteman, Yuri Mori, Sammy Lowe, and Justin Osakabe and Giada Legati for the call.
Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day. I didn't win everything as a kid.
Oh, Jushin, sorry, I saw a T from over here. Thank you.
It's that one place that I go to stop worrying about a lot of things, and as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
Two Japanese surfers down here at the Siheung Korea Open QS 6000. Arch Whiteman is getting the first wave of the set right now. Can see really strong goofy footer from the northern beaches. And now we have Yuji Mori up and riding on his first attempt here in the wave pool. Really strong power surfer, standing on his backhand right now. That end section has proven to be a little bit tricky to get completion on there. So big smiles right now from all of our competitors to be surfing this fun and perfect wave pool right now. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in by Giada. Giada, let's just throw you straight in. 2 waves.
All right, so this is Arch Whiteman. Really beautiful looking carves to start things off. He goes for the third one, wraps it really hard and pushes a tail on that last one, gets a finish there. So exciting stuff. It is back-to-back action. Right behind him is Yuji Mori again on his backhand. Beautiful looking turns here. I love that second one. He really pushed that back foot all the way around. Repeats it a few times, but like you said, that inside section is actually so gnarly. I've had some pretty heavy wipeouts there last year. It kind of just bowls up and throws you over.
Yeah, it looks a little bit daunting, to be fair, when it comes in, but you've obviously been here, commentated here before as well. There was an event that I watched. I was in a different time zone, so I couldn't really tune in last year, but the first year that I watched it, Keijiro Nishi won, and he just looked like he was going above the lip on that first section. Just seemed a bit of a gear above by attacking that first opening maneuver. Do you think that same storyline is still going to continue through in this event?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I think it's a type of like wave pool where last year people either clicked with it or they didn't. You know, I would find people that usually maybe in the ocean are like flawless, and then here they would just struggle. Like you just couldn't find a rhythm, you couldn't find the wave. You just have to be in tune with this wave. It's a little slower, I would say, maybe than a wave in the ocean that we would maybe be used to. So it's definitely something that you gotta kind of click into it.
Sammy Lowe from the south coast of New South Wales. He's an Australian junior champion, represented Australia over in the ISA Worlds. Again, another really talented goofy footer, so I'm excited to see him on his front side here and potentially going up into the lip. Let's not hold back. First wave for Sammy so far. Looking really powerful, continuing just a lot of energy right now from Sammy Lowe. This is the type of momentum you kind of want to come out the gates with. Felt like it was going to bury the nose at the end there. I got a little bit stressed out. And then, oh no, Jushin, unfortunately, we saw that happen to Yuya Iwase for the first 2 waves in that last heat. So he is going to pretty well lose a ride right now in this heat. Every surfer gets 4 waves. They get 2 lots of the second wave of the set and 2 lots of the fourth wave of the set. Sammy Lowe, though, what a statement to make to come out with that much energy in a heat.
I was loving that wave from Sammy. Here we go. Let's take another look at it. So he starts off really strong here, really pushes it on that tail, does it again. I love this third one. You really takes advantage of this section that kind of bowls up on the inside, almost takes his nose down there, but he made it out really nicely.
And then just, you can see this has happened a few times. Just the impact of that first drop, it's either going to just slightly catch your outside rail and send you over, but you could see just not enough, I feel like, momentum from where he took off. It was a full airdrop out of that section there.
Okay, so there's something about this takeoff here that is kind of brutal. You know, you feel not only pressure
I'd be so scared.
but you feel like everyone's watching you. You know, there's nothing else happening around here. There's just your heat in that wave pool and everyone's watching. If you don't make the takeoff, you know, you're going down. That this wave is super gnarly there. So you have to be on time with it.
You're like, hey. If you go over the falls, my goodness. Honestly, I probably will a couple of times when we do get to have a surf out here. Right now, Yuji Mori, his first wave was a 4, so he's only looking for a 0.51 to move up into that second place right now. You can see he's kind of sitting in first gear, second gear, not that usual full kind of throttle that we usually see from Yuji. So he's going to be taken off on the second wave of the set now, which Di and I were chatting in that last heat. They do look a little bit different from each other.
Absolutely. There is a difference between the first and second wave of the set. I do believe usually the second one tends to have a little bit more backwash sometimes from that, like remains from this first couple waves. So it's inevitable, but because it's, you know, everyone has this rotation of turns and waves, everyone has to surf the similar conditions. So like in the water, you have to be able to read it best you can.
Here we go, Yuji. He's going to have a second attempt here. Nice first connection. I love the fact that Yuji really does drive off that front hand on his bottom turns. It touches the water. Technique looking so beautiful. And I completely jinxed him. So that's 2 waves where he's unfortunately hasn't got the ride out on that final turn here. Arch Whiteman now is going to give us the goofy foot flare of this approach. Now, the 4th wave of the set does tend to have a nice looking oncoming finishing section there. You can see Arch just felt like maybe slightly behind for that end section there. Usually we do see an air section come on offer on that 4th wave of the set, but Arch looking nice and sharp, but Yuji just such beautiful technique on this wave.
Yeah, I'm loving this backhand approach that he has. You know, his center is really down low. He's really hitting the pocket right where he has to. Unfortunate there, you know, kind of digs that outside rail a little bit and goes down. But this one from Arch is looking really good. He's looking strong. I like that he wraps it all the way around back to the whitewash. Bit of variety there, you know, tries to kick the tail a little more. And here finishes it off. So I think it's really important to get those completions here, because otherwise I think it's going to be a huge chunk of points just like taken off.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Arch looking really just, I feel like, smooth on his lines right now. Arch and Sammy are really tall guys. I'd say they're both easily in the 6-foot range. So they're making what is kind of a 2, maybe 3-foot wave look a lot bigger than what it is, because those guys are getting so low, really relying on their technique. Scores locking in right now for our last 2 surfers. So Arch, he's got a 4.53, Yuji with a 4.67. So it has put them up into that top 2 position, but Sammy Low holding down the highest wave score of the heat so far, so 5.83. Like I mentioned earlier, but if you're just tuning in, we do have this really fun format going from the opening round all the way to the semi-finals. Each surfer gets 4 waves, but when we do hit the finals, each surfer is going to get 6 waves. So it's going to start to open up the field. Everyone's going to get a little bit more of a go as we move towards finals day, which is literally only 48 hours away. We are go, go, go in this event right now. Jushin Osakabe, he now unfortunately has applied a bit of pressure on himself after going down on that first wave.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate to start things off like that, but he's definitely getting the chance because everyone catches 4 waves in this format, so it's going to be fair game for everyone. He is going to be taking off on this one. What do you think, Jessie?
Here we go. Pressure's on. Jushin Osakabe is up and riding here, so got the takeoff and is just showing us some really, wow, textbook clean traditional surfing. Felt like I saw shades of Oki on that 3rd turn there. He stands a little bit closer together, driving really beautifully. Here is the spark of Sammy Low, just looking so lively and energetic. He's actually feel like he's drawing me in and like entertaining me on that wave there, just because of how hard he's coming out of the gates with that energy and momentum. It's really strange for me to see Sammy Low in the opening round, because he just doesn't feel like an opening round surfer to me, but he hasn't really done too many QSs, so has a lower seed. However, Jushin, this next turn was so beautiful.
Loving his style. He really has that drop knee, really close stance. I'm really loving Jushin's style there. And Sammy here, beautiful wave here. Starts off strong, but here's when things really get flowing. I was loving that second one. Finishes it off super strong. He is, you know, putting his name out there for this event.
That's the type of energy that you need to have. I feel like that's the type of energy that's going to take you really deep into the draw, because you're not kind of just meeting the wave where it's at. You're going above and beyond. And I feel like that obviously surfing is an entertaining sport. That's kind of what everyone does on every single stage and thinking about putting on those performances. But I feel like that's really highlighted in a wave pool event where everyone is getting the exact same set of waves. It's more like a skate comp, really, and you have to entertain better than the person who's next to you and the other 2 men who are also all women who are out in the water. So I feel like Sammy's seen that, really tick that box, and I feel like other surfers should take a leaf out of his book right now.
Yeah, Sammy's the type of surfer that I was saying that he just clicks and he's just in tune with this wave. He's figured it out. And once you do, you just can go turn for turn and really showcase your surfing. And I think Sammy is really doing a good job at that right now. He's pretty young, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's still around 18, 19 years old. I mean, these guys, I feel like they've grown up so fast. It's crazy. Obviously, I grew up with Arch. We're the same age. We competed all through the junior series together, but Sammy was kind of always this grom. And he's like, oh, there's Sammy. And I'm like, oh my gosh, Sammy's a man now. Like, Sammy is a full-blown man. It is so crazy for me to see. So he's surfing so sharp. Let's see how Arch can build on his situation right now. Currently stuck in the land of the fours. Let's see him open up, push a little bit harder, and get himself up into the 5 or 6s. Nice drive into that third term. You can see slightly put him out for that end section there, but I think that's the level he needs to get those good scores here. Yuji Mori feels like he's building every single time he's up and riding on his feet, connecting just so timed perfectly on those last 2 sections there. It was quick, fast reflexes for Yuji Mori. Really close between him and Arch, so these guys kind of need to match each other as this heat goes on.
Yeah, the scores are pretty tight. Let's break this one down from Arch Whiteman. All right, so good looking turn. He has that, push round tail on lock, really loving that one. He really tried to give it the variety. 3 nice solid turns there. Not sure if he's gonna really push out of the 4 range just yet, but Yuji right behind him. I'm loving his backhand turn. Really low center of gravity. And you can see here how fast he's surfing. He really got those 2 last turns in not a lot of space, so beautifully done there from Yuji.
I felt like there was a lot of confidence in those last 2 turns. He knew exactly what he was going for, where potentially on some of his opening rides, maybe a little bit unsure. You could see maybe he was thinking about his surfing rather than just doing it, but those last 2 maneuvers, it was almost like he finally hit that flow state, and it was like bang, bang. Let's go ahead and let's do it. So we have 2 surfers now with 3 waves. We've got Sammy and Jushin to go through and get their 3rd wave. We're going to see Sammy on the 2nd wave of the set and Jushin on the 4th. Excited to see hopefully a couple airs potentially go down before this heat is going to come to an end. Right now they're 20-minute heats. Every single wave is spaced out. We've got 2.5 minutes between each set, so that's exactly how long we have to wait for more action to roll in, but it is quick. It is like speed dating, as I said to Di, and it's seriously, you're just rolling through waves right now. We obviously have urban surf back home in Australia, and these guys would get to have a lot of practice down there, and if they were smart, they definitely would have done a couple of reps before coming to this event.
Absolutely. I'm sure I saw a couple of Instagram posts of people really putting their rounds in, and these events take a lot of time. It's a lot of budget, so you want to be getting into those like later rounds and showcase your surfing out here. Sammy Low right now on your screen, he is currently in the lead, a 6.33 and a 5.83 for him. Here he goes.
Sammy looking to build again here. Just again, he's not holding back. He's keeping that energy so upbeat. That bottom turn came from so far behind the whitewash. Let's see what he's got. Couldn't quite pull the air, but just exactly where he's placing his turns, drawing his lines out. It is really eye-catching. It draws you into that wave here. Jushin starting to build a little bit more as this heat goes on. Unfortunately, like we mentioned, lost that first wave after a bit of a steep takeoff for Jushin. He locked in a 3.67 on that last one. You can see some frustration there as well, where just not connecting with that wave here. But Sammy Low, the bottom turns on this wave, I felt like I was watching him in the ocean.
No, I'm loving his act right now. He is looking solid. He has so much flow in between turns. You can see he doesn't, but besides there, he doesn't really do that double bottom turn. He just has that back-to-back one-line surfing that we all love. This is Jushin Osakabe. Beautiful backhand turn. I like his style. He has that drop knee that we'd love to see. Bit of a half turn there and wasn't really able to get that last solid finishing turn. He's a little bit out of rhythm in this heat, unfortunately. Had that takeoff moment that no one really wants to have when you're starting off a heat here. But yeah, hopefully he gets his reps in.
Yeah, this is it's really nice to kind of like digest this as it's all going right now. Obviously, this is only the 4th heat of the morning. We've got a big day today, 27 heats that we're rolling through. Not only do we also have a shortboard QS, but we have a longboard QS as well. So then we see this wave format change. We get to see some of the world's best longboarders. I've seen a couple of guys who even compete on the championship tour come down to compete and hopefully get their spot back for that next season. So we're going to have so much variety over these next 3 days and getting to appreciate just the beauty of what longboarders can also bring to a wave pool too. Yuji Mori right now in this heat though, still stuck in the land of the fours, similar to what we're seeing from Arch Whiteman. Yuji slightly better than Arch, a 4.73 and a 4.67. Needs a 7.43 for first, but if you think if he's going to land a 5.5 at this point, that's really going to apply a lot more pressure on Arch, and this is these guys' last wave right now.
Yeah, so it's now or never, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see a couple of them take to the air because you really want to make that difference between that surfer that is closest to you. This is your last chance. You want to create some space and confirm your spot in the next round.
All right, Yuji, last chance here. Let's see if he can make the most of it. Nice timed first turn into a bit of a check turn for a second. Better looking third. Using that momentum and energy into the fourth. He's smiling with a completion on the fifth turn here. Arch Whiteman now. Just a nice arc to start this one off. Goes into it, is a little bit hung up here, so has to go big on this end section. Arch chucks the fins out. You can see a bit of an awkward landing there. It felt like he had that landing too, but just that wave unfortunately pushing his board up and him too far over the nose there. So that it seems like it means we're going to lose Arch Whiteman, but Yuji, this was definitely building right now.
Yeah, I'm loving it. You can really see his confidence build throughout this entire heat. That third turn was incredible. Backs it up again and gets the completion. I love that he's been smiling from the start of this heat to the end, so he's feeling pretty good. And Arch Whiteman, I'm unfortunate there for that last turn. I feel like he really stomped that air down, but like we mentioned earlier, this backwash kind of just got him there on the back of the tail. So unfortunate there for Arch. I don't think he's going to be getting that score he needed.
Yeah, Arch Whiteman scores locking in. It's not going to be enough. It's just a 2.6 for that last one. So we are going to lose him at a competition here. We do have one more wave left for Sammy Lowe and for Jushin Osakabe. So Jushin needing a 6.79. He's the only one that's still with a chance. We are guaranteed to have Sammy Lowe moving on through to that next round, which is going to be a really fun one actually. So if he wins this heat, he is going to go into what is going to be a pretty stacked one. Iko Watanabe, Jin Suzuki, and Jong Jun-yi. So that is a really stacked field, with Iko especially being such a specialist in conditions like this and wave pools. So that's going to be a good match for Sammy Lowe. Right now, Jushin, like I mentioned, still has a chance here. 6.79. You got to think that's going to be an air on that wave to get him into that ballpark range.
Yeah, it has to be the best wave of the heat for him to be able to get back into it. He really needs to go exceptional on this one.
So we're going to see these waves start to pour through pretty quickly. Here's a bit of a burner wave start to roll through. Then the first wave of the sets comes in, but this man is going to be on the second wave. We've identified that the second and the fourth are the best for the surfers here in this format. Let's see what Jushin has got for us here. Gets the takeoff under his wave. Felt like that rail almost disconnected. Beautiful connection with this first section here. Drives up and into it for the second and the third. Looking a lot more patient and poised on that wave. 4 of his best turns of the entire heat on that last one. And Sammy Lowe buries the nose there, so he goes down. He is safe though. He didn't need that wave to move on through to the next round. He was already up in the lead. Jushin surfed a great wave here. I don't think it's going to be the score, but I love the fact that he got to showcase this type of surfing.
Yeah, this is definitely his best wave of the heat. He really has this great style. I like to watch. It's like pleasing surfing, and unfortunate there for him, he wasn't really able to string it together in the beginning. Sammy doesn't really need that wave. He is in first, going straight to the next round. So it's there we have it, guys. It's going to be Sammy and Yuji first and second. Unfortunate there for Arch and Jushin, bowing out early here in Korea.
I am going to step out of the booth, and we're going to welcome back in Dai Wacko for the call, and this is going to be a fun looking heat coming up for the round of 80, heat number 5. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's that one place that I go to stop worrying about a lot of things, and as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
News here in Korea. We are currently in the round of 80, Heat 5. We have in red Saxon Reber, in blue Sentaro Sakai, white Maverick Wilson, and in green Masamune Uno. This is a beautiful sunny day. I'm Jada Legati. I want to welcome back Dai Wacko into the booth.
Good morning, Jara. It's been a while since the last time we had the same.
It has,
entry.
And on your screen is Saxon Reber. Good opening first turn, really pushes that tail in that second one, drives it again there, and he gets the completion. That is a great way to start your first heat. Right behind him is Sentaro Sakai on his backhand. Nice second turn there. I'm loving his style. I've seen him a few times in Karamas. Unfortunately, there goes down and over his rail. But good start from Saxon and Sentaro. Unfortunately there, we've seen a couple of the surfers just go down on that inside.
Definitely. That was a beautiful surfing from Saxon Reber. You know, I really love his style. He's a stylish surfer. And just like you said, he had a great full-time combo. But unfortunately for Sentaro, on the last section, couldn't really, ride out of the section. But I think it's really important you actually made that last turn to get a score.
Yeah, absolutely. The judges are going to be really emphasizing on the completion here in Korea because it's a wave pool. Drive, good bottom turn, between turns, and obviously the completion.
It's all about execution because every time you get the same waves and you get equal opportunity here, so it's totally different strategy compared to the ocean competition, and you have experience actually last year, right? So how did that experience?
Yeah, all right. So I was telling Jesse that already from the takeoff, it is so much pressure because not only the heat and you want to win and have a good heat, but you feel like everyone's watching you because there's only this happening. There's no other waves around. There's nothing else going on. We're all here. We're all watching that heat. We're all watching your wave. So if you don't make the takeoff and you go down, that's a wipeout filmed forever on the internet. Like that's not going.
His face is actually there's a bridge in between the left and right, and all the people just standing there and just watching you how you surf, and it gives you a lot of pressures even in the free surfing, but this is a live action here.
All right, so this is Maverick Wilson, yes, on the white. Good looking start here. He gets beautiful turns. A big fan of spray every time that lip connects to the board connects to lip, unfortunately goes down on the inside. Right behind him is Masume Uno. Unfortunately gets a bit stuck on that bottom turn and goes down again. We're really seeing the guys fumble on this inside section today.
Last couple of days they had a practice sessions, but unfortunately I don't think they had a session in the T6, so it's a bit of a tricky moment for them. This is a replay of the last of white, beautiful first turn, straight into the second turn, and love the third turn as well. This is when it gets really tricky here. Really needs to ride out of that last section, but unfortunately for him, and this is Uno Masamune 1本目のライディングになります。バックサイド1発2発と大きなスプレーを上げてきます。さあここで少しレールが引っかかってしまいました。タイミングを逃してしまって最後のセクションもうまく前に出てこれません。まだ3本チャンスがあります。
All right, scores coming through for all four surfers now. Everyone has caught their first wave. Saxon Reber starts things off with a 4 6-7 Maverick Wilson, 3-8-3 Masume Uno, a 3-4, and Sentaro Sakai, a 3.
Right, compared to the last couple of days where they had a practice session, takeoff position is a bit different compared to the other settings, so it just, I don't know how to explain, but it sucks up really quickly and you kind of like edge up the section.
Absolutely, it kind of just scoops you up, and if you're not in the right position or you're not paddling hard enough, you're going down. That thing has no water underneath.
Right.
You're just airdropping, and we've seen a couple heats where it's already happened, and that really kind of puts you off. You don't want to get stuck in that mindset of, oh, I made a mistake on my first wave and bring it onto your next one. You kind of have to let it go and start over. So the format here, each set has 5 waves, and the surfers are only surfing the second and fourth of each set. So it shows that each person gets the same chances. This on your screen though, Sentaro Sakai, beautiful second turn there, really drives that tail around. Love the fan of spray. He was liking it. He has that body posture of, nice completion. Saxon Reber now on his front hand. Good second turn there. I'm loving the speed that he has in between each turn. He wastes no time. Unfortunately, goes down there on that last turn, as we were saying. It also bowls up on that inside, so you kind of have to get there early.
Definitely, and I really love the performances from both Sentaro and Saxon, but this is a replay of Sentaro Sakai センタロ2本目のライディング、1発目2発目と綺麗にタイミングを合わせていきます。1本目のミステイクからしっかりと調整して4発決めてきました。そしてこの後 This is the last wave for Saxon River, beautiful first turn straight into the second, a lot of sprays at the back, and third turn unfortunately couldn't really ride out of that last turn, but love seeing these guys just adjusting every time from the mistakes they made on the last wave. But the last section is a bit tricky here.
Yeah, like we've said a couple times, it's important to get there early. You really want to have that completion. You want to kind of be at the bottom of finishing your turn when the wave, just before the wave closes, because otherwise it just bowls up, you're going to nosedive, and you need to complete these turns. So it's going to be something that really puts the winners away from people who don't pass the heat.
And then on the second wave and fourth wave, they have a different last section actually, so you have to change the approach on the last section. Just like you said, you have to go early to the section, otherwise it just sucks you up and just nosedive. So a lot of thinking, when you're waiting for the wave to come. So, but good thing is there's time that you can think and just focus on yourself here.
Yeah, absolutely. The wave pool takes away the factors of, you need to find the wave, you need to find a good one, you need to read it well, but it does apply pressure in many other areas. It's gonna be you have to showcase your surfing. Like there's no other choice. Like there's no factors, there's no luck. And on your screen right now, this is Masume Uno. Good looking first turn there. Gets around the section, does it again. One beautiful flow state line there for him. He needs to get this finishing, and he does. So that is some gorgeous surfing from our man in green. Right behind him is Maverick Wilson, sitting on a 383. Nice second turn there. Gets good one there. He needs to finish this one, and he does. Turns it around. So good wave there for our man in white. He's going to be backing up that 383. Wow. Oh, exciting stuff.
Right, beautiful surfing from both green and white. So I just probably it's going to be a best surfing for Masamune here. Uno Masamune 2本目のライディング。1発目は縦へのターン、そして2発目も縦へのターンを見せてきます。ここから波が速くなってくるんですが、クイックに2つ入れて、そしてフィニッシュもしっかり入れて、ここは前に出てきました。素晴らしいライディングです。This is a replay of the last wave for Maverick. Love the first turn, back to the power source of the wave. Nice carving turn and straight off the top and into the air reverse. That was a beautiful 4-turn combo from Maverick Wilson.
All right, scores are trickling through here for our Heat 5 of the day. Saxon Reaver backs up that 4.67 with that 3.93. Sentaro 4.83 and a 3. Masume Uno 3.93 and a 3.40. We're waiting for the last of why. I think this can kind of shake up the scoreboard a little bit because it was a beautiful finishing. It gave variety. It gave, you know, something different, something fresh to look at. We were talking with Jesse that this is kind of like a performance, you know, you gotta showcase your surfing, you gotta make it entertaining, you gotta really give that wow factor to get those scores, especially since so many of the other factors in surfing are gone. So it's all about you and the wave right now.
You and the wave
Yeah.
and your performance. So it's a lot of pressure, but it's fun to watch, and probably it is really fun for them to, you know, just showcasing their surfing.
Yeah.
You know, they get equal opportunities here. So, well, last wave for Maverick comes in at a 3.43. So probably the last, you know, air reverse wasn't a completion.
All right, so on your screen, back to live action. Beautiful first turn there, really wraps it around on that second one. Loving how he pushes his tail and gets the completion done. That on your screen is Saxon Reaver, current heat leader. Now Sentaro Sakai on his backhand. Was loving his surfing. Gets that rail stuck, goes down. So unfortunate there for man in blue.
Wow, really unfortunate for Sentaro, but really enjoyed the performance from Saxon Reaver. He gets the, you know, last section right out of it. Beautiful first and straight into the seconds. Some variety, beautiful off the top, and gets the completion on the last section. So beautiful surfing from Saxon Reaver. 酒井センタロウ、一発目綺麗なカービングパワーゾーンに戻り2発入れてきますが、3発目でノーズが引っかかってしまいました。これが3本目のライディングになります。4本目が最後の波となります。
All right, I think this is probably the third wave now for our man in white on your screen, Maverick Wilson. He is currently in fourth. He wants to get back into the advancing position. He wants to get back into this heat. You don't want to fly all the way to Korea and kind of drop out in these early rounds. It's not a good feeling. I'm sure many of these surfers have spent some time in the wave pool urban surf in Australia. It's probably the best way to get your rounds in for this event.
Wow. Can you tell what he's thinking now? Because he looks really focused. You know, it's good to, like you said before, it's good to have the heat. Like, you don't have to think about the ocean. You just think about yourself, your surfing, and how to turn. But a lot of pressures.
Yeah, like we've been saying, it takes pressure away, but it adds it on in different areas. So it's a lot of time, a lot of concentration. These guys put so much effort leading up to this event. So this is the third wave of Maverick Wilson, and Masamune Uno, will be right behind him. Each surfer gets 4 waves of this format. All right, here we go. Live action on your screen. On his forehand is Maverick Wilson. Gets a little stuck there on the top, but recovers nicely here. Gets a couple really good turns on this inside. Will he get the completion? He did. So it's gonna be a good backup there. Right behind him on his backhand is our Japanese surfer in green. Good looking wave here. I'm loving his drop knee style. Gets that last turn in. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if that's going to be considered complete or not. It's a bit iffy, and you do not want to put the judges, you know, in that with that question mark.
Right. So this is the last wave for Maverick. Edge up the takeoff section. A little bit stuck on the first turn, but beautiful second turn, throwing a lot of sprays. And third turn was another beautiful turn, and gets the completion on the last section. So it'll be a great number for Maverick. This is この正宗一発 2発と綺麗にターンをしてきます。3発目まで綺麗に行きました。ここでレールが引っかかってしまってタイミングを逃してしまいました。ここは前に出てこれません。ここの最後のセクションをしっかり決めることが高得点へつながるポイントとなってきそうです。
Alright, on your screen, that is where we are right now. This is Siheung Turtle Island. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, Turtle Islands.
If you go onto Google Maps and look at where we are, it has the shape of a turtle. So beautiful little info there for our people watching. Scores are coming through for our man in white. He goes into third. Unfortunately, not enough to go into that advancing position. We have scores come through now. Saxon Reber is still in first. Got a 617 and a 467. Sorry. Sentaro Sakai in that second position, 483 and a 3. Maverick Wilson looking for a 4.01. Masamune Uno. 391 to get into an advancing position. So not looking for big scores. Sentaro Sakai, I would say, is in a bit of a dangerous position. Each surfer now gets one more chance to move themselves into the next round, getting those points. This is practically like first event of the year, well, at least for me, you know.
Well, definitely for most of people, this is going to be first competition. But we did have one competition in Japan last month, but this is a very important way for Sentaro.
Yep, so pressure point here for Sentaro Sakai. Good looking surfing. He's taking it easy. Unfortunately goes down there. Is not able to get rid of that 3 right behind him. Current heat leader. Nice opening turn here. Wraps it around there to back it up. Kind of does a bit of a layback there. Gets a good finishing in. He wants to get rid of a 467 and make sure he stays into that first. So good looking performance there for Saxon.
Wow, definitely great performance from Saxon, you know, but unfortunate for Sentaro Sakai. Sakai Sentaro 4本目のライディングになります。1発2発と順調にターンを重ねていきました。このターン素晴らしかったですね。ただこのターンで少し上に行き過ぎたか、テールが抜けてしまいました。This is the last wave for Saxon. Beautiful first turn, trying to get rid of the 4-point range. Beautiful layback turn, and then gets the completion. So beautiful, you know, beautiful 4-turn combo from Saxon. So it'll be interesting to see what he's gonna get because he needs to get rid of the 4.67.
All right, so that is Saxon and Sentaro done for this heat. Now we'll see what Maverick and Masamune do on their last chance. So this is our man in green on the screen.
3.91. That's what he needs. It's a small score.
Oh, it's tiny.
You know, he just needs to get completion on the last section because he's being, you know, broke the rail on the last section for the last 3 waves. 3.91 is a small score, but definitely it's not an easy point to get.
Absolutely. Sentaro's going to be watching these last 2 rides very closely. His heart must be going 1,000 miles an hour. He's going to be like, fall.
Oh, now he needs 4.11.
Okay, so we had the last of Sentaro at 3.20 slightly improves his score. So Masamune now, 411 is his requirement. We have a couple of burner waves. He will be catching the second wave of the set, whereas our other surfer will catch the 4th. That is a format, and then they rotate. So if you caught the second wave on your first heat, here we go. Okay, last chance for Masamune. Good opening first turn here. 411 is his requirement. Liking that second one. Gets this good third in. Wants to put one more there. Unfortunately goes down right behind him. Maverick Wilson in third. Nice turn there. Unfortunately goes down as well. So it's going to be pretty tight. I think it's all down to Masamune's last one. 411 is his requirement. What are you thinking?
It's gonna be really close because he did everything, you know, he could do on the wave. Really loved the first turn. マサムネ、このライディングで 4.11 が必要です。1発、2発、3発と綺麗に入ってきました。4発目ターン入りました。少し早い アプローチになりましたが、しっかりとメイクしていきました。Unfortunate for Maverick on the first wave, nose-dived section. So it's just like you said, it all comes down to Masamune's last wave, 4.11. I have to say it's a yes because he just finished. He gets the completion and really loved the first 3 turns from Masamune. But just wait and see. 4.11.
Ooh, nervous moment there for Masamune judges, really taking a good look at it. They're going to be analyzing, comparing, looking at all the other heats as well. All the other waves surfed in this heat as well to, really make sure that's the 411 that he needs. So we are still waiting for that last one of green to come through. What are your thoughts? What do you think?
I say yes. Either he will just get it or just under.
I think it's on that borderline as well. It's either gonna just be the score or just be right under it. So really, really nervous moments here for both Sentaro and Masamune. Still waiting for that score. There on your screen on the background is the wave pool, as well as where most of us are staying. There we go, 3.87 for Masamune Uno. Does not get the score, so it will be Saxon and Sentaro going into that next round. And with that, we're going to throw over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 6.
I've been so fast-paced. It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla. It just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
Condition couldn't be much better this morning. We are at the wave park. This is 2026 Siheung Korea Open QS 6000. Welcome back, everyone. We are now into men's round of 80, heat number 6. We have Mike Clayton Brown, Zeb Stokes, Ben Spence, and Noah Andrew, all from Australia. So it's a Australian matchup. I'm here in the booth with Tippy. Welcome back.
Hey Dai, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, good to be here in Korea. It's sunny part of the world here in Korea right now.
It's a nice weather here in Korea, and it's not too hot. Just it's a great weather and nice water here and nice waves. I mean, great waves. The condition couldn't get much better.
Yeah, I think this is one of the event that give the full consistency of a wave that they can offer to the surfers. A bit different format from the ocean, but here you can see and can give the right points for the performance.
Already, Mike and Zeb had a wave, so this is a fast wave for Ben Spence on his backhand. Beautiful first turn, throwing a lot of sprays, gets the second turn in, and then third turn. This is important section, needs to get the last final turn in, but he did. This is Noah Andrew on his beautiful first and second turn. A lot of power from this surfer. Unfortunately, he couldn't get a completion on the last section, but beautiful wave from Ben Spence.
Yeah, you can tell there, like, some of the surfers are still figuring it out on that end section. Many surfers are, able to do something there, but most of them probably get a little bit stuck.
What did you think of his first wave here?
Yeah, I think this is hit all the criteria that the judges are looking. The flow is there, the power is there, and the finishing is also there. This is actually a really good opening right there. Two big slash right there. Just, I think this one, he's a bit unable to get out of that white water.
But it's really important to get the last turn and then right out of it to get scores here at the wave park. But it's a tricky part actually to get the completion on the last section.
Yeah.
But have you surfed here?
Yeah, I surf a couple of days ago. It's I think one of the team from WSL have to do a wave test, and I have a chance to get maybe a 5 to 6 wave. It was really, really fun actually. And yeah, it's a totally different wave from where I grew up in Bali, and to surf this artificial wave is also a good experience, because I think the future is going to be able to give every single wave should be the same if it's on the competition.
Right. It's a different type of the best condition, best waves compared to your home. Bali has one of the best places to surf, but this is a different types of best waves.
Yeah, I mean, for competition, I think this is really good, because if you have a wave and the other person don't have that wave, it feels unfair. But for this event, I think everybody have those wave number 2 and wave number 4, and this is a
Zeb Stokes second wave.
Yeah, and I have to say, he served the criteria right there. Big maneuver. The flow is there.
This is Mike Clayton Brown live action, beautiful backhand attack. Gets the final turn, and unfortunately he couldn't ride out of it, but beautiful approach from both of the surfers. Just like you said, it's these two surfers just hitting the judges' criteria here. This is a replay of Zeb Stokes' last wave. What did you think?
Yeah, nice opening maneuver right there. I think the second one is a bit stronger, little bit get behind that one, but able to do those last finishing right there. And this is also a good wave. Just I have to say, the judges have to really, put a lot of eyes on each maneuvers, because at the end of the day, every surfers are able to do high level of surfing, but the judges have to see which one is better from the other one.
Definitely, everyone has the same wave, same equal opportunities here. That's why judges need to take a good look into the surfing. But 3.20 for the last wave for Mike Clayton Brown, and 4.50 for the last wave for Zeb Stokes. So Noah Andrew only needs 1.51 to go into the second place. His first wave comes in at a 3.20. So Ben Spence's last wave comes in at a 3.0. So it looks like no one's really getting the good scores yet.
Yeah.
So everybody stacks in the 3 and 4 point range now. So whoever gets the above 5 point range, they get the advantage. But there's still 2 waves written for red and blue. There's two more opportunities for everybody. So this is gonna be the second wave for Noah Andrew, waiting for the wave to come. And here he is. So for the first wave, just let it go. On the second wave, it's gonna be his wave. So this is a lot of pressures building up for Noah Andrew.
Yeah, Noah currently sitting in the
We've seen quite a lot of them this morning. It's a tricky takeoff position. It sucks you up really quickly, but this is second wave for Ben Spence on his backhand. Beautiful first turn back into the parcels of the wave. second turn, third turn, nice, and it gets the final section here and gets the completion. So beautiful combination from Ben Spence. This is the second wave for all the surfers, so they get 2 more waves.
Yeah, I think Noah Andrew was on his on his second wave right there, as you can see. Second wave is actually the cleaner wave of this set. So this is wave number 4. So Noah actually letting go a really good opportunity on that wave.
Great performance from Noah Andrew there. He needs a small score right now, so whoever gets to above 4-point range, then he'll be in the advancing position. But Ben Spence, the last wave, comes in at a 3.90.
Wow.
Now he's in the second place. So Zeb Stokes with a 4.5 and 3.50, he is in the first place. So this is going to be a wave number 3. So now Mike Clayton Brown will take the second wave of the set, and Zeb Stokes will take the fourth wave of the set.
Yeah, so if Mike Clayton Brown want to take advantage on this wave, this is the time, because he's gonna have the cleaner wave. The second set is considered the best wave, and yeah, he's looking for 371, because I have to say this heat is still open for everybody.
Definitely, it's still open for everybody. Just like it said before, everybody kind of stacks in the 3 and 4-point range right now. So definitely it's open for everybody in this heat. So 2 more waves for all the surfers. This is Mike Clayton Brown waiting for the wave to come. So this is going to be the wave number 1 of the set. He will get the second wave of this set.
Here we go, the takeoff right here, right now, and yeah, surfer in red, opening right. Nice big one right there, Dai. Second one is also super tight. Third one is even bigger. This could be the one that he's looking for. Yeah.
Beautiful surfing from Mike. This is Zeb Stokes. Beautiful first turn, second turn again. Gets stuck on the third turn, unfortunately, but gets to finish here and rise out of it. So he got stuck on the third turn, but still gets a completion on the last wave. It's beautiful surfing from both Mike Brown and Zeb Stokes.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good exchange between those two surfers, and yeah, it will be interesting if Mike gonna get his score. He's looking for 371. I'm not the judge right here, but he was surfing really good.
Definitely, after the first turn, straight back into the power zone, and another power hack there, and into the third turn, and he gets the finish there. So beautiful surfing. There's no downtime in between turns, and this is a replay of the Zeb Stokes.
Yeah, also a nice surfing there from Zeb, but I have to say there's a little bit of a delay right there, as you can see, and yeah, he recovered really good right there.
Definitely, he covers it really well, gets a completion. So we're still waiting for the last of blue, but last wave for Mike comes in at 5.17, just like you said. Finally he got the above 5-point range. Now he's in the first place with a 5.17 and 3.20. So having a 5-point is really, giving you a great, position.
Yeah, I think 5 above is a really good advantage right now, because as you can see from the previous heat, there's a lot of 6s and 5 that advance to the next round, so that's a good number to have for sure.
And the last wave for Zeb Stokes comes in at 4.03, so he's now back into the first place. Mike is in second, needing only 3.36, which is a small score. So this is going to be Ben and Noah's third wave. So Ben now needs 4.48, Noah now needs 5.18. This is the third wave. They get 2 more waves in. Definitely wanted to improve their concentration on this wave number 3. Beautiful first turn back into the power source. Gets stuck a little bit, but still managed to get the turn in. And then gets the completion on the last sections. Beautiful surfing from Ben Spence. And this is Noah. Gets the first turn in, and beautiful turn on the second. Get the third turn, and rotate the final section. Unfortunately, couldn't really ride out of it.
Yeah, so I can tell a little bit about for Noah, when he missed that first takeoff on the previous wave, it gets in his mind a little bit, because here's Ben's wave right here. Nice surfing also from him. That was a big one. And he's eyeing to do the finishing. I think every surfer is just eyeing to do that finishing right now. Yeah. So here we go. This is a Noah wave. I can see he's also a little bit wobbled there. This wave pool, they give you a really like a mental game for sure, because if you miss your wave, it's just it takes the whole heat. Something goes into your mind for sure.
Definitely, it's good to have that that you're gonna have 4 waves, but if you miss one wave, then suddenly pressures comes in your mind.
Yeah, that happened on the first heat. One of the Japanese surfer. His name is Yahagi. I think there was a bit of a miscommunication or strategy or something, so he didn't go in his first wave.
Yeah, that was. I think we both saw that happen, right? This morning.
I think something happened. First wave, first heat, and he thought the heat is not started yet, and he let go that second wave, and he have to move out from that wave. Yeah.
Well, this is going to be the last wave for all the surfers, but we are still waiting for the last wave for Noah Andrew. A few scores locked in already.
Yeah, Ben Spence, he get a 4.13.
4.13 for Ben Spence and 3.33 for Noah Andrew. So the situation remains the same. Zeb Stokes sitting in the first, and Mike Lake Brown sitting in the second place. And this is gonna be the last wave for all the surfers. This is Zeb Stokes up and riding.
So yeah, Zeb's currently sitting in the first place right there. I think he just need to play it safe right here if you wanna, make it into his wave that counted. And looks like he's only need to replace that 4.03. This is Mike Clayton.
Beautiful surfing from Mike. Gets the completion there. He is sitting in the second place. He needs to get rid of the 3.20.
Yeah.
3.36 to go into the first. I have to say that was it. That was a 3.36.
Yeah,
great
it was a good
surfing.
Yeah, I think Mike, he only need to replace that 3.2, so his surfing was there.
So this is a reply of last wave for Zeb Stokes. Beautiful first and second turn and third turn as well. And he gets the completion here, so we are still waiting for the last wave for both Mike and Zeb. So they both need to get rid of the 4-point range and 3-point range here.
Yeah, the one that they think have a big threat for these two guys is actually Ben Spence. Ben's only looking for 4.26, but if they make a better numbers on their last wave, it's gonna give a bit pressure on Ben.
Definitely, those two surfers wanted to put the pressure on the other twos, but last wave for Zeb Stokes comes in at 4.93. He's extending his lead now, so Mike Clayton Brown now needs 4.25 to go into first place. Still waiting for the last wave for Red. Nervous moment for Mike and all the other surfers as well. Still waiting for the last wave for Mike Clayton Brown. This is gonna be the last wave for White and Green.
Yeah, I think the judges are still thinking because Mike was, he did pretty good actually.
Yeah, looks like it's gonna be a good score for Mike. It's a 4.73 now. Mike is
In the lead.
into the lead with a 5.17 and 4.73. Now Ben Spence needs 5.3. Noah Andrew needs 6.10, which is a
Still achievable,
Yes.
that's for sure. Noah Andrew right here, he have the better wave of these sets. Nice opening
Wow.
right there.
important way for him. Beautiful first and second turn. Really love the third turn. Gets a
Ooh.
completion. So
It'll be interesting.
Right, it's gonna be interesting. But Ben Spence last action here. First turn, second turn. Great attack in the pocket. Beautiful third turn. That was huge. And gets the completion here. So it's gonna be a great exchange here from Ben Spence and Noah Andrew. So Ben now needs 5.30 and Noah needs 6.10. So what do you think? It is a replay of the last green.
Yeah, I think Noah will get his best number right here, Daya, because this is probably his best surfing on this on this wave. So yeah, it'll be interesting. But he's looking for a bigger number there. He's looking for a 6.1. So I'm not sure. And this is Ben Spence. He's also looking for a number. Really good surfing right there, and they all get the finishing. So it'll be a good number for sure.
But these two right have to be the best and the second best wave in this heat. Ben Spence needs 5.30 and Noah Andrew needs 4.87. So last wave for Noah Andrew comes in at 4.57. So it's not enough for Noah Andrews. Still waiting for the last wave for Ben Spence. He needs 5.30. Has to be the best wave in this heat. So still no indication from the judges. You know, judges are taking a good look into the last wave for Ben Spence.
Yeah, I think they have to compare between Mike Clayton and also Zeb Stokes' number to get that one, because this is an important numbers for Ben Spence. He's looking for a 5.3, and yeah, we'll see.
Well, nervous moment for Zeb Stokes and Ben Spence. You know, all the waves are ridden now, so there's no other extra waves here. Still, so last wave for Ben Spence comes in at 3.97. It's not enough. It looks like it's Mike Clayton and Zeb Stokes will be advancing into the next round. So we're gonna go to the quick break and we'll be right back after the short commercial.
Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. Being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
2 heats away from rounding out the round of 80 here at the Siheung Korea Open QS 6000, one of the first major QSs of the season for this part of the world. Obviously, we have a co-sanctioned event between Australia and Asia, and we are watching it unfold right now. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Tippy Jabrick, and Tippy, we've got a couple waves to roll through right now.
Yeah, this is a Kaisei opening, right? Really nice surfing, you know, like I have to say, like some of the Japanese and the Aussies, they have experience on the wave pool, because you know, there's a wave pool and also in Oz that been done a couple QSs, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, Urban Surf is a really fun and popular wave pool down in Sydney and Melbourne.
Yeah.
Love this opening ride right now from Miyu Furukawa.
Yeah.
Really smooth, just clean. I feel like really just drawn out, classy lines there.
Yeah, I think one of the criteria is you need to maximize the full length of the wave. So I think Miyu is doing pretty good right there.
TP, you obviously get to see a lot of these guys in action a lot of the year. A majority of the Japanese surfers actually spend a lot of time in Indo as well, trying to get prepared and ready through some of the off-season. Putting them now in a wave pool kind of category, it feels like those guys who get really creative with what they have on offer today, they're the guys that go deep in the draw.
Yeah, for sure, because with this wave you can tell, between like a good surfing and great surfing. And whoever can draw like a really good bottom turn and a really critical maneuvers, you can tell. With this wave, there's no better comparison to put them in a wave pool.
Willem Watson, he's one of those guys who has a really big bag of tricks, so can get really creative with his repertoire right now. He's going to start off really traditional. Again, like I mentioned, smooth, clean lines here from Willem. Tagging that nice one well as well. I love the fins coming out the back here.
Yeah.
Now on the fourth wave of the set, this is Willis Druma. So Willis, he lives down in Victoria, represents Torquay Board Riders Club a lot, gets the fins out as well. So these two guys are almost mimicking each other's waves back to back between the two young Aussies. But I really love that first approach from both of them.
Yeah, I think they push harder on this wave, you can tell. This is like, I have to say, all the maneuvers are really tight, and that's what the judges are looking for. And even the finishing is right there. Yeah.
And it feels like this is a nice setup, kind of a nice base for these guys to be able to build off.
Yeah, but even the wave looks exactly the same, Jesse. I think if you have to surf the second wave, you have more advantage. It's a cleaner wave, and it gives you a bit of a better canvas. Yeah. I'm
really curious to pick your brain, TP. Obviously, a lot of these guys do have these big aerial maneuvers that they can rely on if they need.
Yeah.
But some of these guys also don't. So how do they kind of keep the judges drawn in and entertained when they do have to stick to the same sort of repertoire?
It's a funny thing. Last year, Katut won with a super tight maneuver. There's a lot of flawless, high impact, top turns. But guys like Jarvis Earl, surf really well, but he unable to surf until the finals day because he have an injury here. So it'll be interesting to see, in this pool, those aerialist specialists, if they can do something crazy here. I think the judge is going to reward them even higher.
So you don't need to do an air to win this comp?
Not necessarily, yeah, because that's what happened in the criteria now. Because if you put those a power surfing on this wave, it also can be rewarded, because putting a lot of power on this kind of tight situation, it's not an easy thing to do.
No, I agree. I agree. And even watching, I feel like some of those guys who almost bottom turn from behind the section, they have that really dramatic effect for these judges. That first section, really critical part in the scoring here. Miyu Furukawa on his second ride of this heat, pushing harder through that third and fourth and final section there. You can see, felt like that was a little bit of a no-claim here from Miyu. He was feeling it. Now Kaisei, he's going to give us his variation of that. So we've got all natural footers, in this heat right now. Just coming unstuck. You can see sometimes on that fourth wave of the set, that end section can get a little bit tricky to figure out. A lot of these guys kind of sticking to exactly what we're talking about, this really traditional approach here.
Yeah, I think this is like an early, heat for all the surfers in the round of 80. They don't want to do something that, they're gonna regret it, because they just want to make scores and build up from there. This is their second wave, so if they want to catch better score, they can do it after the first wave. That's how I think.
Love this guy's bottom turn, just completely immersing that front arm in the water before he gets up into the lip line here. So Kaisei already had a 5 on his opening wave, so this is definitely going to improve his situation, get him in a really good spot, take the pressure off those last 2 waves, which is another really key thing. If you can capitalize on these first 2 opportunities, you can really start to let go and get a little bit more free on those second 2.
Yeah, surprisingly, Kaisei's second wave is a 377, so it's not even close to his first wave. So this heat is still wide open, Jesse, yeah, because everybody is just looking for a 3, a 2, and a 4. Yeah.
Yeah, especially when you look at Kaisei, Willem, and Willis's opening wave. Kaisei obviously with a 5, Willem with a 5-5, and then Willis with a 4-7. Really, really tight opening waves there. So Miyu unfortunately left a little bit behind the pack here. His opening wave at 3-9. He's backing it up with a 3-8-3. So that's kind of where the shoe is on the other foot right now. Miyu, he got 2 first waves, but now he needs to lift on his second 2. So unfortunately a little bit more pressure starting to apply through the back half of this heat right now for Miyu. Let's see what these 2 young Aussies can do on this next exchange right now. So we're going to see right now Willis on the second wave of the set for the first time, and then we're going to see Willem on the 4th wave of the set. It's funny, it almost pushes you a little bit wide as that first wave comes through. So positioning, even though we're in a wave pool, is really key right now for these surfers. Here we go. Willis Druma locked in a 4-7 for that first wave. He's going to start to connect down the line here. This inside bowl looks so fun on the backhand, just able to unleash, draw up and into it multiple times here. So Willis is going to finish off his second ride here. Willem, pretty close, so could get tongue-tied doing that. Willem, he's going to take this one as well. Looks like he's on an epoxy surfboard here too. So again, both of these guys capitalizing on those waves right now, but I still feel no one really doing anything to set them apart from each other.
Yeah, I think everybody surfed kind of similar on this round, I have to say. Nobody's really pushing it hard. I'm sure all the surfers, they can do a lot of tricks on their surfing, but they just want to make sure they get advance from this round.
Not that Indo needs it at all, but just out of curiosity, is there a wave pool in Indonesia?
There's a plan to build one, so hopefully they claim it's gonna open in 2028.
Really?
Yeah.
That's exciting. Not that you guys need one. You've got the most perfect waves in the world over there.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a wave pool is just an addition to the wave that we already have in Indo. So, one more wave is not going to hurt anybody.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. We'll never say no to more waves.
Yeah. So, if you see all those surfers been taking off position, Jesse, I have to say you have to watch on a local kids who surf here really good is Kanoa Hije. He surfs, his taking off position is so close to the wall, and he can do a lot of crazy stuff here. So one of the reasons why, because Kanoa is no stranger here. He's been training here since the pool is open. So he's a really good surfer, and he surfed really well also in his longboard. He won it last year.
Yes. Yeah, he's multi-talented when it comes to equipment. That is right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I actually, this is kind of my first time really taking a good close look at this wave, and I did a lap around the pool before and actually seeing it's pretty intense at the takeoff. I know it would seem easy, watching it on screen, but there's actually a lot of pressure riding on. That's your opportunity. It's not like you can just hop back on and get the next wave. No, that's it.
Yeah, even on the high level of CT surfers, I've seen somebody miss a wave on the wave pool. So it's pure pressure also.
Kaisei, he's going to push a little bit harder, it feels like, on this wave. That's the level that we want to see from him. Slightly hung up there, but you could see got the energy over that front foot. He's completed the ride out. And then now Miyu, like I mentioned, a little bit left behind on that opening exchange here. So he's starting to drive up, push a bit harder, give the judges an exclamation mark here. He's going to get the completion, I hope.
Yeah.
Feels like it.
Miyu is really pushing strong on his bottom turn. As you can see on the replay later, he's always trying to grab his rail on every bottom turn. So he's really pushing really hard right there.
Yeah, I appreciate that as well, because I feel like that's what really does give the exclamation mark at the top part of the wave. This last turn here, although he got a little hung up, entire tail blown out the back here.
Yeah, it will be interesting because he's looking for a score of 5 right there.
And then what do you make of this last wave?
So Miyu, I have to say, he's surfing really clean right there, a really stylish surfer, As you can see, he's holding his rail every bottom turn right there. So that's showing that, he's pushing.
He's pushing really hard.
Yeah.
So that was their third wave each, so they only get one more opportunity after. These heats fly by. That was their third wave each, so we have obviously the third for Willis and Willem to come through. They're currently holding down the lead right now, so Willis's last wave a 4.7, Willem's last wave was a 5.13. Sorry, Willis's last wave was a 5.93. Willem's last wave was a 5.13. So these guys are building every time right now. It's starting to edge them a little bit further away from the rest of the field. Miyu's score still to lock in, but Kai says it is a 4.5. So if the two Aussies can keep building their scoreline, they are going to slowly apply a lot more pressure and put it out of reach for our two Japanese surfers here. 8 minutes to go. Like I mentioned, Willem, really talented surfer from back home. He's one of those surfers who is really not afraid. If it's big and it's a closeout beach break, he's going to throw himself at it. Similar to Willis Droomer as well, they get cold, kind of chunky conditions down there in Victoria. So he is definitely not scared as well. So this is actually a really different environment for these two surfers to have to almost think about really clean surfing to get those scores from start to finish.
Yeah, it's crazy, all this surfers background, you know, like some people come from the cold Victoria, some kids come from the, you know, like the tropical Mentawais like Dylan Wilcox, and so putting everybody on the same environment on a wave pool like this, you know, it's really interesting to see how they approach their surfing to this wave pool. So yeah, a little bit stuck there for William.
Yeah, surfed that start of the wave so nice though. Here we go, Willis Droomer. Feel like these two are really feeding off each other's energy right now. They're pushing so hard. Better looking finish here for Willis, but Willem had a certain amount of flow and energy on that wave that felt like it was better than his ones prior. It was such a bummer that he didn't get that finishing turn here, but Tippy, just this wave, it felt really smooth and clean from the get-go.
Yeah, really, you know, like the surfing is there, everything is there. I think he just unable to finish this one last part right there. I think the judges gonna, you know, not gonna penalize him that much because he does like a lot of nice maneuver in the beginning already.
And then Willem, you can see again, he's just so reliable for surfing a good wave start to finish.
Oh yeah, and I have to say, Jesse, if you chasing a score on your last part of your heat, is a bit of a pressure, especially here on the pool. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It is really something I've picked up over watching the last couple of heats and even walking around. Like, it feels like the energy rises a little bit more for this last wave because it's like, right, this is my last one. Okay, if you're in first or second, let's push as hard as we can and build on that scoreline. But if you're in third and fourth, you cannot fall.
Yeah, and one thing for sure, I guarantee on this event, there will be no buzzer beater. Everybody have to get their wave according to their, what do you call that?
Their rotation.
Their rotation.
Yeah.
There will be no like, oh, I fall down. There's, you know, like 50 seconds to go. I catch one more wave. It's not happening.
It's not how it works. It's not how it works. Like, it's not. That's what I mean. You can't fall off and then take off on the next one because you have your assigned waves. And I feel like I actually really like that about this comp because I feel like it makes it feel more like a skate comp too.
Sure, yeah.
And I feel it'd be cool to even talk to some of those surfers like Java Searle, like you mentioned, who have these incredible air games and think, are they thinking of this like a skate comp? Do they have different routines?
Yeah, I think in skate they call it runs, so they have, you know, numbers of runs, you know, and this surfing we just call it, you know, 4 rides, you know, so it's similar like skating for sure.
Yeah, I feel like I'd love to see them get creative and give us some different runs on each wave.
Yeah, I think we will see them, all those creatives surfing later on later rounds, and oh, right there, you already see the first one from you, but yeah, unable to get around that section.
Kaisei needing a score right now. This has to be a 6.23 if he wants to go into round 2 here. Completion is crucial.
Yeah.
I feel it's pretty safe to say with both of those surfers not getting the completion there. Unfortunately, they're probably going to be out of the draw here.
Yeah, there's not going to be a Marco Migno situation right here.
Oh my gosh, he's the buzzer beater king. It is crazy what he does.
I know. So yeah, cannot you know, like on those kind of level, you cannot let a person have any chances to get the score because they will get it. But on this wave pool, it's according to your right, and you cannot ask for an extra wave. If
No.
you have 4 wave, that's it.
It's so funny, Marco calls himself, he's like, I am that guy. I am the buzzer beater guy. And imagine what you could do if you surfed a heat, like, and won it from the start.
I know, he likes to
But he
go from
loves it.
behind, yeah?
Yeah, he loves the pressure. Actually, it's really interesting. His next heat, he like came out, did an alley-oop and a full row on one wave, and then Leo just like went crazy in El Salvador and got a 9.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my goodness. But we're not going to see that, like you mentioned, over in this event. No buzzer beaters. Everyone gets their set wave. We have 2 waves left right now for Willis Struma and Willem Watson. This is essentially right now just the battle for the lead. These 2 are so close in their combined heat totals, 11.56 to 11.23.
Yeah.
Good mates, but they both want the win here. So you can see a bit of chirp going down between the 2 of them. Some smiles.
If you see here, Jesse, so you know, if you're first or second, it's really determined who you're gonna surf against on the next round. So if you're really putting your strategy, you know, like that advance, you can also create your own pathway, how you're gonna advance and meeting, you know, all those people in the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be interesting for people to even like look ahead, see, okay, I'm either going to go on this heat or that heat.
Yeah.
And if you get second, you might be like, I actually would prefer to be in that heat.
Yeah.
Like some people might play a game a little bit that way. So that's also something that is starting to fold through every single part of the WSL now. Here we go, Willis Struma. Is this his final wave here? On the second wave of the set right now, you can see a little bit hung up on those first 2 sections. That was a better looking connection. Let's go big. Show us an air. Just chuck the fins out. So Willis, that's not going to go into the top 2. Willem Watson here, currently needing a 5.84 and loses the fin. So you can see the pressure was off and they almost didn't need to click into gear and get those waves ridden.
No, I think they're happy enough to, you know, take that advancing situation. And yeah, maybe, you know, if I'm going to be in that position, I'm just going to surf my last wave. So make sure get, you know, more surf on this wave pool. Yeah.
All right, well, it is confirmed. Willis Struma, Willem Watson, they are going to be moving on through. Fortunately, we lose Kaise and Miyu, but we'll see them through many more events this season. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll come back with plenty more surfing here in Korea.
It's so fast paced. It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being...
All right, action-packed day here in Siheung Korea Open. This is the QS 6000. Now in the water is Jay Brown, Bodie Williams, Ryuichi Inoue, and Fred Carmody. Exciting moments ahead. We have the sun out. It's a bit of a pool party now. And in the booth with me, Dai Wacko.
Wow, straight into the action. This is the first wave of this heat.
All right, Jay Brown on his forehand, big gouge there to start things off. Does it again. And let's see the finishing, a bit of a float there. I like his approach.
Right.
It's different. He's giving something fresh, new. Bodie Williams right behind. We've seen him a few times in Indo. Let's see what he does out here in the wave pool. Unfortunately, just goes down there. But good start for Jay. I think that was probably the wave I've seen today with the most variety in it.
Definitely, you know, like you said, really enjoying watching his first wave here. Beautiful first turn, nice tight section to snap. Beautiful second turn as well. really loved his energy there, and I loved the approach to the last section, floated to finish. Beautiful surfing from Jay, and this is the first wave for Bodie Williams. Beautiful first and second turn, and love the third turn, but unfortunately got stuck on the third turn. So, but still, beautiful surfing from both Jay and Bodie.
All right, couple scores came in for both surfers. 417 for Jay Brown, Bodie Williams 250. So those were the first two waves. Now we have surfer in white and green going to be showcasing their surfing. White's going to be catching the second wave of the set, and green's going to be catching the fourth. And when they catch their second wave, they actually rotate rounds again. So then green will be catching the second one, and white will be catching the fourth one. So everyone gets an equal amount of waves, equal amount of chances, and it's, I think, the closest you can get to maybe a professional setting, maybe
Definitely.
as in the Olympics, as like running. Everyone has the same field, everyone has equal chances, and this is probably what the wave pool does as well.
Definitely, it's a surfing version of skateboarding competition. Everyone watches their surfing on I wouldn't say beach, but it's like a beach side, and there's a bridge in between left and right. So it's a beautiful setup here in a wake park in Korea, and always love to be back here, and so glad to be here. So this is gonna be first wave for Ryuichi Inoue. He lives on Gold Coast now. He's actually competitor, but as well as a coach, surfing coach.
Beautiful. There, the best way to improve is by teaching others. There we have Ryuichi on your screen. Good opening first turn. Wasted no time to get there. Backs it up again.
Wow.
4 really nice turns there. He gets the finishing, so that's a great start for our man in white. Right behind him, Fred Carmody. Good opening first turn there. Really pushes the tail around. Unfortunately, gets that outside rail just stuck and goes over his board. So not a great start, but he still has 3 more chances.
Apparently the second wave of the set is a bit better and a bit cleaner compared to the fourth wave of the set. But this is the second wave of the set for Ryuichi Inoue. Ryuichi 一発2発3発と綺麗にターンを入れてきて、この波では5発のターンを見せてきました。Beautiful surfing from Ryuichi Inoue. 5 beautiful turns, and this is the last wave for Fred Carmody. Unfortunately, got stuck on the second turn. Beautiful surfing from Ryuichi Inoue. He did 5 beautiful turns actually.
Yeah, so good stuff there. Scores are through. Ryuichi's wave 483 jumps straight to the lead. Jay Brown second. Bodie Williams and Fred Carmody with a bit of work to do. They haven't been able to get past those 2s, but it's still first wave, so not too much of an issue. I'm seeing Ryuichi opted for an epoxy, and
right.
I think that's probably that sort of equipment we're going to be seeing a lot from these surfers these next 2 days. I think this wave pool, it doesn't have the same energy, I would say, as maybe Indonesia or some of the ocean waves. So the epoxy is a little lighter, it's a little more flexible, it's easier to kind of keep that speed and have a bit more expressive surfing.
Definitely, even it's a perfect shape of the wave at the wave pool, just like you said, wave pool doesn't have as much power as Indonesia and other country has. It is like a small. The power zone is really small and tight, so you have to be flexible and you have to be quick, and react to the wave. So probably the epoxy and the carbon will do really good in this kind of condition.
Yeah, you're right. Epoxies are very reactive, so they're flexible, they're fast. It's perfect for this wave pool because that's what you want. You want to be able to do a lot of turns in a small amount of space, and I think that epoxy really lets you do so. So on your screen now, Bodie Williams in third wants to back up. Good first gouge there. Sets it up again. Really tight in the pocket there. Giving the variety, lays it back a little bit. Big fan of spray every time Bodie really connects that board to the lip of the wave. He's one of those surfers with a lot of power. Unfortunately goes down. Jay Brown right behind him. Good turn here. A little out of rhythm compared to his first one, but liking his surfing. Needs to finish this. Also, unfortunately, doesn't make it out of that one. That inside section is really kind of clipping a lot of these athletes.
well, checking his equipment right now. But just like you said, you know, it's a tricky wave because this is actually first wave for him to get a second wave of the set. A beautiful first and third turn, love the layback, a lot of variety in this on this wave. It gets to the last section, but unfortunately it wasn't a completion. Almost broke the rail there, but unfortunately, you know, comes around the section, gets the second turn in. Just like you said, it's kind of tricky to surf on the fourth wave. Especially this is probably the first time they try out this T6 settings. It's tricky.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Jay. We saw he kind of bogged his rail a little bit on the takeoff. Recovered nicely, but that kind of put him off rhythm for the rest of the wave. You could see that he was just slightly behind. The timing wasn't maybe as precise as he would have wanted to. But he does go to first at 277 for his last one. Bodhi improves his score, 350. So early days out here. It's early days.
Early days, yes. Still, it was a second wave. They get 2 more waves, but this is gonna be Fred and Ryuichi's second wave here. So Ryuichi actually has the best wave so far in this heat, 4.83. But Fred Kamori, probably he needs to get back into, you know, the competition. He will adjust the mistakes he made on the last wave. Nervous moment for him. Just waiting for the wave comes in. You know, when the machine starts, it sounds really loud next to you, so it gives you a lot of pressure.
Yeah, once that machine starts, you know, churning, your heart starts beating, you're like, here we go. It's time, and on your screen, live action, Fred Carmody on his backhand. Good first turn, sets things up. Nice, stronger second one. A bit punchier on that third one. I like what he's doing. He's keeping it simple. Unfortunately, doesn't make that last turn. Ryuichi Inoue, good opening turn here. Sets it up again. I like his style. You know, he's not one of those surfers that gets super low, but he has a good thing going there.
Definitely stylish surfer. You know, that was a great performance again from Ryuichi Inoue all the way to the inside. He gets completion as well. So 2 waves in a row. So beautiful stuff from Ryuichi Inoue. This is gonna be the reply of the last wave for Fred Kamori. Beautiful first turn and straight into the second, throwing buckets of sprays there. And fin release on the third turn. It gets the fourth turn in, trying to get a fifth turn. Unfortunately, it wasn't a completion, but still beautiful combination from surfer Rin. 井上隆一2本目のライディング、こちらは4本目のセットになりますが、この波でも綺麗にタイミングを合わせてしっかりと4発入れてきました。素晴らしいライディングです。
All right, so all surfers have 2 waves under their belt. We're waiting for the last 2 scores to come in for white and green. I think Ryuichi's definitely going to be jumping into first. We constantly see all morning, like we have 1 or 2 surfers that really click well with the pool, and then others that just mistime it a bit. I think a huge factor could be style. You know, if you're a bit heavy-footed and one of those surfers that, you know, like more water to it, this wave pool could be a bit of a struggle.
Definitely, you know, I am the guy who wants to put the rail, like front rail in. So probably I'm not the type of the person who does well on the wave
I don't
pool.
know. I saw you in China and you were killing it. So I think you might be lying to me.
But you know, like you said, you know, style will, you know, matter in the wave pool competition.
Absolutely. I think the lighter you are on your feet and the easier for you to gain speed yourself, it's easier. For example, a lot of surfers that maybe come from Indo, we rely on the wave power a lot. So I don't know how to generate my own speed. In Japan, I can't surf. So, you know, we tend to struggle a little more. So on your screen, Jay Brown really busts those fins out the back, wraps it around, giving variety, what judges want to see, does a big fin bust again, finishes it off. Super speedy. I'm loving what he's doing right now. Right behind him, Bodhi Williams wanting to get back into this heat. Much better looking wave there for him. Does a bit of a layback there, wants to go to the air, and he lands it. That is a gorgeous wave for our man in blue.
Wow, beautiful surfing from both surfers in red and blue. That was a beautiful surfing and a lot of variety on the waves, you know. Love that performance from Jay here. Fin release on the first section. He gets a curve turn there, and another fin release there. Beautiful attack, beautiful approach, and then gets the final section there. So beautiful combination from Jay. I love this combination as well. Beautiful first turn. I love the second turn again. A little bit, you know, timed it late, but still gets this full, pretty much a big rotation from Fred. Oh, that's Bodie Williams. So beautiful combination from both Bodie and Jay.
All right, things are getting excited. We're into that third wave of the heat. And, you know, the surfers need to ramp it up. Once you have those 2 scores in, I would say it's similar to the ocean where, you know, you build your house. You get your 2 scores in, you're in the first 5 minutes, and then you start building. So it's the same in the wave pool. You get your first 2 waves, you get your base, and then on the second 2, it's now or never.
You have to surf the best.
Yeah,
you know?
you got to do it.
And
otherwise, you're going to get left behind.
I think that's exactly Jay and Bodie just did on the third wave, because Jay got a pretty good scores on the third wave.
Yeah, so I think Bodie's wave is going to kind of be setting the scale for the airs. I think it's gonna, the judges are gonna look at that and show the other surfers, like, this is a score, this is what we're looking for, this is what we want. So 387 for Bodie. Practically, I would say all the main scores came from that last air.
Maybe it wasn't a completion,
Yeah.
you know, he couldn't really ride out of the white water, so maybe it wasn't completion, but back in the live action here.
All right, Ryuichi on his backhand. Nice first backhand slap there. Does it again a couple more times down the line. He's opting for some of the safer surfing, I would say, compared to Bodie and Jay. Right behind him, Fred Carmody on his backhand as well. Low bottom turns, good surfing there from Green. Unfortunately, I think went down as well pretty early on. So all the surfers have 3 waves in. This is their last chance. Once we get those last 2 scores in, we're going to have a good idea of positioning and who needs what in their last wave.
Well, beautiful surfing from Ryuichi Inoue. He's trying to get rid of the 3.87. A beautiful 4-turn combo here. Replay of the Ryuichi Inoue. Inoue Ryuichi 3本目のライディングになります。1発目綺麗なターン、そしてドライブを効かせたボトムターンで2発目3発目と続けていきます。4発目が入って、この波では5発のターンを入れてきました。これで何点出るかによってその差を広げられるか、1番になるのか。
All right, good moments here in the Siheung Korea Open, QS 6000 and LQS as well. Eventually we will see the longboarders take the wave. It's a action-packed, only 3-day event. It's a non-stop action here.
Non-stop action from 7:15 to probably 5:30 this afternoon. So it's a big days of competition, 3 days. But it's fun to watch. You know, it's a skateboarding competition, so it's fun to watch.
Yeah, and it's only the first round, and as we get deeper into the draw, things are going to start to ramp up. We're going to see a lot more air action, and hopefully we get a bit of an air show like we did last year.
Oh yeah, that would be amazing. So all the scores locked in now. 5.5 for Ryuichi Inoue as the last wave, 2.87 for the last wave for Fred Carmody. So 5.60 for Bodie to go into the second place. So 5.6 has to be the best wave in this heat. So big pressure, a lot of pressure applies for Bodie Williams.
Yeah, so the judge is really emphasizing you want to take to the air, you got to really show us that you land it. So this is Bodie's last chance. big opening first turn. Really pushes the tail again on the second one. Massive fan of spray. Goes again for the air. Let's see what the judges think. This was his last chance here. Right behind him, second in the heat, Jay Brown really pushing that tail all the way around. Completely 180 change direction of his surfboard. Again, goes for the air as well, and unfortunately goes down. He's in second place. So now it is all eyes on Fred Carmody and Bodie Williams to see if they get the scores that they need to get into the next round.
Wow, beautiful surfing from Bodie. Needs a score. Love the first turn, layback first turn, and straight into second. I really love the fourth turn here. He gets a completion, so a lot of variety on that wave. And this was also important way for Jay. You know, he wanted to improve his situation. Loved the third turn as well, but unfortunately on that last turn couldn't really ride out of it.
Oh yeah, so unfortunate there for Bodie. I think he'll probably be bowing out after this one, and he's usually one of my standout surfers, I would say, in most of the events. He has a solid style and he's consistent, so I don't think he's going to be very happy with this result.
Few scores locked in for Bodie, so it's a 4.80. Well, it's not enough for him, just like you said. It's say, you know, goodbye to Bodie, but still waiting for the last wave for Jay.
Yeah, we're still waiting for one more score for Jay Brown. He wants to be improving on that 417, and he does, a 423, so slightly improves his scoreline. Fred Carmody now looking for a 491 to kind of keep his dream alive here. Let's see what he gets done. Ryuichi Inoue, I'd say, is in a pretty safe spot now. He's definitely either first or second in this heat, depending on how Fred finishes.
Wow, this is going to be a very important wave for Fred Carmody, but he'll get the second wave of the set. Apparently, it's the best wave. The second wave is the best wave, so he gets the opportunity here to score 4.91.
All right, here we go. Fred Carmody now. All eyes on him. This is where we've been saying that the wave pool actually builds pressure. You know, you get the chance, but it's all eyes on you. Unfortunately, fumbled slightly on the takeoff. Good second blast there. Really pushed it around. Loving his act, that epoxy looking lively under his feet. 3 solid turns. Fred Carmody right behind him, current heat leader. Ryuichi, nice turn there, slightly too behind, I would say. Gets stuck on that second one. Unfortunately, slightly out of rhythm. Let's see if he gets a solid finishing here. Bit of a knee expression session. My knee would pop out how it is right now. If I did that, I would die.
Right. Well, that was a beautiful surfing, but unfortunately the first, takeoff position, he kind of fumbled the section, but still beautiful 3-turn, 4-turn combo. So he needs a score 4.91, and this is a replay of the last of Ryuichi Inoue Ryuichi 最後の波になります。この波は他の3本と違い少しタイミングがずれてしまったように見えました。ただ彼は現在第1位なので、次のラウンドへ進んでいくと思います。
All right, great moments here, waiting for scores. Fred Carmody 491. Is Jay Brown in a bit of a dangerous spot?
Right. 4.91 isn't a big score, but definitely you need to have a decent turns to get the 4.91. So pretty much you need a 5 here.
Yeah, he's looking for a 5. He needs something solid, and the scores are trickling through. It's looking like Fred Carmody 617 jumps to first. Ryuichi Inoue into second. Unfortunately, we will be saying sayonara to Jay Brown and Bodie Williams. And that, we will be heading over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys into the next heat. All right.
Life being so fast paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kick-starts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kick-starts my day. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kick-starts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
After a quick break down here at the Siheung Korea Open QS 6000, let's take a look at the women in the water. First time that we're going to see it for this event so far. That opening round of the men's is done right now. In the red we have Kia Hua from Indonesia, Natalie Fensom in the blue representing Australia, Arisa Ichi in the white representing Japan, and then Kai Kim representing Canada in the green. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Izzy Caldo. Izzy, first of all, welcome in. This is really exciting.
I'm so excited, so lucky to be here. Thanks for having me,
Oh
Jess.
my gosh, I love when I saw that you were coming into the booth, I was like, this is good.
I know, I'm so excited. And it's pumping.
It is. I mean, it can't get any better than the wave pool. It obviously is really fun, this T6 setting that we have. The men made the most of it all throughout the morning, and it feels like it's those surfers who are capitalizing on that first section as well as getting a good end section turn that are going pretty well so far.
Yeah, I was talking to a few of the boys like Zeb and Noah and things like that, and they said it's so daunting. The takeoff is a bit of an airdrop, then they got to think to go into that first turn and then finishing it. You can see the judges are really giving the surfers the score with that finishing turn.
Yes, definitely. Obviously, I feel as we get deeper into the draw, we'll start to see airs start to unfold as well. So we're just going to wait for this next set to roll through, and we're going to really start to ramp up. Obviously, Nat Fensom, she's had a couple of wildcard appearances in Challenger Series. She's looking to get herself there full time. Being over here in a QS 6000, it's going to give her the best chance to really get herself onto that Challenger Series. Here we go, first wave of the women's division. Let's get it underway right here. Kia looking really nice, beautiful, classy bottom turns there. I love when a natural footed surfer goes left and puts their hand in the wall for a bottom turn. Nat Fensom, she's given us her variety of that as well. Again, two really nice turns here. This end section on the fourth is really critical for that fourth wave there. So Nat, unfortunately, going down there, but solid looking end section hit for Kia, and I feel like that's going to be pretty well rewarded.
Yeah, Kia, I love, as we see this replay, we'll see her airdrop that takeoff. Comes around this section, nice little first check turn to get things started. Really puts her in great rhythm for that turn there. And a third, I love how she really bends that back foot and finishes that one off. I know. It's a little bubble.
Does she? It was a really nice end section though. And then Nat unfortunately had a little foot slip, but it was looking so good before that.
Yeah, I feel like that second bottom turn, she hit a bit of a bobble, put her out of rhythm, and then that third turn just coming unstuck. But getting the feet in the wax for the girls. They haven't surfed this setting yet, so they've got 4 waves.
Yes.
And they have the opportunity to have a little bit of mistakes, feel out the waves, so I think that's pretty good.
And Izzy, you're competing as well. Did you do much practice sessions? Did you get to feel out the wave?
Yes, I did the 9 p.m. practice on T2, yeah.
Well asleep.
Yeah, I was pretty much falling asleep out there. But no, it's really fun. And then I think just even watching this T6 setting, just the takeoff, it spits at the takeoff.
Does it?
Yes. So I'm a bit nervous to nosedive.
You're going to be fine.
It'll be fine.
Actually, a few people have done it this morning. It looks like a tricky takeoff, but I feel like you'll be fine. You'll be under that pressure. You'll just go into action and you'll be like, okay, sweet. This is going to happen right now. Obviously, all of the women in the field extremely talented. We look to Arisa Ishii. She is such a fun little pocket rocket. She's got so much just spice about her, and I feel like she's got a lot to give this event.
Yeah, she finished this event 33rd last year, so I think she'll really want to push further into that draw. As I saw her in the warm-up session, she was absolutely going to town. I'm really excited to see her here on this second set of the wave.
Yeah, I love the second set. It feels like it maybe has a couple more steeper sections at the start, but maybe not that big exclamation on that finishing section like the fourth wave of the set does. There is a nice variety between the two. Let's see Arisa give this one a go for the first time here in this competition. Beautiful looking bottom turns, just accelerating as she gets to the top of the wave here. Little fumble comes in, and it still has been tricky to see consistent makes on that end section here. Kai Kim, she is going to get her chance at the start here. Really nice flow on this wave right now for Kai. You can see racing around, trying to get the exclamation mark on the end here, and she's going to get two nice turns in as well before this wave completely runs out here for Kai. But a lot of grace and a lot of flow on that wave there for Kai.
Yeah, she's such a sweetie. She was giving everyone her sessions the last couple of days because she had surfed way too much, so she was just handing out her sessions. But here, Arisa on this nice wave, she's pushing so hard through that bottom turn to the top turn. I feel like this turn here, she just pushed a little too high, which put her out of rhythm for that one a bit late.
Yeah, that's okay. I feel like those first waves, there's probably some nerves coming out as well. However, Kai didn't look nervous at all. She just looked really like she was just enjoying herself on this wave right now.
I love this flow. She's got so much flow on there and really digging that rail on that bottom turn as well. And takes this one all the way through. So great surfing for Kai Kim.
Yeah, I love the fact that she was so generous to
I
give
know.
people in sessions.
So
That is
cute.
so sweet. So all of these ladies, they're going to have their first wave locked in pretty well soon. So Kai, if we look to Kai, she got a 4.17. Nat Fensom a 2.83 with that fall. So a couple of lower scores to lock in here. Something I've been picking the brain of with obviously Dai, Giada and Tippy so far this morning is those first two waves are actually really crucial to setting up the energy and momentum for the back half of the heat. And I feel it's really going to translate into the women's side as well. If you can start with a good score like we see from Arisa with a 5.33, that's a lot of pressure off your shoulders and ability to get a little bit more creative as we go into the back half of this heat.
Yeah, 100%, especially a 5.33 with a fall. Like imagine what Arisa could do if she finishes that one off. So it's got to be a big confidence booster for Arisa.
Yeah, I feel like if we ran the numbers, a lot of those guys who made the most of those first two waves typically do go on to progress through that heat. TP said we're not going to see any buzzer beaters.
No.
Everyone knows where their wave's going to roll through here. So Nat Fensom, she's going to get her first look at the second wave of the set here. She was on the fourth for her first go. She's going to look for a completion here. This is going to be really crucial right now for Nat. Great looking first turn. A lot of water coming out the back there. She's going to keep going into the pocket here. That LSD looking nice and sharp under her feet there. No downtime. Really smooth lines here. Let's take a look at our Indonesian. She gets a little hung up on that first section. Oh, looked a bit better on that second, but you can see there's a lot of water actually draining back up the face. So you have to be, I feel like, using speed. If not, you're going to get caught out.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel like for Nat in this replay, this is the Nat we know. This great backhand surfing there, just straight into the pocket, throwing buckets. And again, for a second, she just makes it look so easy. Nat, nice little check turn there and closes that one off pretty strong.
I like just the confidence that she had on that wave, where a lot of people can fall and not find that straight away. And then obviously from Kia here.
Yeah, that first turn where she got a bit hung sort of put her out of rhythm for that second turn. She just came unstuck, but she had that great first wave with a 4.17, so that will just be a throwaway.
Without giving any of your secrets away for anyone listening in, what's your your mantra and your strategy for surfing this wave pool?
I think definitely for me the takeoff.
Make the takeoff.
No, literally make the takeoff. But definitely capitalizing on those first two sections and then that finish turn. So I feel like the middle part of the wave is a bit slower and it gives you a bit of opportunity to just reset and you're like, relax, I just need to finish this. So if you can get those first two turns, which we saw Nat do, she drops a 4.93.
Yeah, looking sharp for Nat. I just love the recovery. We touched on it really quickly before. I just feel like a lot of people, including myself, like if I fell and I knew I only had a couple more opportunities, like you have to bounce back on that next wave. So the fact that she did and did it really convincingly too, I think is good signs of what's to come for Nat as this heat does start to roll on. She's only got 2 more waves to go, so she's looking to really build and start to apply some more pressure on these other ladies. Kai, she's going to take her second wave of the set. She got a 2-3-3 for that last one, so looking to build on her scoreline here. Currently needs a 4-0-2. And Arissa chasing a 1-0-1. So there's literally nothing right now between second and third. Kai obviously has had a lot of reps out here before as well. You would have got to watch a lot of these women out here and just kind of see who's really reading this beautifully. We're going to get back to this in a second because these sets are going to start to roll through right now. Kai, bottom turn into this first section here. You can see using her entire wingspan to drive up into those sections, push hard and get the rotation as she's coming back around here for Kai Kim. She's going to get knocked off her feet at the end there, but some really beautiful surfing. And now Arissa, that board looking so fun and electric under her feet. Connects really well on that third. That's a tricky looking finishing section, but she's going to make it. So she's liking it. That felt like a little okay when she jumped off. But these two ladies, a bit different approaches on how to surf this wave, but both really entertaining in their own right.
Yeah, and I loved this takeoff for Kai. Just put her straight in the position at the bottom of the wave to really wrap around and hit that first section. She hits it again for a second, and look at her flow. And like you said, Jess, her wingspan, she's really utilising her whole body to really turn through those sections. And this one for Arissa. Late drop, free falls, nearly loses it, but actually puts her in a great position for that first turn. And I think this is the difference here for Arissa. She's like in the pocket for all 4 turns there.
Yeah, that last one in particular like, had a really big exclamation mark on it, and I imagine she probably would have been one of the standout women's in the free surf sessions, which is kind of where I wanted to go just before. You would have got to watch a lot of surfing over the last few days. Was there someone who really stood out to you as like, oh, I feel like they're going to do well in this event, other than yourself, obviously?
Definitely Arissa. Arissa's been surfing so good. I surfed with her on the right as well, and she's good both ways, which is insane. But the biggest standout for me is Nanaho. She was doing air reverses like nobody's business, making them look so easy. So I'm so excited to see her bring those into the draw. Another one as well, Oceania Rogers. She was doing a couple airs as well, which was really cool. I know. I love to see the women's progression. And that's a big part of the criteria as well.
Yeah, if there's any way to do it, it's here. Like, it is really the most contained environment. Obviously, we have Stab High now where we see everyone going to the air, obviously, in that. But it feels like that has really taken women's aerial surfing to a whole nother level, and it's giving them just this really contained environment to try out new things, tweak the tail, give us some variety of grabs as well. So hopefully we get to see a couple of those in competition. I know there's a lot more pressure once the jersey's on, and especially in these 4-woman and 4-man heats, you do have to convert. Right now though, Kia, she's going to take off on yet her 3rd wave here right now. That last one was a 2-1-7. Didn't put her up in the top 2, so this one crucial right now for our young surfer representing Indonesia. I like the connection on those ones. It feels like it's going to put her in a good spot here. Nat Fensom currently holding on to 2nd place right now, so needs to keep building to keep Kia away from that 2nd place. Tricky looking end section here. You can see didn't have a lot of speed to drive up into that end pocket, and that has proven time and time again that if you're taking the 4th wave, you have to be in front of the 8 ball with speed.
Yeah, 100%. And we see nearly the little bend in the 4th wave as we see Kia. This replay here, nice first bottom turn, puts her straight in the pocket, throwing buckets. That's a better turn there, really talking her head all the way through. And I love that 3rd turn, and just unable to get a 4th, but I feel like the damage was done there for Kia. And Nat, a little bit behind here, just gets a bit of whitewash to the face, sort of puts her out of rhythm, but she does well to land that 2nd turn. And a nice little check turn for the 3rd, but just comes unstuck on that 4th. But Nat's got a 4.93, and that last one a 3.13. And Kia, her last wave, a 4.43. So like you said, Jess, a bit of changing in between second and third here for Kia and Nat.
Yeah, and it's funny because they're on the same rotation.
Yes.
So they're going to be watching each other, building on each other's scores right now. So Kia going back into second. Now Nat is going to need a 3.67. Arissa looking really just confident and comfortable right now in that first place. I feel like she's just getting started too. It doesn't feel like this is her peak. She's got so much more to drive and build towards right now. So Arissa, she's going to take this next second wave of the set. Then we're going to see Kai on the fourth. Kai, unfortunately, with a pair of twos. Now, her surfing, so beautiful. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of grace and flow with her style. I just feel like maybe not capitalizing on those really critical sections at the start.
Yeah, and it's so hard with the late takeoff. It's you sort of want to go wide to sort of make sure you land that first turn, and I feel like Kai's doing that to really finish those waves. But as we see Arissa, she's really utilising the pocket here, and it's getting her the biggest scores.
I've been told to watch where Kanoa Hije sits.
Oh.
He sits apparently on the wall, basically, and takes off
So
there, and
scary.
it puts him in like this perfect spot. And he doesn't just do it on a shortboard, but a longboard too. He is so multi-talented when it comes to riding different equipment. We're going to see him come up later in the men's draw. Right now, Arissa looking to build on her lead here. So much power, so much flow, and the board's pretty too. It looks incredible under her feet. Massive end section turn here for Arissa. She loves the feel of it. Kai now can see, went to go up into that opening section here, but she's going to go for something big down the line here for Kai Kim. Racing around. She loves it, just really pushing hard on those end sections. Unfortunately, those fins did skid out a little bit, so scores to lock in for Arissa and Kai, but this is what I mean. Arissa is just getting better every single time she's up and riding on her feet.
Yeah, and like you said, it really is that rhythm as we see, just straight into the pocket, throwing some fins there, and again. So first and second and third turn, even a fourth.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between, I think, all the other women in this heat. She's really utilising the pocket of the whole wave. Kai Kim here, nice bottom turn there, just a little bit below the lip for Kai, and she opts to race it section. And comes around here, and the tail skids out on her a bit, so unable to ride out.
Yeah, I would imagine it would also be quite daunting because obviously the water is this perfect crystal blue, but as you're looking down at concrete. So
And-
it can be a bit daunting on those opening sections.
Yeah, and you know what's so daunting too? Looking up at the big screen and seeing just your face.
Oh my
Just
God.
on the big screen.
Incredible.
While you're sitting and waiting for your wave.
Incredible. You're like, oh wait, that's me.
Yeah, hey.
And it's kind of cool though because you can watch your wave back and be like,
Yes.
oh, I should have pushed a little bit harder there, or maybe if I release my bottom turn a little bit later,
Yes.
it'll do this. Like, I think that's actually a pretty cool perk to like being here at a wave pool in such a controlled environment. And it's funny, I was talking to Tippy about it earlier. It is our version of a skate comp.
Oh, 100%. And I love as well, you see coaching on the wall, because you can. You
Yes.
can,
I'll be there if you'd like.
Yeah,
I'll
please.
yell. Yeah.
Please.
I can
Yell
make
at me.
signs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't nosedive.
No, yes, oh my gosh, stop it. No, I would never. I
That's
would
so
never. That's
funny.
Noah's job. He's got that. Nat Fensim here, currently in third, so she needs a 3.67. If we think back to a couple of her rides, especially that 4.93, she was pushing really hard. Her timing was impeccable. She had zero downtime
Yep.
between her turns, really nice flow. That's exactly what she needs to channel right now because, yes, she needs a 3.67, but it feels like she's probably going to need a 5 or more. So Nat, she's going to take a look. This is the wave, the actual setting that she got her best wave on so far. So better looking third turn there. This is already feeling like a better wave. Buried it on the last, but got some good moments before that. Let's see if Kia can answer back here. Lovely looking first turn. Just felt like a little bit buried on that second, which is going to put her out of rhythm here, but goes into it for the last turn. I feel like that wave's not going to go into Kia's top two, so it really is going to be down to Nat's last wave here.
And it'll be really interesting to see if that fall on the end section, where that's going to put Nat in terms of score. As we see this replay, it is the second wave of the set, so it is that cuppier wave. Nice first turn and a second slash there, throwing more spray. Third there, letting the fins go, and that's where she sticks the nose in a bit.
I kind of liked it though. 3.67, there was two really nice turns in the middle there. She capitalized on that first. If it came in just under, like it wouldn't be super surprising, but I felt like it had enough to maybe get it there, and then obviously just going for it on that end section there, but that board completely falling out under her feet. So I feel like Arissa was safe to say she's definitely going to make it through this heat right now, but Nat's given her, even with a fall, every opportunity to get that score.
Yeah, and if we look back at a 3-1-3, I feel like this wave was better than a 3-1-3. She gave herself more opportunities to get right in the pocket. So we'll wait and see what that score comes on through.
2 judges saying no, 1 judge so far saying yes. So it really is going to come down to these last 2 judges. Where it balances out, we do get another yes. Score locks in. She needed a 3.67. She got a 3.7. So Nat goes up into second place. Unfortunately, we do lose our young Indonesian surfer out of the draw. This means her last wave comes in as a 3.43. So she, unfortunately, is out of competition right now. Kai Kim is the last surfer who can ruffle some feathers and really break into that top 2, needing a 6.16. So we've said she really has to capitalize on those steep opening waves, but Arissa with a smile because she knows she's moving on through.
Oh, and if I was surfing like Arissa, I'd be so stoked. We've seen her kick out and the little jumps on the end. I definitely think she's feeling it.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of personality in her surfing. I love seeing it. I feel like she's got room to build every single heat. Let's take a look at Kai here. Can see, take it off a little bit wider, making sure she's getting the landing on these opening turns here. Beautiful surfing from Kai. Like I've mentioned all throughout this heat, the flow she has is impeccable. It's one of her strengths here. Airdrop out of this takeoff here for Arissa. Pushing hard on this first section, and a lot of water coming out the back on the second and the third. Just so well timed. Unfortunately, as I said that, she mistimed that end section there, but she is having so much fun. She's absolutely going to take out this heat. And I feel like there's a lot of really good takeaways as well for Kia and Kai, because the wave pool heats are nowhere near easy.
Oh, no way. And it's so hard to, you either really gel with the wave pool or you don't. This was my favourite wave of Kai Kim. That last turn, finishing off so nicely. So Kai should be so happy with that. This is a difference. We see Arissa really take off on the wall. It puts her in the perfect position to come around the section and really be right in the pocket. And wow, just pushing so hard, but yet making it look so easy.
Well, it is going to be confirmed right now. Arissa Ishii is going to be taking this one out with a solid looking heat total. Nat Fensom from Australia, she's going to be moving on through as well. Unfortunately, losing Kia and Kai out of the draw. Plenty more women surfing coming up. I am going to step out of the booth and welcome back in Giada Legati right after this short break.
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast.
All right, sun is shining here in Siheung Korea Open QS 6000. We are back to live action. In this heat right now, we have Hinano Shimizu and Hinata Shimizu, both sisters, Holly Wishart and Lillian Bassett. I'm Giada Legati, and I'm in the booth with Izzy.
Hey!
I'm super excited. The girls are all out here, and it's a gorgeous day. Unfortunately, I think a bit of a fumble for both Hinano and Hinata on their first wave of the set, so not a great start.
No, yeah, me and Jess were talking about that takeoff. It's so much harder than the T2 setting, which we've all been warming up on, and it's literally an air drop and then it spits. So it's so intimidating.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It just kind of bowls up and scoops you over, so unless you're on the perfect spot or paddling really hard, you can do that.
Yeah.
So you definitely want to be watching out for it. There are a couple of the Bonso replays here. Fortunately, both sisters going down just back to back, but it's okay. They still have 3 more chances.
Which is so good about the pool, getting 4 opportunities. And I was talking to Jess before, it's so good being able to see your replays on the live screen, and as well as having coaches on the wall.
Yeah, I was talking to a friend just now actually saying that it's great when you get a good wave, but when you get a wipeout,
Like,
you do not want to be watching
wanna
that
look.
replay. You're like, do not.
So good.
So Holly Wishart now on her first wave of this heat. Exciting moments ahead. So of course only a 0.2 and a 0.1 for both of those surfers. These 2 girls are going to be watching closely, taking note, be like, all right, that's exactly what we don't want to be doing. You too, because you'll be surfing.
Yes. Heat 8.
Are you excited?
I am. I'm really excited. Yes.
Okay, without giving too much away, watching these heats, what have you taken?
Definitely, as we see, it's a lot suckier. The second and the fourth wave are really different from each other. So I think the second wave, it gives you a little bit more time to pace yourself. And then the fourth wave is really bowly. But I think getting that deep bottom turn and putting it right in the pocket. We've seen a couple girls go a bit wider, but I think the judges are really rewarding, like we saw Arissa in that last heat, that in-pocket surfing.
Yeah, I think what the advantage is maybe with the backhand surfers is
Yes.
because you can kind of open up your chest a little more and really have that low center of gravity. It's easier to be tighter in the pocket. This isn't like an ocean wave where if you're out on the on the face, it does lose a lot of power. So right now, live action. Holly Wishart, good looking first turn here. Loving the snap. Wraps it around a little bigger, a little more farther out, like we were saying. Nice little belay back there, giving in variety. 3 different turns, really nicely done. So Lillian Bassett now on her backhand. Good first turn here, sets things up, setting the pace for the rest of the wave. Nicely done on the second. Gets a little stuck there, but manages to kind of pull through. Will she ride out of it? I don't think that will be deemed complete.
Yeah, I love Holly surfing. I feel like Holly surfing's gotten so much better in the last year. She didn't do this event last year, but she's been spending lots of time in the Mets as we see this replay. I love this bottom turn. Straight into the pocket like we were talking about. Nice wrap. And she is on her forehand, so she's got to really focus on that in-pocket surfing and closes that one off so beautifully.
Yeah, so really nicely done for both the ladies. This is gonna be a great battle. I would love to see Hinano and Hinata because they're both incredible surfers. I've seen them in the QS around Asia quite a bit, so they have a solid name. It was weird to see both of them fumble.
Yeah, and especially Hinano, she got 9th at this event last year. So quarterfinal finish, she's looking to better that, or if not get the same. So she is a name in this draw, I would say. But yeah, both the twins in the same heat.
Absolutely. Imagine. I was actually watching them get ready and I was like, that's so
I
unfortunate.
know.
Like, I don't know if I would be happy or not if
Yeah.
I had a sister and being in the same heat. Like, it could be so competitive.
Yeah.
But do you have siblings?
Yes, I have a sister and a brother, but they don't surf,
Okay, so
which is good because they can just watch me.
supporting.
Yes, but yeah, Jessie and True, I'm sure when those girls were competing, the exact same thing as well. I know they both got so nervous when they were in Taiwan, watching each other and surfing against each other. So yeah, it's really interesting to see the twins. It's so funny, they're on the same rotation as well.
Yep, that is a pretty crazy coincidence, but I'm sure they've sorted it out. They both want to pass this heat. 2 ladies get to go through. So a couple scores came in for that last exchange for white and green. It was Holly Wishart with the best wave of the heat, a 5 to get things rolling. Lillian Bassett, a 2.5. So good start. That's a really nice base, and I'm sure they're going to be wanting to kind of build their score throughout the heat. Now, with 3 waves left, it's similar to the ocean where you build your base and you want to build it up. These are the 2 ladies who unfortunately weren't able to have a solid concrete base, but this is looking much nicer now for Hinata Shimizu on her backhand. Nice, graceful style. We've seen it time and time again. Hinano almost fumbles again on the takeoff, but manages to stick with it. there. Much better second and third turn, starting to look a bit more like herself. Unfortunately goes down as well, so it's going to be a bit of a hard one on her confidence.
Yeah, wow, Hinata just really capitalized on that opportunity. We did see both the girls free fall drop again, and I feel like Hinano just lost it a little bit, but this replay of Hinata comes straight around this section, right into the pocket, and this middle section is where we see her go to work. Huge turns here, just throwing absolute buckets, and closes that one off.
All right, nicely done there for both our Japanese surfer on their backhand. There we saw where she kind of fumbled a little bit on the takeoff, but manages to recover here. Did some two beautiful turns, and unfortunately gets a little late to that last section where we said you want to get there early, because if not, that landing is just going to be so dry and you don't want to be finishing on that concrete.
No, and it's so explosive. Both the sections are just coming at you at once, let alone the ankle deep concrete. So that as well comes into it. But as we see, even though Hinano didn't really capitalize on that, we saw one huge turn on that wave. So we know what she has, and with two more opportunities to go, I feel like hopefully she's in the right headspace and she can really show us what she's made of.
Absolutely, and there we have 617
Yep.
for Hinata. That is one of the best waves of the day, actually. We haven't seen too many surfer kind of bust into that 6 range, so it's refreshing, it's nice, and I'm happy to see the ladies out there. It's always a great time when the girls are out in the water. It's inspiring, as we said before. Must be good for you. You're going to be analyzing every single heat now, getting ready. So have you had any wave pool practice before this event?
Yes, at the 9 p.m. sessions, which has been good, but that's usually my bedtime, which is it's fun. But I've been really watching the girls in the round of 32, like Nanaho Suzuki. Oh my goodness, she has just been throwing air reverses left, right, and center, and she did one in the final last year.
Yeah, so that is last year's winner, Nanaho Suzuki. But on your screen, Lillian Bassett on the second wave of the set. Good first hammer, does it again there. Opts for the third one, a little farther out, and unfortunately gets there late, isn't able to shut that one down. Holly Wishart digs her rail and goes down.
Yes, so unfortunate for Holly there. Bit uncharacteristic, like I was in the same session as Holly and she was really nailing those takeoffs, so maybe a bit of nerves, bit of everything going into play, but she's still got two more opportunities.
Yep, so here are the replays. Break it down.
Yeah, I love this wave for Liliana. She gets so low, and I love this bottom turn. Really gives her the power and the speed to really push into those top turns. That was her best wave.
Absolutely, this is definitely her best wave. She's going to put her name back into this heat, backing up that 2.5 nicely. So Holly, there, yeah, goes down. That is not looking pretty good. We did say the fourth wave of the set tends to be quite different to the first one. I think it has a bit more of a warble to it because it's like the remains from the first two waves. But, you know, it's still a beautiful, perfect spot.
Yes. Yeah, and it's so Liliana's last wave, a 3.77. So I feel like that was a great wave, and Hinata and Liliana are currently tied for first. I feel like we haven't really seen the women capitalize yet. Hinata's 6.17, but her backup's a 0.10. So this whole heat is really, really close.
Absolutely. The two sisters there now waiting for their third set. Hinata really pushing it. 6.17. She is dying to get rid of that 0.1 because, you know, as you get deeper into the heat, you start to really want to push. You want to build your scores. You want to start giving the judges a little more, but not too much. This is still early days, first heat, first round. So you want to keep a couple of tricks still up your sleeves for the upcoming heats.
And do you think for Hinata and even Holly and Hinano as well, having those falls, they might be sort of safety surfing a little bit to make sure they get their makes?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We've definitely been seeing them a little safer than what we usually are probably used to from the girls, but like we said, you want to be surfing at 65-70% this early on in the contest. You don't want to be pushing it so hard. And these girls, you know, all the training comes from before. This is just when you showcase all the hard work you've done during the off season. Unfortunately, Hinano really not being able to string this one together. She goes down again. She hasn't had a complete wave just yet. Right behind her, her sister will be taking off on this one. Good looking first turn there, tight in the pocket, wastes no time to get that second one in. Almost fumbles there. She needs a completion. She backs up her 617 really nicely.
Yeah, saw the little claim at the end, so she loves that. So uncharacteristic though for Hinono. So,
Yeah, sometimes those days just approach where you just cannot put it together, and it doesn't matter how much or how hard you try. You just are out of rhythm. And I was telling Dai earlier on that sometimes in this wave pool, you just see people rock up and they just can't find the rhythm with it, and they just can't seem to connect and string their waves together or kind of build that score. Here we saw her on the takeoff, straight off the bat, just go down. We have our current heat leader, Hinata Shimizu.
great first turn there. Straight in the pocket, wraps it around for a second little check turn. As we see, the fourth wave has that little bend in it, so she did well to ride out of that one.
Yeah, there we go. A bit of a, what's up? What more do you want? Please. Watch me go.
Yes.
All right, more live action on your screen. That is the wave pool where we currently at Siheung Korea Open QS 6000. This is also a longboarding QS where later on we will be seeing some of the longboarders take to the screen. I love how graceful and elegant they make this look. So exciting days ahead, so much surfing. So you're gonna want to tune in. This is a beautiful day out here in Siheung. Yesterday we had a bit of a cloudy, stormy day, but the sun did come out.
Yes, yeah, even this morning it was a little bit cold. I had my jacket on, and then as soon as I came down here, I was sweating.
Yeah, lots of walk-ins, so you
Yes.
start to get moving and you're like, all right, it's actually not so cold here in Korea.
Well, Hanada's last wave, a 5.27. So I feel like Hanada is feeling pretty confident right now with this last wave that she has. I feel like she's going to go for broke. She has nothing to lose, and she's pretty far ahead out of the rest of the field. And just a small score for Hinano, a 0.33. She's only looking for, though, a 2.95.
All right, here we have it. Holly Wishart now. This is her third wave. Let's see what she manages. Good first slice there. Wraps it around, really pushes that tail. Sets it up for this one. Nice fan of spray. Let's see if she gets to finishing, and she does clinch to it. We'll see if that was deemed complete on the back. Lillian Bassett currently in second. Wants to improve her 250. Nice looking turns there. I love how low she gets. Doesn't get that last section in, but did all the work out the back, so we'll see what the judges think.
Yeah, that wave for Lillian, she just looked so much more confident. She was pushing a lot harder, and I felt like she was putting her board in more of the critical section for her. So I think that was definitely her best one, even with the fall. Holly Wishart, that's a better takeoff for Hol. And nice wrap there to get things started. Pushing so hard, like you said. And comes through here, nice turn there. A little bit late. Sort of in two minds, it feels. She wasn't sure what to do, but I don't know if she gets the ride out. What do you think, dear?
I don't know. That was looked a little incomplete to me. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, Liliana, like I said, pushing so hard. I love the compression she gets off the bottom. Really puts her in the position to really talk through her upper body and throwing buckets. So personally, I think that was her best wave, but could be so wrong.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. She's getting that 2.5 out the window, but you're right. Holly Wishart looking like she wasn't too sure what she wanted to do. She was kind of doing that double, triple bottom turn, looking at the section like, oh, and then kind of went for it. So in contest, you just have to, decide and conquer.
Yeah, and I think with that fall as well she had on her previous wave, maybe she was thinking, oh, I got to be a little bit careful, but her last score, a 4.43. So puts her into second on the back of that 5-point ride. Last of Lillian, a 4.27. So we were right. It was her best wave. So great surfing for Lillian. She's looking for a 5.16. And Hinano looking for a 6.10. We see Hinano's last wave about to come on through.
Yep, so all 4 surfers have got 3 waves. This is the last chance. That is your current situation. On the screen, it is Hinata Shimizu in first, Holly Wishart in second. Hinata will be catching the second wave of this set. She is in a pretty good spot. You know, she's looking pretty confident. She's been killing it. Let's see what she manages to do here. Nice opening first turn. Smoothly into the second one. Loving her act. She's looking confident, and I want to see her really slam this one down, and she does. So she is leaving pretty nicely. Hinano, unfortunately, gets kind of stuck a little bit on that first turn, but that second one was massive. This is the Hinano we are used to. Does right out of it. She finally gets it all together. Unfortunately, a little too late.
Yeah, well, she was looking for a 6.10. Now, we have not seen many sixes. Obviously, Hanada's got a 6.17, so hers has got to be just below that. It's going to be really interesting, but we saw her get a little bit hung on that first section, but really capitalized on that third turn. So it'll be interesting to see what happens as we see this Bonsoi heat replay. Hanada, current heat leader. This is the surfing we love to see. We can see she's so free, she's so loose. Confidence is spraying out of her while she's spraying so much water. And close that one out for Hanada, current heat leader. She won that heat.
Yeah, I think she definitely did. I mean, it's early days, so we have 2 more waves to be ridden. This is Hinano Shimizu this turn, though. I love that. She really threw buckets. Does it again here, manages to ride out of it. Is it too little too late, or does she get the score? All right, so Hinata gets a 7.07.
Wow.
Really textbook heat surfing from our surfer in blue. She did exactly what we were saying. Actually started with a fumble and just slowly built her scores. There we have a 6.17, then got the 5 and finishes it off strong. Hinano 6.40 goes straight to second. So things are starting to heat up in this round of 48 heat 2. We have 2 more waves to be ridden. Holly Wishart, Lillian Bassett, all eyes on you girls. 4.74 and a 5.47 are the requirements.
Wow. And Lillian, she's on this second wave. Holly's on the 4th wave. Holly's looking for a 4.74. She's already got that 5, but as we were talking about Hinano, that second turn really pushing. That's what the judges want to see.
Yep, you're absolutely right. That is what the judges are looking for. They also want to be surprised and refreshed. So when you see those new things come together, it really, the judges drop those big scores easily. Now on your screen, Lillian Bassett. Nice, solid first hook there. Really compresses into the second one. Massive fans of spray. Pushes and really pushes that tail down. Unfortunately, doesn't ride out of this one. Holly Wishart out the back. Nice slice there. Sets it up again. Loving her scene. She needs a 4.74 and goes down as well. So, Hinata and Hinano started off a bit iffy, but it looks like they kind of recovered quite nicely.
And that's the thing with this opportunity of having 4 waves. You're able to make those little mistakes, but those girls just had the mindset to just go, I don't care, I'm just going to surf, and it's paid off.
Yeah, and that really shows some strong competitive mindset there, because it's not easy to kind of let go of the mistakes you have. It's simple to be able to fall into that rhythm of, oh, I did that mistake, and you're in that negative mindset and you bring it into your next wave. So here are the Bonsoi replays. Talk us through.
Yeah, I feel like Lillian's just building. You can see the confidence on that. That was a great turn there. Again, not capitalizing on this finishing turn, which is where we're seeing most of the scores come from.
All right, and it is official. Hinata and Hinano go through. Holly and Lillian, unfortunately, bowing out early.
Yeah, Holly, great surfing for her. Just doing so many nice pocket turns again on her forehand. A bit harder to get straight into that pocket like we were talking.
All right, so that is the end of the heat. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you guys into heat 3 of the round of 48.
I love being so fast-paced. It's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced.
All right, pool party's still on and pumping. Jasmine Studer, Aura Zeflin, Alani Morse, and Rika Shoji in this round of 48, heat 3. Two of the girls already caught their first waves. I'm Jada Legati. I want to welcome back my dear friend Dai Wacker.
I'm back.
He's back.
Wow, it's nice weather outside. It's getting hot compared to this morning. Nice day to go into the pool and nice wave. Yeah.
It's cooking.
Yeah.
Perfect tides, perfect winds, everything's looking really good out there. All right, so a couple replays. What do you think of this one, Dai?
Well, first wave of the heat. First turn, little bit of a check turn from Jasmine Studer. Unfortunately, got stuck on the second turn. And this is the first wave for blue. A little bit of fumble on the takeoff and get stuck on the second turn again. So it's yeah, like you see, you know, it's tricky condition out there, but it's perfect. But as well as it's tricky, so you have to know exactly the wave, what wave will do. But yeah, that was unfortunate for the both of surfers.
All right, so I just want to quickly mention. I don't know about for the rest of the world, but for us in Indonesia, the Penang Cup is a huge thing. So we have the honor of watching Jasmine Studer, last year's Penang Cup winner. So that is a massive, massive thing. It's a very prestigious contest that we have in Bali, in what I think is Bali's jewel wave. The Penang Cup is to watch. So big achievement for Jas Studer, and a huge congratulations to the Studer family.
Definitely, it's one of the biggest comps in Bali, I guess, because after the heat, there's so many people surrounded and just celebrate her. So
yeah, so on your screen now, Alani Morse, nice opening first turn here, sets it up again for the second one. Speedy surfer, I'm liking her act here, gets 4 nice turns in, good solid start. Right behind her, unfortunately, Rika Shoji goes down late to the takeoff. Maybe needed 2 more strokes and she would have made it in really nicely.
You know, you have to nail the takeoff timing right here for the T6 setting here. So, well, that was really unfortunate for her. But like you said, this is the first wave for her, and that was a great surfing first turn. Great, throwing a lot of sprays on the second turn here, and gets the third turn in and gets completion on the last section as well. So beautiful 4-turn combo from Alani Morse. Comes in 5.17, so it's a good start for Alani.
Yeah, the turns were smooth. There wasn't much downtime on that wave. She did those back-to-back textbook surfing, and we like to see that. It's entertaining, it's fun. So all 4 surfers have their scores in. Jasmine Studer in second, 2. Alan, Aura Zeflin, also known as Alan, sorry, a 1.73. Rika Shoji, a 0.20. So Alan is part of that Kandui clan. She is always out here with Dylan and Ray Wilcoxon and their younger brother Jaden as well. So a big shout out to everyone out in Kandui. I'm sure they're probably watching this heat, and a beautiful family, beautiful community. It's great to see them always traveling together.
Definitely, it's totally different condition right now. It's on season in Mentawai, I guess. So
Yes.
definitely, she's been surfing the perfect waves in Indonesia. But this is another different type of perfect wave here. So I'm just looking forward to see her surfing here.
Yeah, so Allen has that very graceful, elegant, feminine style that we really like to watch. She has that closer stance when she's surfing. You'll see her now when she catches a wave. So very nice to watch. Very young as well. I think Allen must be 16 now.
Wow.
Yeah. So bright future ahead for Allen. Let's see what she does on this second wave of the set. She needs to nail this takeoff. Looking pretty good. Let's see. Nice first turn. Loving it. Bit more of a check turn here. She really starts to push it. Wraps it around again. Loving her style. She needs to complete it, and she does. Good start there for Allen. Jazz Studer right behind. Good check turn here. See what she does. Bit of a, safe surfing from Jazz. Not exactly what we're used to seeing. Does not ride out of this one. So I see Jazz kind of holding back. She has the handbrake on. She isn't really surfing like at her full potential.
Right, so this is her second wave. So still, she's gonna get 2 more waves. Now she experienced both second wave and fourth wave. So it's gonna be a tough for her because she needs to get a score on the third and fourth waves, but still there's plenty of time and waves. But this was amazing surfing from Aura Zeppelin. First turn, second turn, nice. Third turn, actually she put a lot of energy to it and it gets a final turn. So that's a beautiful 4-turn combo. Yeah, just like you said, missed time to take off a little bit of a check turn for the first section. And here, a little bit mistimed on the third turn, but gets completion there, but unfortunately couldn't ride out of it. So yeah, unfortunate for Jasmine Studer, and we all know that she can do better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we said, she's playing it safe, and it's the first 2 waves, and it's a pretty good strategy to have. You kind of build that concrete, you're building your scores, and slowly you start to like ramp it up and give a little more to the judges. I've got this, and then I've got that. So it keeps that surprise factor alive.
Definitely. There's still, 2 more waves for them, so there's plenty of opportunities.
Yeah, we're taking away the ocean factor here that you're going to catch waves, 100%. You're getting 4 waves. There is no chance of you not, unless you miss it, then that's a you problem. But here it's pretty equal game plan for everyone. It's just about what strategy you use and how you're surfing and your timing with the wave.
True. This is Rika Shoji from Japan. She's from Shonan area. To the west side, it's called Seisho. She needs to get this wave.
All right, so Rika, our surfer from Shonan, nice first turn there. Unfortunately, goes down again. Rika not really finding her rhythm, mistiming her first 2 waves here. Right behind her, Alani Morse. Let's see what she does. Nice first turn here. Sets it up for the second one.
Wow.
Massive slash and goes down. That is pretty unfortunate. It was looking like it was going to be a really nice score.
She's already locked in 5.17, so definitely she's just keen to get 1 more good score. So that was a great attempt. 庄司理香2本目のライディングになります。テイクオフの後1発目綺麗に入りましたが前に出てこれなかった。少しタイミングがずれてしまったようです。And this is a replay of loss of Alani, already locked in 5.17 and looking for another great score. So that second turn was big, huge turn. Unfortunately, got stuck on the top of the white water. So that one comes in at a 2.50. Still, having a 5.17 for the first wave is a great way to start her heat.
All right, Jasmine Studer. She is up onto her third wave. These heats are flying by. It is going so quick. There's non-stop action here at the Siheung Korea Open QS 6000. Huge thank you to our partners, Covea, Ballon Blanc, Mao Method, O'Neill, LS, Kia, LG Gram, Pocari Sweat, and obviously Bonsoy. So a lot of support in these events, which is beautiful for these surfers. You know, it really showcases some good surfing. People get an equal chance and big points.
6,000, you know, we don't have many QSs in Asia region this year, so this is going to be very, very important for all the surfers. You know, 6,000 is the biggest QS of the season, so wow, everyone want to get a good points here.
Yeah, unfortunately, our usual first stars, Korean Nias, were taken out, so this is practically the first event of the year.
Pretty much, you know, so it was really unfortunate that we couldn't go back to this, you know, Rui and Nias, always best good competitions.
All right, back to live action. Jazz Studer, good first hammer there. Gets a little stuck behind. Needs to get around the section. See her finishing. A bit of a check turn there. Shuts this one down. So 3 solid turns. Alin right behind her. Nice first slash there. Tries to do it again, but unfortunately gets a little stuck off the top. Whips it shut there and falls backwards. So the girls having a bit of a fumble there on their third waves, but still early days.
Still early days. One more wave for them to, but like you said, you know, it's a bit unfortunate for Jasmine and Aura. This is a reply of last wave for Jasmine Studer, and you know, got stuck on the first wave, but she recovered really nicely, come around the sections, set it up again, gets a second turn in, and actually gets a completion on the last section. So there was a beautiful recovery there from Jasmine, and this is the last wave from Aura. Nice first turn, broke the rail a little bit, but still recovers it really nicely, gets a second turn in. And that was a big turn there, but unfortunately goes down. So a bit of unfortunate for both of, you know, both surfers here.
Yeah, both surfers from Indonesia representing the red and white, and a great community coming all together. Talking about Indonesian surfers, Ketut Agus was walking around earlier, and he is last year's QS 6000 winner. He had an incredible performance throughout the whole event, so big moment there for him. I'm excited to watch him surf later on today. We are gonna have just back-to-back heats.
I know, non-stop action today, you know, until 5:30. But yeah, I am so excited to see Ketut surfing this afternoon. He was ripping last year. He was on fire.
Yeah, and just been seeing him around the island, and he's been really putting in the work in. He's been really putting in the time. I've seen him training, not only in but outside of the water too. He's looking strong, and I'm excited for his season. But back to live action. First burner wave there. We have Alani Morse, current heat leader, 517, wants to get rid of that 2.5. Let's see what she gets under her belt here. Good, solid start there for her. Bit more critical on that second one. I like how she pushes her tail. Let's see if she gets to complete it. Unfortunately, she does not. That's going to be quite a big chunk of score cut off right behind her. Rika Shoji struggling to kind of link this one together. Let's see what she does on the second part of the wave. Yeah, so unfortunately for Rika, she's not really able to, she hasn't had a good score just yet. She hasn't gotten out of the point 0.2, 0.8 range.
And she's struggling to time it right on this T6 setup here. But great surfing for Alani Morse sitting in the first place. Beautiful first turn. An even bigger turn on the second, fin released, and I love the third turn here. But unfortunately, she couldn't ride out of the final section, but still, she will be able to get rid of the 2.50. 庄司理香の3本目のライディングになります。1発2発この後当てていきますが、波とのタイミングが少し合っていないか、前に出てこれない。これは出てきましたね。
Yeah, but early days, she has one more chance. That's pretty unfortunate for Rika Shoji. I was hoping to see her showcase a little bit more of her solid surfing. So actually in the last heat, both Hinano and Hinata Shimizu started off pretty terribly. I mean, they fell off on the first wave. And then I think it must have been Hinano on the very last wave. She caught the score she was looking for and got into second. So it's you never really know what's going to happen, and it's never too late.
You know, especially this heat, Alani Moss is only surfer who got 5 and 4s here, so it's, you know, doors wide open for second place here.
Yeah.
So one wave can change everything.
Exactly. So this is that last one wave we're talking about. So Jasmine Studer and Alan Aura-Zeflin really need to take advantage of this situation. Alan wants to get rid of that 2-5. She knows she's not in a very safe spot. Girls, Jasmine and Rika, they need minor scores to get back into it. So pressure on Alan.
Definitely, you know, she needs to get rid of the 2.50. She's up and riding.
All right, here we go. Alan, good first turn. Big fan of spray. Sets it up for the second one. Goes a little more out on the shoulder. A little nice, massive hack there to kind of solidify her score. That was beautifully done from Alan, exactly what we were talking about. She needs to save her spot. Jasmine Studer now out the back on the fourth wave, goes in for the barrel, showing exactly why she's a Pan Cup champion.
Right.
So interesting finish there. Alan, I love that third turn. It was really nicely done.
I would say it's gonna be a best ride so far in this heat. That was a beautiful surfing from Aura-Zeflin. Let's take another look. This is a replay of last wave for Aura-Zeflin here. Nice first turn to start with. Love the second turn here. More of a check turn, but this turn throwing a lot of sprays here. And that was a fourth turn. That was a really huge turn for Aura-Zeflin. Definitely she'll get rid of the 2.50.
Absolutely.
And then this is another important wave for Jasmine Studer. Need 3.858 right now. So a little bit of a check turn on second turn. Stuck on the third turn, unfortunately, and here she goes in the tube, traveling. Unfortunately, couldn't really make that section.
All right, that was some great action. All right, we have some scores come through. Alan, 5-1-3, backing up herself and getting a little deeper into that second spot. She wants to stay there. So Alani Morse now still in first. She will be up next. This is our surfer Rika Shoji from Shonan. Let's see if she can get that 716. So she just needs one wave.
She needs one wave.
This is her one wave that can save her.
You know, she's not out of the game yet. 716. That's she needs. It is not a small score. It is a big score, but still, you know, she has the technique to get a 7.16. It is an important wave for Rika Shoji.
It would have to be the best wave of the day for now. So she has to do something pretty impressive. Here she goes. Takes off. Sets it up. Nice first turn. A little outer, not so tight in the pocket. That was a little nicer. I like that quite a bit more. This was a solid finishing for Rika Shoji. Right behind her, Alani Morris, current heat leader. Looking like she's in a pretty safe spot. Beautiful second turn there. Sticks close to the whitewash, to that power of the wave. Gets that third one in. So she's definitely going to be staying in first. Alan solidifying that second. Rika Shoji, 716. What do you think?
I gotta say, you know, it'll be her best score in this heat. But 716, I think she needed to do little more to get a 716. But it'll be her best score in this heat so far.
Yeah, definitely her best score, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be changing too much on the leaderboard here. So we're still waiting for those scores to come through for white and green. Has Alani Morris improved her situation? She has 537, does solidify her spot. She goes into the next round. Rika Shoji, like we said, 3-8, best wave of the heat, unfortunately stays in 4th. So with that, we're going to throw over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys into Heat 4.
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. It's that one place that I go to stop worrying about a lot of things, and as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning.
We have a former CT surfer in the water right now, in the likes of Paige Harab out there representing New Zealand in the red, Hansuri Jabrik in the blue from Indonesia, Grace Gosby in the white from Cronulla back home in Oz, and Lola Groob as well representing New Zealand. So a couple of Kiwis out in the water right now. We are at the Siheung Korean Open QS 6000. Here's the lady herself, our former CT surfer, coming a little unstuck on that end section, and Suri unfortunately feeling the wrath of that takeoff there too. There was a lot to deal with on that one, so she's gonna have to reset for that next wave. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Izzy Caldo. Izzy, the women rolling on through, giving us something to think about, especially in that last heat. Alani Morse was incredible.
Yeah, the wildcard, New Zealand Raglan Pro wildcard,
Yes.
definitely showcasing her back end as we see the Bonsoi replay of Paige Harab. Great snap in the pocket, definitely showing her competitive surfing here. Nice float, just comes unstuck in the flats. Out behind her is Suri, again with that wall, that takeoff. But Suri definitely watching the heats before and seeing the scoring potential coming off deeper. Taking off on the walls, really giving the judges that scoring.
I know she didn't get the takeoff there, but I feel like where she was sitting was actually perfect.
Yes.
Like that's as close to the wall as you want to be. It's putting you in these really critical parts of the wave, especially capitalizing on that first section. We saw Alani do that in the last one. Grace Gosby, she's going to get her first run at the wave pool here alongside Lola Groob as well. These women have been getting the reps in the last couple of days, but I've come to realize, I felt a little bit naive in this, you practice on a different setting.
Yes.
So this is a completely new take on this wave.
Yeah, so we practice on T1 and T2, and then this is T6, but we get a warm-up on the right on T6.
Yes,
So we get a feel of the free full drop off the wall,
Okay.
which is actually really good rather than going into it blind.
To be fair, you're going to be fine.
Yeah. Every time I'm like,
Gonna
the
be
wall.
fine. The wall, you look at me, there's like a little shake in your eye. I'm like, no, Izzy, you're going to be absolutely fine. You're so talented.
So funny.
And it happens to everyone, honestly. Like, it happened, I'm going to fully call him out. It happened to Sammy Lowe this morning, and it happened to
Yes.
Saxon Rebar in competition last year. Like, some of the most incredibly talented surfers. It's probably going to happen to me, too.
Well, it's going to happen to
me. But these ladies obviously want to capitalize on these first waves, especially when they're in a heat. Like we've mentioned all throughout the day, everyone gets 4 waves, 2 waves on the second wave, which we're seeing Grace take a look at right now. Airdrop on that first section. Really smooth lines here for Grace. Pushes hard on that second turn. Connects nicely on the third and the fourth. Okay, really great surfing here from Grace Gosby. And then unfortunately Lola as well, feeling the wrath of that drop. It is so steep there. It's such a fine line of wanting to be close to the wall, but also knowing you need to capitalize on these first couple of waves here. But you got to put yourself in the best spot. So that's what these women are doing. But Grace looking really sharp, especially on this second turn.
Yeah, I love this. She's such a tall surfer, Grace. Comes around this section, that's where all the power comes from there. And nice little snap there, finishes it off. So she'll bank that one.
She reminds me of an Amelie Burke
Yes.
standing the other way. Really strong, taller stature woman
Yeah.
who uses power to their advantage. And I think Grace really identifying that at a young age, where there was a lot of these younger girls around her getting big results, and then I felt like maybe wasn't quite living up to her potential, but now is using her extra height and strength to her advantage.
Yeah, and we saw last year she only did the Newcastle QS 2000, where she got 5th. But it's really nice to see her throw her name in the hat at these bigger comps.
I feel like these international ones as well, they prepare you better for the Challenger Series than maybe not the co-sanctioned ones, just purely because you're getting that international field. You're getting the feeling of what it's like to be like, okay, I'm really good in my region. Let's see how I fare up against someone in a different region. And most of the time, we get international competitors outside the Asia and Oceania region too. So I actually feel like, as far as it goes, we're probably the luckiest part of the world because of these co-sanctioned events.
Yes, and even surfing against the likes of Paige Harrop, who was on tour, and seeing her competitive side come out. I saw her warming up, and it's just, she just has so much knowledge. And I think for Grace and these younger girls coming through, even Suri, surfing with someone like that is really inspiring.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Paige, I love the fact that she keeps showing up to these events as well, wanting to put her best foot forward. So she got a 5 for her opening wave. Grace Gosby getting the best of those first waves there. So she locks in a 5.1. Suri with a 0.23 and Lola with a 0.13. Suri's going to take off on this next wave here. So let's see if she can capitalize on this one and adapt to the situation. You can see pushing herself slightly off the wall. She's got the takeoff on lock here. Nice looking first turn. Drives really hard through that bottom turn. Puts her in a better spot here for the third. You can see that end section on the second wave is actually really hard to get up there quickly and navigate it. Paige now taking off on the 4th wave of the set, but her second wave of this heat. Nice connection on that second turn there, but it just felt like maybe the board just was flatlining a little bit. It wasn't super on rail to give her the speed she was looking for.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was the takeoff we'll see in the Bonsoy replay, but she was a little bit late, which put her a bit late to that first turn. She got a bit stuck in that white water. As we see, here we go, Suri. This is a better looking wave. Like you said, Jess, taken off wider. Another tall girl, Suri. Great first turn there. You can see pushes so much harder in that second turn. And third, and then finishes off that one there. And Paige, bit hung at the top, which puts her in the later part of that wave. Comes around this section again, but sort of at the bottom, like you said, Jess, and getting hung.
You can see just where she airdropped out of it. Her board had to land flat and completely wiped off all of her speed. So by the time she actually got back up into that first section, she had to generate her own speed and didn't connect with that first section in that steepest part. So going in, didn't have much more drive to give her that acceleration she was chasing for that finishing turn there. Lola, similar situation to what we saw Suri in on that last lot of waves. She kind of needs to make the most of this one right now.
Yeah, and Lola has under 16 girls, New Zealand champ, so she has that competitive side. We've seen her in New Zealand. Really excited to see her and Chloe, her sister, in here in the QS 6000.
I've surfed with Lola and Chloe a bunch over in New Zealand. I'm honest, I've been there a lot over this year. I went there a couple of times, and they are just the sweetest family and really, really talented as well. I feel like they can really hold their own in the sense that if it's a crowded Raglan lineup, they're going to be out there and taking some waves.
Good, as they should.
I think so too, and I love the fact that they're so sweet, but they can hold their own, and now starting to venture out into these international QSs, which is just going to help keep building their careers, and especially at a young age, it can be daunting to do these events.
Yeah, and these girls are 15. So Lola is only 15, which is so cool.
Here we go. Lola getting the takeoff here on the second ride. So this is already going to be her best so far. Nice connection on that second section. Better looking one for the third here for Lola. Tricky looking finishing turn on these second waves, but Lola reading that beautifully. I feel like these goofy footers have a better read on these waves. Great looking turn there for Grace Gosby. Get a little hung up at the bottom of the wave. Connected really nicely again with the finishing, but she has got so much power off that back foot. And I love the fact that she is driving so hard on these wave pool waves.
And that's what I think is the difference with Grace. She carries so much speed through those turns. As we see this Bonsai replay of Lola, this is her best wave. Nice slash there in the pocket. Comes around this section and slashes there for a second. All the way through the lip, that was her best turn. And comes through this section. We haven't seen many girls get through this section. Nice little cutting into the safety zone there, but out behind her is Grace. Nice takeoff. And little check turn there to get things started. This is that huge wrap, open up wingspan. She gets hung, digs the nose, but like we said, Jess, that speed she carries through didn't really phase her.
No, not at all. And I feel like the fact that she can also lean back over the rail even after she's just pushed a little or drawn her calves a little bit too far back on these really fast moving waves shows that she's adaptable, and that even though she is a stronger, taller girl, she also has really quick reflexes, which is the perfect combination in my opinion for a professional surfer. The fact that she's strong but quick, when you look to the Challenger Series, the women who usually do best then tick both of those boxes and they're the ones that pretty consistently go to the championship tour.
Yeah, well, that last score for Grace, a 3.60, so she is in the lead with a 5.10 as well. Paige, a 5.00 and a 2.00. I feel like it's pretty close. Both Suri and Lola only looking for a 3.18, and then Lola looking for a 3.14, so pretty tight heat. Both surfers, all surfers still got 2 waves left.
I love the fact that you can watch every single surfer's waves.
Yes.
It must be such a fun experience because it's not very often you actually watch your competitors' waves too. So these ladies are going to keep a really close eye, and I feel like that's going to fuel the fire for Paige Harrop here. She loves to win and make sure she's getting the jump on this junior generation here. She is representing the vets and doing it in some fine form right now for Paige Harrop. 3 big turns. Going in for a 4. She's going to get the completion there. This is what I mean. She is going to feed off these young girls' energy right now. Suri looks like she took off a little bit deeper, had a nice first turn, but it just set her a little bit off time for that second section there.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that I've noticed all the goofy footers take off on the wall with their board facing straight. As we see Paige, free falls, whereas Suri will watch her take off on an angle on her backhand. But wow, Paige, oh my goodness, showcasing her surfing. This is why she was on tour. Insane. So that was an amazing wave.
You know who I feel, actually I'll tell you about that. I'll see Suri's replay.
And Suri, like we said, that takeoff, nice first turn, sort of hit that bubble that we're seeing on that 4th wave come through. So the girls really having to navigate that on that 4th wave. But that's the great thing about swapping in the rotation. Everyone gets a go at the second wave and the 4th wave.
Yeah, it seems to be that second wave is suiting Suri surfing better.
Yes.
Unfortunately not capitalizing on those 4th waves in her 2 opportunities already. But I feel like what we're seeing from Paige and her style of surfing is actually being pretty well replicated on the championship tour right now with Anat Leilior. There's so many similarities between the two of them. And again, like I mentioned, Paige probably seeing Anat, that's going to really fuel her fire to come back to the championship tour, because with surfing like that, it's easily that she could get back there.
Yeah, and Paige was 25th at this event last year, so with surfing like that, she's gonna push further into the draw, and it's so nice to see her showcase that sort of surfing, especially off last year. She was ranked 12th on the QS, and I really want to see her back on that Challenger Series because that's where she belongs.
Oh, absolutely, I agree. And I feel like there's so many women who have either retired or just do a couple QSs who aren't on that Challenger Series that you could say. I mean, Keely Andrews really comes to mind as well. She's still absolutely rips. She competed on that championship tour event too, and I feel like it's so interesting just seeing all of these veterans that you're like, you shouldn't retire.
Yeah, I
was so good at surfing.
Yeah, and even like Paige is 36, and Filzy, she's around similar age as well, and I think it's so inspiring, and it's pushing women's surfing as we see Grace.
Here we go, Grace looking to really start to open up and build the scoreline here. 2 nice turns. She would have seen what Paige did on her last wave. She's given us her best variation.
Wow.
Lovely looking end section here too for Grace Gosby. So this is going to build here, and it's going to make it a little bit harder right now for our young New Zealand surfer Lola. Beautiful surfing on this wave though. Timing that third turn slightly late. So unfortunately that is going to make it a little bit tricky for the ride out there, but kind of right now is the Paige and Grace show.
Yeah, well, Grace on that replay, we'll be able to see it's just so graceful, no pun intended. I love the flow she has, and she just makes it look so easy as we see. Nice takeoff, a little bit wider again, puts her in this position to great first looking carve and puts it straight up in the pocket. The judges really are rewarding that critical surfing, heaps of speed, and plants that last turn.
Grace looks really connected with the wave pool. I feel like some people maybe don't get that connection and some people do, but Grace looking really sharp. And Lola, I would say relatively new to wave pool surfing.
Yeah, and we can see Lola in her style. She stands a bit taller, so she's really having to push through those top turns to not get as hung. As we saw, she just coming unstuck in that last turn there, but
actually, that's a really good point. I feel like some of those surfers who do tend to stand a little bit taller maybe struggle a little bit more with wave pools rather than those surfers who have this really low center of gravity and drive, instead of bending from the hips, drive from the quads, the glutes, and use that part of their surfing. And if you look back to previous winners, that kind of really does translate, especially on the men's side. Keijiro Nishi and Katut Agus, both surfers who are really low center of gravity surfers.
And even Nanaho, watching her in the practice sessions, she is just so low, and it really gives her so much power, so much speed.
Arisa Ishii, she was so low on her bottom turn. So that's pretty interesting to take out that this wave maybe does require you to get a little bit lower than what you're thinking.
Yeah, because even we did see Grace got a little bit hung up, but on her second to last one, but because she is that taller stature, she does have so much power, she was able to push through those, which is really interesting.
Let's see how Suri can start to answer back here. She's got one last wave to really make something happen right now. She needs a 6.77 right now. Lola, she needs a 5.73. So those two ladies are the ones we're really keeping a close eye on here. Here we go, Suri on the second wave of the set. No, just completely losing her footing there. Unfortunately for Suri, that's going to be really frustrating, knowing that she could have got it done there.
Yeah, it's so hard to see as we see Paige.
Paige, beautiful bottom turn. So much aggression and just power in her surfing here. She's going to keep this one flowing all the way through. She wants to win this heat, not the completion she's chasing. She has a 6.5 and a 5 already in her lineup, so she's looking pretty well safe to make it through this heat. But Suri, that is heartbreaking to watch, because we knew she definitely had the potential to give herself the chance to get that score.
It's so tricky, and I've been watching a couple of the girls and been taking off a bit lower, so like towards us on number 3. Whereas I've seen like Grace and Paige, they're paddling into it from further away. So as we see this Bonsoi replay, Suri really taking off right where it's cupping and just hitting that lump coming back towards her. Paige Harab though, great free fall drop, puts her in the perfect position for that carve. And I feel like she's not pushing too hard as we saw her previous ones, just sort of a winning lap.
What's the power like on this wave?
It's so powerful.
Yeah, it looks it.
Yeah, it's really, especially through that middle section, I feel like the first section gives you the pace to really sort of reset and set yourself up for that middle section. And then that middle section, you've got to choose the right turn to not get too hung up, but not miss the rest of the wave.
Yeah, it seems like it's some wave pools I feel like maybe don't meet you with the energy that you're coming at it with, but this one in particular seems to have that same push and grunt back towards you.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. I think Grace does it so well. She really utilises the takeoff to give her that speed, and she carries that speed and momentum all the way through the rest of the waves.
Yeah, love seeing the girls just absolutely give us their best right now. 2 last waves to take a look at here, Grace and Lola. Lola needing a 6.73, so she's got a 3.87 and a 2.93 in her lineup here, so she's got to go pretty big to get herself that score.
Yeah, and we've been seeing all morning, it's so hard to crack into that 6 range. We saw Paige with a 6.50, but even Grace a 5.50 and a 5.10. That are two huge scores for today.
Yeah, absolutely. I love seeing these women start to push the boundaries a little bit more, and this is the energy that you need if you're going to be stepping into that round 2, because the bar's going to lift yet again. Lola, she's going to have a crack here. Needs a pretty big score. It's a 6.73. Nice second turn here for Lola. You can see that epoxy looking really loose under her feet. Unfortunately, bearing the nose on that end section there for Lola. So it feels like that score may not go there. Now Grace, unfortunately the fin's just skidding out, but surfed such an incredible heat. Had every potential to win that heat too, just with the power she was coming at it with. But I'm really excited to keep watching Grace throughout the rest of this comp.
Yeah, and I love the no downtime from Grace. As we see Lola, she does stand a little bit taller. As we see, great first turn. I felt like this was one of her better waves this turn here as well, throwing the tail, just unable to get that completion, which is really giving the judges are throwing the score at that one. Grace, no downtime at all, straight into that top turn, and the fins just let go on her. But moving on through, Paige Harrop and Grace Gosby.
Yeah, love to see it from both of those goofy footers, just really attacking these waves with that energy that we want to see. Unfortunately, we do lose two of our young guns, Lola Groob and Hansuri Jabrick. Coming up next, though, it's another pretty well young gun heat between the four ladies. We're going to let Izzy step out and have a break and welcome in Dai Wacko. We'll be right back.
Life being so fast paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being...
Welcome back to the show. We have had a fun day of surfing right now between the women and the men's division. Right now we are rolling through another heat of the round of 48, heat number 5 of the women's. This is the Siheung Korean Open. Ruby True is going to get us going right now in this heat. One of her good friends, Grace Gosby, making it through that last one. So she's coming in with some heat right now. Great looking second the last turn, bit of energy in that one. Tricky takeoff there. Osha Curtis getting hung up at the top of the wave, unfortunately making it hard to get herself into the best part of the wave here. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Dai Wacko. Two really opposing feelings on those last waves. We went from quite a high to a low.
Definitely, but that last ride from Surfing Red, that was a beautiful surfing. The powerful hack for the first turn, and love the carving turn there right in the pocket. Love the third turn, fin release, and gets the finishing turn. So it was a beautiful combination, but just like you said, it was unfortunate for Oceania Curtis. You know, broke the rail, goes down. So, but you know, there's still 3 waves, 3 opportunities for her. It's always good to, it's not a good, but it's always good to have, you know, falls on the first wave. You don't want to do that on the fourth wave or third wave.
No, I agree. So getting it out of the way.
Yeah.
Now, Siki Yang, she is an Olympian. She is out there in the white, and then we have I'm Sengjong in the green. So we have a Chinese representative and a local Korean representative too, which is really fun to see. So much talent coming out of this part of the world.
You know, we couldn't be back to Korea event this year, but I think Suji Yang had a competition over there couple weeks ago, and she did amazing trip, and she did amazing surfing at the Korea point. And you know, everyone knows she's like you said, Olympian. She charges chopo, and but her turn is so solid, so mature, and I'm Soo-jung, she's been competing quite long time. She's a Korean surfer, probably first generation to be on the tour.
Wow, it's really cool to see just how much acceleration and talent that there is, especially over the last 15 years in the Asia region. I feel like it was really dominated for a long time by Hawaiians and Australians and Americans.
Right.
And now we have this incredible wave of talent coming out of Asia.
And, you guys gonna have CT in the crowd line this year.
Yes, we are. Gonna have a CT over in Siargao, which was just announced a couple of days ago.
Wow.
Siki Yang surfs so good, so much power just in all of her turns here. Driving so smoothly off the bottom, connecting with that finishing section. I mean, hello, that was such a well-surfed wave. Now our local Korean surfer, you can see, has a bit of drive and spark in her surfing as well. Let's see what this end section has on offer here. She's going to race around it and goes up into it for a pretty cool looking phone climb at the end here. So statement made by our Chinese and Korean surfers on their first wave.
Beautiful surfing from both of the surfers here in Oceania. That was one of the best rides so far this morning. She took off nicely. Beautiful first a lot of energy, power, fin release on the second turn. I love the third turn, throwing buckets of sprays. And there's no downtime, in between turns. And gets a completion on the last section. That was a huge combination from her. And this is a local surfer. I think our Japanese legend coaching her now, so she's been practicing here at the pool, so she knows exactly how to surf this place. Amazing combination.
Yeah, I love in her bottom turn, she almost swings her back arm back before she starts to bottom turn up in it, so it's almost like an extra little bit of acceleration through her bottom turns there. Pretty cool to see these local surfers just get to know this wave so well. We're obviously on a man-made island, which I have come to learn is in the shape of a turtle.
Right.
Which is very exciting. And then it made me think, okay, well, tell me more about this place. Obviously, it's called the Siheung Wave Pool, and Siheung actually means fresh start in Korean, which is really cool. So it's cool to see that we've come to a new, it actually translates properly to beginning of prosperity. So fresh start was a real bogan way of me to throw it down.
But that's so true, this is, like you said, man-made, it's been made by a human, and it's a fresh start for Korean surfing industry.
Yeah, I just thought that is so well named. And what a cool storyline to have behind not just this wave pool, but this island, and it's so quirky that it's in the shape of a turtle as well. That is the coolest thing ever. I zoomed out on Google Maps, I was like, no way, it actually is a turtle. So it's fun to see different parts of the world just taking on surfing in their own way. Here we go. Osha Curtis, again, another fall on the takeoff here. This is really uncharacteristic for her.
Unfortunate for her, but still, she's got two more waves. This is live action.
Here we go, Ruby Berry. You can see, not Ruby Berry, sorry, Ruby True almost getting hung up on that section as well. This takeoff is proven to be pretty tricky. Let's see what this end section has. Ruby goes into it, connects really nicely. So she already had a 6 on her first wave. That's a great way to back it up. But we have just got our first excellent score of the day so far. Siki Yang locking in an 8-point ride on her first wave dive.
8.0, that is the first excellent score we've seen this morning. And, without a doubt, that was an excellent ride. So, yeah, no wonder she's getting 8.0, but this is a replay of the last of Osha Curtis. Unfortunately, goes down on the takeoff. Really unfortunate for her. This is a replay of Ruby True. Already locked in 6.0, so she needs to back it up with this ride. Stuck on the second turn, but still able to get the finishing down there. So definitely it'll be a decent score for her. So it's a 4.50, so it's a nice backup for her.
Yeah, this is a really fun battle right now to watch between Ruby True and Siki Yang. For me, Siki has rapidly improved over the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, when she first kind of came on the scene and everyone started to hear about her, I thought, yeah, she's a good surfer, but there was probably a long way to go. But now
she is so impressive. Her technical surfing is out of this world.
Definitely, every decision making is just right, and it's surprising that she's from a swimming industry and now she's a fully surfer.
Yeah. It's so interesting just to even watch her story kind of unfold, and the fact that she's also so driven to getting better at being in the air. Like, she really is ticking all the boxes and taking all the right steps to get herself to where the best surfers in the world are.
And then she's still young,
So
she's
young.
still 18, I guess 18 or 19, so still bright future. So can't wait to see her surfing again in this pool. But this is a local surfer time now.
Here we go. Siheung is going to take off on the second wave. Here, this is the first time we're seeing her on wave number 2. Love that bottom turn technique. Watch her throw her arm back before she bottom turns up into it. Connects lovely with that finishing section too. So she is throwing down some nice turns as well here. Siki. Wow. So much power. That second turn. No, I really wanted to keep watching her surf there. I was so just entertained and drawn in. I wanted to be like, oh, here we go, what's to come? But Siki Yang, her backhand, it feels like she surfed this wave pool a million times.
Yeah, definitely. And then she only needs 2.5, but she's done that job on the first section. But this is a reply of a local surfer. Beautiful technique, nice first turn, and the second turn, more of a check turn on the second turn, but still great turn on third. It gets the finish here, so that ride just shows us she's experienced surfer at this pool. And this is Siki Yan. Love the first turn, throwing a lot of spray. She's a powerful surfer here. Unfortunately, broke the rail on the second turn. Probably she eyes to the next section a little too early, but definitely she's got the technique here.
I know we're only 5 heats into the women's division, so this is probably really early for me to say, but I haven't seen anyone come and attack as hard as Siki has attacked so far in the women's draw. That's
Definitely.
the new level.
And then she looks like faultless, she doesn't push anything, but she just unfolds her purse surfing there. So definitely she's gonna be the one to look out.
Looks like Osha and Ruby maybe having a little chat back and forth about where Ruby's lining up for those takeoffs. Osha, such a talented surfer, absolutely charges Nias. She loves pulling in and getting barreled off her mind over in that part of Indonesia. Just struggling a little bit now on this takeoff, which actually shows that it is a really technical part of the wave where you have to meet that takeoff with so much speed. If not, unfortunately, you're going to get hung up and fall.
Definitely, the takeoff position, takeoff zone, it's like wave stands up so quickly, so you kind of have to paddle into it really fast. Otherwise, the wave just sucks up really quick. So it's a challenging, tricky.
There's a potential to move over slightly, but then you're probably not capitalizing on the best part of the wave here. Here we go. Ruby True, you can see, just had that perfect takeoff spot where she bottom turned straight up into that first section. A lot of drive. Again, Ruby from my hometown in Narrabeen. So she is surfing so good. It feels like by the looks of it, the Narrabeen lefts have been pretty good. Here we go, Osha. Again, this is so sad to watch because she's such a good surfer, but just unfortunately fumbling a little bit at that takeoff.
Right, we all want to take off right beside of the wall, but it's tricky position there. But this is a replay of Last of Red through great first turn, lap the second turn, back to the power source of the wave, and she just lays into it on the third turn, and it gets finished. So another great surfing, trying to get rid of the 4.50 now, but unfortunate for Oceania Curtis. This is third time in a row falls down on the takeoff.
It's such a shame because she is such a good surfer. Like, she really is, and you can see she wants it so bad too, and that she technically did make that takeoff. It was on the bottom turn because she didn't have enough speed paddling into it. Where she took off with her feet was further up than what she would normally be used to, so by the time she bottom turns, she's burying the part of the rail that you want to keep out of the water, and that's why paddling in with so much speed and intention looks really, really crucial here. So
tiny little fundamental changes, and Osha Curtis's whole heat would be different.
Definitely, you know, it's unfortunate for her, but still she's got one more wave to showcase her surfing in this heat. But looks like Ruby's last wave comes in a good score.
Yeah, Ruby True locks in a 5.5, so she now goes back to the lead. Siki Yang, she's going to be looking for a 3.5 now to regain first, and then I'm Soo Jong a 7.74. For Osha Curtis, unfortunately she's comboed, so she does need 2 scores to get herself into that top 2. So this next wave is all about just showing us what she's got.
Definitely, and that's pretty much exactly what she wants to do, just showcasing her surfing at this pool, one of the best shape in the, I think, on the tour.
Yeah, I agree. I love this wave pool. I was talking to Izzy in that last heat. She says there's a lot of power in this wave as well. It really does meet you where you're at, rather than some wave pools maybe not meeting you quite where you're at here. So it's cool to see Korea really progressing just the power of this wave pool technology. Siki Yang, our Olympian, just so entertaining. I love exactly where she's placing her board on these waves here. A little bit hung up, but still got the nose back up there for one more turn at the end. That was really impressive. I'm Soo Jong, a little bit hung up on the takeoff here, but that second bottom turn had so much venom behind it there. So I'm Soo Jong, she's going to keep building here. I feel like it's not going to be that 7.74, but those two ladies look like they're having a world of fun out there right now.
Wow, definitely. They are having great fun in the water now. You know, Siki Yan's last wave, that was a beautiful ride again. She's looking to get rid of the 3.10, but I'm sure she's done the job. This is a replay of loss of white. Airdrop the takeoff section. Nice first turn. Didn't rush anything here. Great second turn here. And another third turn. Blocked the rail a little bit, but she recovered really well and managed to get the final turn in. So great combination. She was kind of out of the power zone there for the first turn, but still managed to come back, come around the section. Unfortunately, comes unstuck on the second turn and couldn't really ride out of it. But still, they still got one more wave
Yeah,
to serve.
See where Siki's last wave is going to lock in at. No scores as of yet. Was needing a 3.5 to regain the lead. I liked it. I feel like it probably will go into that 3.5 world. I don't think it's as good as her 8. But I think she's definitely adding to her situation right now. And then we look to I'm Soo Jong. Her last wave locks in at, it's not going to go into a top 2, just a 2-point ride. But Siki Yang is going to regain the lead here, 5.73. So goes back to the lead. Ruby True now needs to answer back with a 7.74, which has proven to be hard to get. Even to get a 6 today for Ruby. I mean, that actually feels more like an 8 than a 6.
Oh, definitely, definitely. You know, 7.74 is like, it's hard to get, but Siki Yang, 5.73, with a little bit of downtime on the wave, still getting the 5.5 is amazing for her. It's kind of hard to get even like 4s and 5s today, so definitely if she managed to get all the turns in one connection, then she'll get another excellent score here.
Okay, Osha Curtis, let's see it, girl. That's a good paddle in. Can see, gets the takeoff. Yes, this is what we wanted. We wanted to see her showcase her surfing. Great looking second turn. She would have had a real fight in that heat if she had got those first couple of takeoffs, but that would have been a really nice personal wave, I think, for Osha Curtis. Ruby True here, like we mentioned, needs a 7.74 to take the lead back off Siki Yang. It's been a fun battle for first place between those two. Ruby doesn't feel like she's going to get it there, so Siki Yang, we have to say, is probably going to take the lead in this heat right now. And then I'm Soo Jong needs an 8.13 to take Ruby's spot. But what a great kind of push the limit heat for Siki and Ruby. 2 of the highest scores we've seen on the women's side so far, and really, really setting the new benchmark.
Definitely, and then finally to see Osha Curtis on the wave here. Nice first turn. She recovered really well from the takeoff. Gets the third turn in. Unfortunately, couldn't ride out of it, but there was a great surfing there from Osha. And this is the last wave for Ruby True, trying to get rid of 5.50. Nice couple turns to start with, and gets a finish down there. But like you said, I'm not too sure it's going to be a 7.74. but still she is in the second place now. It's, you know, all eyes on Im Soo-jeon now, hitting 8.13.
That's a pretty big score. That's a really big score, and I think Siki has really come in at maybe a bit of a refreshing point in this part of the competition, where someone who did it on the men's side as well was Sammy Lowe this morning. Just having that much intensity and energy on the wave, it will set you apart from the rest of the field. Instead of just maybe just surfing the wave from start to finish, Siki is attacking the wave from start to finish, and we saw Sammy do that this morning, and that does feel like it needs to be the level that it has to be at.
So which means you can't surf safe here.
No.
You have to attack every section
Absolutely
you
not.
see.
Yeah, and think about it.
Yeah.
You could. Some people might think, all right, I'll just get this first wave, get a score, and then we'll build from there. But Siki's best wave was her first wave.
Right.
She just came out the gate swinging, which I think then draws the judges in even more. It does for me. Like, drew me in. I wanted to see what her next waves look like. So I feel like that's a really fun and fresh kind of energy that Siki's bringing in. Let's see what Im Soo-jeon brings for her final wave here. Takes off. She's just got that fun approach to her bottom turn there, where she really just winds up so beautifully. She's going to take this one all the way through. Great heat for our local surfer. She holds on what is a really tricky end section here. Now, Siki out the back. Just so much aggression in her surfing here. Loses the back foot there. But if she didn't come out the gate swinging like she did and get that 8-point ride, she still would have got through. But, I mean, she really just did set a new standard for herself.
Definitely, you know, she just set up the tone for the rest of the women's side of the draw. So great surfing from all of the surfers here.
So Siki with a score to lock in. I don't see Im Soo-jeong's coming in at an 8.13, but she had such an incredible heat, gave us a lot of fun to feel through her surfing as well. So cool to see just how talented the surfers are coming out of this part of the world. Siki Yang, it feels like, is definitely going to take the win here. So all scores are in. It is going to be our two Olympians, Siki Yang for surfing, Ruby True for skating. Moving on through to that next round. Unfortunately losing Im Soo-jeong and Osha Curtis. We are going to keep on rolling. There is no downtime in wave pool events. We're going to go to a quick break and welcome in Giada Lagarde.
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning.
Beautiful afternoon here at, actually beautiful morning at this wave park here in Korea. This is 2026 Siheung Korea Open QS6000. We are now into women's run 48 heat number 6. In red, Gio Lorenzen, Philippa Anderson, Hannah Baker, Yutin Tan in this heat. My name is Daiwako in the booth with Giada. Welcome back and straight into the live action. Great couple turns and get a finish there. That was Gia Lorenzen. Great surfing, great stuff. And straight after, we're gonna see another surfer surfing on the wave. Welcome back, Giada.
Back.
You're back.
So this is a couple of the Bonsai replays. Gia Lawrenson, we caught up a little later, but beautiful backhand surfing. She is looking so strong. I love that second turn. Backed it up really nicely. Finished it off. That sharp eye looking really good under her feet. Right behind her, Philippa Anderson unfortunately goes down here on the takeoff. That it's not gonna feel so good, but it is all good because she still has 3 more chances.
Still have 3 more chances here for Philippa Anderson and Gia Lorenzen. And we're gonna see Hanabaka from Japan and Yu Tin-tuan from China will be surfing soon on their first wave.
Yep. So
It
go
is
ahead.
it is a 12 noon time here in the Korea local times. It's getting warmer and warmer here.
Absolutely. It's getting pretty hot out there, but we are stoked because we would rather the sunshine than the rain. So, as I was going to say before, since Philippa is in the water, I want to give a little bit of a shout out to Ivan, her coach when she's in Indonesia, and they have traveled together quite a few events for the Challenger Series. I'm sure he's probably watching and analyzing this heat for her right now as well. So, big shout out, Ivan. Elite Surf Coaching on Instagram for those of you who want to improve your surfing while you're around town.
He's been doing it quite a long time now.
Yep, he has. He's been coaching for quite a long time now. Used to live in Spain, now based in Indonesia. He spends a lot of time in Kandui Resort as well. So again, shout out to those guys out there. Always welcoming everyone with open arms. I think one of the best spots ever to stay at in the Mentawais.
Right, fast wave for Gia comes in at 5.50. Great way to start her campaign. 0.23 for Felipe Anderson's first wave. This is live action. Hanabaka unfortunately goes down on a takeoff. It is a challenging, takeoff with a T6 setup here, but this is a live action. Up and riding, nice off the bottom, beautiful first turn, straight into the second, edge up the section. Third turn unfortunately comes unstuck. That was Yu Tin-tuan from China. Beautiful two turns, but unfortunately couldn't ride out of the third turn. Still beautiful surfing from her.
Yeah, that was really nicely done from Green. Unfortunate there for Hannah Baker. That kind of goes down early on the takeoff. You just see her take off a little late, and the lip just kind of breaks onto her, and just not a very nice position to be in. All right, Eugene Zhang, beautiful work out the back. I'm really liking her style here. Wide open arms on the bottom turn, and when she kind of twists around and go back to the whitewash, but unfortunately there it's a little caught behind, so wasn't able to really complete that wave. She has that, no rush style. She's slow and steady, and I like that.
Now you have to be like that kind of style at the wave pool. You don't want to rush, and otherwise you just lose the connection with the wave. So great stuff from Hanabaka and Yu Tin-tuan. So last wave for Hanabaka comes in at 0.37, and Yu Tin-tuan last wave comes in at 3.67. So looks like Gia's only the person who got the best score out of the first wave, 5.50. So it's pretty much still anyone's game here. This is gonna be a second wave. So Philippa Anderson will be taking on the second wave of the set, which I think is best wave out of these two waves. Easier to surf and more clean faces. So Philippa needs to get a good score here.
Yeah, so Philippa's second wave, she gets another chance, 0.23 to start things off for her, but that will be over pretty soon as we see the sets kind of rolling in. That first burner set goes by, she catches the second one. Let's see what this surfer does on her backhand. Good first slash there, sets it up for this second one. Let's see what the inside does. Philippa Anderson, nice wave there. She was a little safer. Needs to get a score on the board. Right behind her, Gia Lawrenson, big gouge there to start off her second wave. I'm loving how strong Gia's looking. She's looking sharp and fast and just confident.
Super strong, powerful surfer there. Another great surfing from Gia, and also Philippa's last wave was amazing. Great combination. Just like you said, she kind of surfed safe, but still managed to get 4 turns in. So this is a reply of the last of Philippa Anderson's. Love the first turn, heading straight into the second, throwing a lot of sprays. Nice connection between turns, no downtime, and it gets the finishing turn as well. So great performance from Felipe Anderson. This is Gia up and riding, beautiful first turn, and a lot of sprays at the back. Beautiful connection there with the wave. Beautiful last turn as well. So another great performance from Gia Lorenzen.
Yeah, so Gia, I see her with this newfound confidence this year. You know, I'm liking what she's doing in this wave pool, and we saw her yesterday on the elevator up. We're like, so how'd your session go? She was like, good.
Confidence, you know,
Good.
you can tell from her body language. But confidence is actually the key, because it's not a long wave here, so you kind of have to be on point from the start to actually get a good score. So confidence is a really important key fact here. But looks like great score on the way. So Gia's last wave comes in at 7.00. So now she has 7.0 and 5.50 sitting in the first place. Great surfing. And the last wave for Felipe Anderson comes in at a 5.33. She's still sitting in the second place with a 5.33 and trying to get rid of the 0.23. So challenging time for both Yu Chin-tuan and Hannah Baka. Now Yu Chin-tuan now needs only 1.90, but you know, she's not looking to get 1.90, trying to get the probably 5 or above. This is live action from Surfing Green. Nice off the bottom. First turn, great. Second turn, another beautiful turn here. Third turn, unfortunately, comes unstuck again there. It looked like she's on the way to the best score, but unfortunately for Hannah Baka, she goes down on the takeoff. So unfortunate for both Hannah and Yutin, the last wave.
Yeah, so, you know, that feel for the girls. You know, it sucks falling when you have a limited amount of opportunities. Here you have our surfer in green, nice looking first part of the wave here. See her, you know, you see the moment where she realizes she gets a little stuck and falls over, but right behind her, her surfer in white as well, going down. 2 more waves for the girls, so it's early days still. We've seen a couple of heat turnovers with those last waves, so it's not done just yet.
Yeah, like you said, it's not done yet. 2 more waves for all the surfers. So last wave for Yu Chin-tuan comes in at a 3.27, 0.20 for Hannah Baka's last wave. So Hannah Baka is representing Japan, but currently lives in California. So she's used to any kind of waves, you know, smaller waves and big A-frame waves as well. So definitely she's got the skill to showcase her surfing here at the wave pool. This is gonna be an interesting exchange. This is gonna be 3rd wave for all the surfers.
Yep, so for those of you just tuning in now, the setup and of this contest is obviously different to ocean surfing. We have the surfers getting 2 waves from each set. There are 4 waves in every set. They catch the 2nd and the 4th. So if you catch the 2nd wave on your first round, and the second time you catch the 4th one, and there's 2 rotations. So it's an equal opportunity for all the surfers, and it just shows, I think it's the most professional way you can make this sport.
Definitely, it is a best, you know, competition when it comes to the surf competition, because everyone gets equal opportunities here. This is live action from Gia Lorenzen. Great first turn, straight into the second. Powerful hack there, right in the pocket. A big turn on the 3rd section there. It's only 3 turns, but that's a beautiful 3-turn combo there. Felipe Anderson up and riding. Great first turn. Love the second turn there. A lot of power on the second turn. Bogged the rail a little bit, but still managed to get the finishing turn there. So both of them had a 3-turn combo and beautifully done.
Okay, Gia Lorenzen is seriously taking my breath away in this heat. That was such a good wave. I love that. I think she's going to get something better than a 7 because look at this. Let's break this one down. She takes off, straight off the bat, does this big first gouge. Does it again here, and this one. Boom. Really slides the tail around. 3 solid turns. What'd I say? That was quality over quantity. Right behind her, though, Philippa Anderson, not very far behind. This second turn was huge. So we'll see her complete this one as well. Both girls getting 3 turns in, but this one, what do you think?
That was beautiful surfing there, especially on that last turn there, like you said, fin released, but throwing a lot of sprays as well. So she's showcasing power, flow speed, everything. So she checked all the boxes that, judges need to look. So it's gonna be a great score and a great scores on the way for Gia Lorenzen. It's a 7.50. It's the best wave of the heat so far.
Yep. All right. So Gia Lorenzen right now, I would say, is doing some classic textbook heat surfing. That is, you couldn't make a better heat. She started off with a 5.5, got a 7, 7.5. She just needs to get one more better, and then that's like she built a mansion, not a house.
And that's a great, great surfing. And now everyone knows you need only 3 turns to get 7.5. That was a 3-turn combo, and a lot of people doing 4 turns and getting 5 and above. But 3 turns are enough to get into this good score range.
Yeah. So she is putting all the speed, power, and flow. Check, check, check. She's done it. Let's see what Yuting Zhang and Hannah Baker bring to this one now. Live action.
Right, live action. Hannah been riding nice off the bottom. Beautiful first turn, throwing a lot of sprays. Nice second turn there. It gets the third turn in. Probably one more turn here, but unfortunately nose dive to the section. But 3-turn combo, beautifully done. And this is important way for Yuting Zhang. Beautiful first and second turn, edge of the section, gets the third turn in, and gets the last turn in. So completion, she needs 6.16 to go into second place right now. But I would say that last ride will be her best score so far.
Yep, absolutely. I have to agree with you. I mean, the girls are really ramping it up on this second part, like this last part of this heat. They're bringing it to the table. Let's break this one down from surfer in white. Hannah Baker, solid first turn here. Sets it up again. Liking this wave that she is selecting. I mean, she doesn't have a choice. Okay, Yuting Zhang close behind. Sets it up, goes really upside down on that wave. Does it again, a little more carved out this time. She sets it up to finish it off, and she does so. That is definitely her best wave. We are gonna wait for the score to drop before we give you an updated situation, but clearly Gia Lorenzen running away with this one.
Wow, definitely. She's having a great time here. But last wave for Hannah comes in at a 4.00, which is the best wave so far for Hannah. Now she needs 5.83 to go into second place. Still waiting for the last wave for Yuting Zhang, but looks like it's gonna be her best score in this hit. One more score to lock in. It's a 4.60. So now she needs 5.24. So those wide open for both green and white. So this is gonna be the last wave for all the surfers. Philippa needs to get rid of the 4.50 to secure her spot here.
Yeah, Yuting Zhang and Hannah Baker looking for some pretty solid scores to be able to put themselves back into this heat. We'll see some of the burners waves kind of start to come through. When you hear that noise running, you're like, all right, your heart starts racing. Yeah, you're like, I'm ready. Let's see what Philippa Anderson does on this last wave.
Right, Philippa Anderson up and riding. Nice off the bottom. Beautiful first turn. Straight into the second. Another beautiful hack there. And gets the third turn in. So is she going to make the last section? Unfortunately, she couldn't. So this is Gia's last wave. Needing to get rid of the 3.0. Beautiful big carving turn for the first turn. Get into the third turn. Fortunately, she also falls down, but still beautiful attack from both Gia and Philippa Anderson in this heat.
Yeah, wow, I really like what Jia's doing. All right, let's stick with Philippa. Let's break this one down. The Bonsai replay. Good first turn here. I think this is the money turn, though. Sorry, the next one is going to be the money turn.
Right.
Here, she really pushed it. It was super fast and whippy. I think she opted for the epoxy for this wave pool. Gia Lawrenson really pushing it this time. Massive first turn there, sets it up, unfortunately goes down, but you know, she's in first. She has 3 really great scores. She's not really too worried, and she has the space to now kind of push it and get ready for the next heat and see how far she can take it.
Wow, 3.00 for the last of Red and 4.27 for the last of Philippe Anderson. So she's not extending her lead here. It's gonna be a crucial last wave for Yu Jin-tan and Hannah Becker. Yu Jin-tan now needs 5.24, which isn't a big score, but still you have to be attacking every section, have to have the decent turns to get 5.24. White needs 5.83 to go into the second, so you know, pressure's building up for blue, white and green.
Yeah, so these are the crucial moments of this heat and practically the most important. Let's see what the girls bring to the table now. It's all eyes on Yu Ting-Zhang and Hannah Baker.
Right. So probably a little bit of pressures now, but you know, all the surfers getting ready for this moment. Taking a breath. First wave is Abana, so second wave is gonna be her last wave for Yu Jin-tan, needing 5.24. It's live action. Nice. First turn checked. Second turn, beautiful. So gets the third turn in. And then finishing turn, unfortunately, she couldn't ride out of it. So probably she needed to get a, you know, the final turn. But unfortunate for Hannah as well. It doesn't look like they're gonna meet requirement.
Okay, Yu Ting-Zhang, 5.24. If she completed that,
I would say yes.
100%. 100%. Now I'm not so sure.
We have to look back to the 5.33 from Philippe Anderson to compare, because has to be just under the Philippe's 5.33. Yu Jin-tan needs 5.24. First 3 turns, amazing. Check the boxes, but the last turn unfortunately goes down.
Yeah, that last, that was so unfortunate,
Right.
because I was like, she's got it. That, you know, she's got it, and then she fell on that last section that has gotten people time and time again all day here in the Siheung Korea Open. So let's see what the judges deem that. Unfortunately there for Hannah Baker, she wasn't able to really string the last 3 waves together. She's gonna be sitting in 4th. Let's see what the judges think of the last of Yu Ting-Zhang. 4.73. It is not the score, so it is Gia Lawrenson and Philippa Anderson going through.
Well, with that, we're gonna go to the quick break, and we'll be back after the short commercial.
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. It's that one place that I go to stop worrying about a lot of things, and as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning.
sun is shining and the waves keep coming through in the wave pool here in Siheung Korea Open. Welcome back to the QS 6000. In the water right now in red, we have Sai Maniwa, Renon Matsuyama, Sarah Young, and Chloe Grube. A couple of the waves coming through. I want to welcome back Tippy Jabrick into the booth.
Hey, Giada, good to be back here. I've been watching a lot of action before, and yeah, the wave is pumping, and also it's tricky. It's not easy, you know. Yeah.
All right, so here are a couple of replays. What do you think of this one, Tippy?
Yeah, I think this is Sai Maniwa opening a really good first wave there, but unable to finish that one. Yeah.
All right. Right behind her, surfer in blue, Renon Matsuyama. Solid looking turns here to start off her QS 6000 campaign. And I was really liking that one. She was a little safe, I would say, but it was really nicely done.
Yeah, I think to be safe on the first wave is good because you only have 4 chances, you know. I don't know, like Suri before, she fell off on 2 wave. You know, pressure pushing in, and even after that heat, I saw like I think one of the girls also didn't make out on that first section of takeoff.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky. We've said quite a few times that takeoff, if you don't time it right, it can kind of falter the rest of the wave. It's easy to fall out of rhythm here and kind of miss a couple of the most important sections that come towards you. So it is so important to time your takeoff right.
Yeah, I think what we can learn from any of, you know, for everybody that watching, you know, either you taking off at the wave pool here at Korea or Pipeline, people can still get wiped out, you know. Takeoff is the first part of every maneuver. So yeah, it's not an easy walking in the park. You know, surfing is quite, you know, takes time to be good at it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So talking about good surfing, let's hope to see Sarah Young whip out some good maneuvers. Here we have a good start there, wasting no time in between her turns. Unfortunately, there kind of just pushes a little too hard. The board flies out the back. Chloe Grube now. Nice opening carve to start her campaign. Sets up the second one, gets stuck on the top there.
Yeah, you got to be really careful here because you know, every section of this wave is not, you know, identical to the ocean. It's a bit different, you know. So as you can see here, this is Sarah Young. Quite a good opening right here for her, but I can tell here maybe she's not gonna make that last one. Yes. So Sarah Young and all these 4 surfers finishing their first ride. So this is Chloe Grube from New Zealand. We've been hanging out with the family here with Lola, Chloe, and also their mom Amber from New Zealand.
All right, so Suri was surfing a heat earlier, and in the wave pool, we've said a few times, we take out a lot of factors that we usually have in competitive surfing in the ocean. So how would you coach someone here? What would you tell them to do? What would you take out compared to the ocean here in the wave pool?
Yeah, I think in the ocean there's a lot of like we can put the luck factor in the ocean.
Yeah.
But in the wave pool, there's no luck. It's all about precision. It's all about you know, like focusing. You know, so I think the main thing that I can tell if they wanna, you know, do good here on the wave pool is just try to find a place, you know, a beach break that kind of like, you know, having the same identical situation, because this is actually a beach break if you think about it. The shape of them, like I can find a beach break like this in Legian, for example. So I'm sure in Japan, in Australia, there's a lot of left-handers that offering like 3 to 5 turns, and you just have to be consistent on it. Yeah.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
I would agree with that, and it just has that thing here where, you know, you go too far away from that pocket and power the wave, and it's easy to lose the energy and speed. So it's important to catch waves that or surfing waves that are similar, like beach breaks as well. All right, on your screen now, Renan unfortunately goes down there on the takeoff. She did get a 5.5 to start things off though, so not too bad just yet. Right behind her is Saimaniwa. Let's see her on her backhand. Nice solid first turn to start things off.
Oh, that's
really slams the second one shut.
Oh, wow.
Does not stop just yet. 4 solid turns for
Yeah.
Saimaniwa.
I think that's going to be one of the biggest number on this heat, you know, if it's not as good as Renon's 5.5. So, yeah, it could go up there. I want to see how did Saimaniwa did on that wave. Renon just a little bit. If you can see like really closely on that takeoff, as you can see here, every boards are angled, you know, to the left of the wave. As a normal surfers, let's talk about this replay first. As we can see here, Sai is surfing really strong here. If you see a lot of angle of the takeoff here, they angle it, you know, like into the face of the wave. On the normal wave, we tend to go down on our nose and do bottom turn. I think here, a lot of people still adjusting. Is it they have to do that kind of like critical takeoff or like really sideways takeoff, you know? So it's a bit of a timing, I think, yeah.
Absolutely, and it does just like scoop out, so you have to really have, if you're going to be taking off a little later, you have to have your airdrop on lock. Otherwise, we've seen it a few times, it's so easy to just dig your rail there on that takeoff and just mistime the rest of the wave.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is here on the takeoff, you actually get sucked out into the back of the wave, and then you get sucked into the wave. So that's like there's a double situation happening here on the takeoff. You get, you know, sucked out, and then you get sucked into the takeoff bowl. It's a bit crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
So anybody that seeing any surfers making a really good points here, like a result, we have to appreciate the way they surf. They're surfing like super amazing. Yeah.
Absolutely, it is very difficult. It's not easy, but you know, these guys are some of the best in the world, and this is what it takes. All right, we are going to be seeing Chloe Group now take off on this one on her front hand. Let's see what the New Zealander does. Good first turn, really pushes the tail, does it again there. Let's see what she does on the inside as this wave just bowls up for her. 3 nice turns there for our surfer in green right behind her. Sarah Young goes down.
Just like how we talk about it, you know, the takeoff is something that a big factor of the whole ride. So yeah, I think this is a note that everybody will take about the takeoff, that's for sure. And yeah, talking about big scores, Saimaniwa, a 6.93. That's a big score for today's condition, no? 6.93? Sorry.
5.93.
Oh, 5.93.
4.33. There's a bit of glare there. The sun is shining out here in Korea. 4.83 to back it up. 5.5 and a 0.7 for Renan. Here are a couple of the replays. Unfortunately, white does go down. So this is second wave for both those surfers. Early days in this heat. It is not over just yet. On your screen, you see each surfer gets 4 chances. Equal play for them all. We've taken out a lot of the luck factor, tides, winds. It is exactly the same for everyone.
Yeah, so the good thing is you're always going to think the second wave is the best one. So every surfer will have second wave, and then also they all going to have the fourth wave. That's how we do it. Yep.
So we have all the scores now are through. Saimaniwa clearly in the lead, 5.93, 4.83. Renan Matsuyama with the best wave of 5.5. Needs to back it up, only has a 0.27. Chloe Group and Sarah Young with a bit of work to do, need minor scores. A 2.55 and a 2.11, but I don't think that's going to be the situation for much longer, as Renan only needs to just stand up on a wave, and she's already improving on that 0.27.
So talking about like you know, like competition, Giada, you've been traveling and compete to a lot of places in Asia. So what do you take, you know, to a place like Korea on your personal experience?
As equipment-wise or experience-wise?
Just experience.
I think it is an incredible spot. It is so different to everywhere else, and we'll get back to that as we have some live action. Simoniwa, solid first turn, doesn't waste time to get into that second one. Big fan of spray, really sharp. Unfortunately, goes down. Her rail just kind of sticks into the water there. Renon Matsuyama right behind. Loving this wave from blue. Definitely already got rid of that .27. She will be jumping straight into the lead with this one.
Yeah, I think these two surfers are really dominating, showing their dominating way of surfing here at the pool. And yeah, Renon and Sai is pushing each other.
Yeah, they're and it's funny to see them also both in the same rotation of this heat. So they are definitely putting their fist down, and they want to be into that next round. Sponsor replay.
Yeah, this is Sai. Nice bottom turn, nice top turn there. Super solid. As you can see how low she gets on that bottom turn and putting a lot of sprays. Just that part is, I have to say, a bit of unlucky there.
Yeah, this wave from blue, loving what she's doing. Really low center of gravity. That last slash, probably the money turn of that wave. But yeah, what we were saying earlier, I think Korea has something different. It's refreshing. You know, you come here and there's that contrast of these big high rises. If you look behind us, there's massive buildings, and in the middle of it all, this wave pool. So it's funny to see the differences here. The food is nice. The locals are really welcoming. Yesterday we had a little walk around Seoul, and it's refreshing.
Yeah, I think big part of every destination in the world is the food. So I have to say, like, Korean food is really, really good. I love the, you know, as simple as just rice with kimchi is like amazing.
Yeah. Oh, love me some kimchi.
Yeah.
It's definitely one of my favorite cuisines in the world. We have bibimbap, the famous Korean fried chicken, and so many dumplings.
The Korean barbecue, you cannot miss that one.
Korean barbecue. Definitely probably gonna head over there tonight after this beautiful day of action that we've had. All right, so first wave here for Sarah Young. She needs to get rid of that 0.23. Let's see what she gets up to. Solid first turn.
Yeah, I think she got her confidence back here. That's for sure. Nice. 4 top turns right there. Can she finish that one? That's the one that always swallow a lot of surfers, I have to say.
Yeah, Chloe Grube right behind her. Nice first turn. Took a second there to get that second one in, but nicely done. You could see that double bottom turn, kind of doubting, not sure. She had her mind split into decision and goes for that turn, but really well done. Chloe Grube in third, wants to improve on a 2.
Yep. As you can see, this is the wide shots of the pool. We are only using the left hand of the wave pool here. There's also a right-hander on the other side, but I think if you can see the flags, it's actually onshore on that side. So this is Sarah Young. I think could be her best wave.
I would have to agree with you. I think this probably goes down as Sarah's best wave. It was definitely her sharpest turns, and she was really in good rhythm. Behind her, Chloe Grube. Beautiful hack there. I loved how she pushes her tail. A powerful surfer.
Yeah. So it is Sarah Young's highest score is a 4.17. So Sarah moved into third place right now. She's looking for a 4.86. So everything is still possible here.
Absolutely. Renon Matsuyama did go into the lead of 5.60.
Yeah.
Simoniwa 5.93 and a 5.1. So they're with 1 foot into the next round. This is the last wave for all 4 surfers. Last chance as well.
Yeah. So Giada, if you see like so far during this competition, you can tell, the difference between, the Aussie surf, because this is a double sanctioned event, so you can see that the Aussies and the New Zealand surfers and also the Japanese and some of the Chinese that perform really well, like Siki Young. So I would say like like the gap between the two region is not that far anymore, because back in the days, like if the Aussie came to Asia or to our region, we're like, oh, there's no chance. But I have to say, like, there's almost like an equal situation right now. Everybody's performing.
Absolutely. Yeah. Here on your screen, Renon Matsuyama, current heat leader, wanting to extend her score line. Beautiful surfing from our Japanese girl in blue. Completes it. Simoniwa close behind. Powerful backhand hack. Wants to go back into first. Wants to keep her spot into the next round. She smashes that one shot. That
two surfers just, I have to say, smashed that wave, both of them. I think Renon have a little bit cleaner wave on that one, the second set. So it will be interesting if Renon can create more damage on that situation, because they both have a couple 5 and 6s.
All right, what do you think of this replay, TP?
Yeah, I really like this back-to-back second and this third maneuver. There is no delay. The flow is really, really good. So I think the judge is going to reward that one pretty good.
Simoniwa out the back as well. Currently in second.
Yeah.
We'll see what the judges deem this one. But you're right. Have some of the judging criteria stays the same in the pool like it does in the ocean. We're still having that speed, power, flow, and the quality over quantity factor as well. So they're going to be replaying those scores, seeing the same surfer's own score, because they have the highest ones as well. So waiting for those two to come in before we start the last two waves of this heat. Sarah Young and Chloe Grube with a bit of work to do. Renon Matsuyama does improve. She gets a 6.30. Simoniwa a 5.67, making life a little harder now for Sarah Young and Chloe Grube.
Yeah, I think if you are in the the chasing situation on your seats, it'll be the task is harder, that's for sure. I think one thing for sure, like, if you have a good lead since the beginning, you're gonna have a better a situation in this heat.
Yeah, so it's a lot of pressure now. 8.30 for Chloe and 7.43 have to be best waves of the day, so it has to be exceptional surfing. We'll see what Chloe Grube, our surfer from New Zealand, does on this one. Solid takeoff, unfortunately goes down.
That's what pressure creates. You become a rock, so you stumble.
Yeah. So one of the most important factors in competitive surfing is your mindset and how well you go under pressure. Sarah Young, nice second turn there, gets a little stuck on the way down, manages to stick with it. There we see her.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's the score that she's looking for, because the judges are really critical here.
Yep, at the end of the day, this is a QS 6000, so it is very important. A lot on the line for many of these surfers. And with that, I think it will be Renon Matsuyama and Simoniwa going into the next round. We're going to throw over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys soon.
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced,
execution is very important at this wave pool, wave park. Siheung Korea Open Q6000. Now we're into women's round of 48, heat number 8. Henri Matsuno, Ruby Berry, Kokoro Baba, and Isabel Kaudo, 2 Japanese surfers up against 2 Aussies here. Well, it's a live action. Unfortunate for Henri Matsuno, nosedived on the takeoff section. My name is Dai Wako here in the booth with Jessie.
Hi Dai, thank you. It's nice to be back, plenty of action.
Right, so this is Ruby Berry up and riding. Catch the rail a little bit, but recovers it nicely. Gets the finishing turn as well. Unfortunately, couldn't ride out of it, so unfortunate for 2 surfers.
Yeah, definitely. Ruby getting the better of that exchange there. Henri, we've seen a lot of the women unfortunately go down on that takeoff today. It has been taking some women down right now, but I feel like this is really good learning. Look how close to the wall Henri was here on that Bonso replay, just getting a little bit hung up as she took off on the roof of the wave there. And then Ruby, again, really well positioned on that takeoff. Air drops out of it, but just buried a little bit of her nose at the start of that turn there. So it kind of set her up to, unfortunately, not hit that second section properly. Got a nice third jam, and then that finishing turn, it has proven that you need, when hitting that one, you have to have a lot of just energy under your belt there. So Ruby, she gets a good score, but it doesn't reflect, even for Henri as well, how incredibly talented these 2 women are.
You know, just like you said, these 2 ladies are capable of getting a good score, you know, 5 and 6 and 7s. But the first wave comes in 2.83 for Ruby Berry's first wave and 0.10 for Henri Matsuno. But good thing is there's still 3 more waves to catch for 2 of them, so I would say it's okay. They are capable of getting those good scores. Probably a little bit of nerves shaking off right now, so it's time for Kokoro Baba and Isabella Caldo.
Yeah, a fellow commentator out there in the green, Izzy Caldo. So she was saying actually she was a bit nervous about that takeoff, but I think after you've watched it a couple of times, I have full faith and believe in her that she's gonna just go attack mode in this right now. And I feel like those women who have capitalized on every single wave and made the most of a tricky takeoff have genuinely moved on through.
Definitely, it's an important key factor to actually make the takeoff. And it's not easy, it's tricky, so it's Kokoro Baba's turn here. Baba Kokoro 1本目のライディングテイクオフをし、ボトムターン、そして1発目きれいに入りました。そして2発目もゆっくりとしたタイミングを測ってしっかりと1発、そして3発目力強いサーフィンを見せてきて、最後のセクションも前に出てきました。Beautiful surfing from Kokoro Baba. This is Isabella up and riding. Nice first turn. Gets the second turn in. And third turn, beautiful surfing. It's only 3 turns, but you know, a lot of surfers actually showcasing 3 turns and getting the 7s and 8s. So 3 turns are enough to get an actually good score.
Yeah, I would say that they're probably the best 2 waves that we've seen so far in this heat right now. Love this one from Kokoro. I feel like she had a little bit of a fumble on that takeoff there, but now starts to wind up here. You can see just really well timed on those bottom turns and really gracious with the amount of movement that she has in the top part of her body. Had to be really quick with the reflexes between those last 2 turns there. So moving really, or gliding really nicely between all of her turns here for Kokoro. And then here we go, Izzy. You can see, I felt like maybe took off a little bit wider, but it actually put her in a pretty good spot for those 2 turns. And then belting it on the third. That was easily her best turn of this wave here. So Izzy Caldo with a good score, I want to say, on the way.
Yeah, that was a good, strategy for her to, take off a little bit wider than everyone else doing, and so that put her in a great position and able to get the 3 turns in. So few scores locked in already. 5.83 for first wave for Kokoro Baba. That is a great score, and 4.67 for the first wave for Isabella. So it is a great start for both Kokoro and Isabella in this heat.
Yeah, I feel like both of those women made the most of that first exchange and that first opportunity. I know Anri Matsuno and Ruby Berry, though, they're both competitors that do bounce back here. So I feel like we're going to see a really interesting next exchange.
Definitely, Anri Matsuno got a 3rd or 5th place in the Hamamatsu Open we had last month in Japan. So definitely she's in a good rhythm, and she wants to get the good results here and trying to qualify for the CS next year. So we don't really have many QSs yet hit on the Asia Tour, so definitely this is going to be important for all the surfers from Asia region. But this is Ruby Berry. First turn, great, a lot of sprays coming out of, and great carving turn, and get the 3rd turn in. This is going to be a great number for Ruby Berry. 4 turns, great surfing, and this is Anri on her backhand. More of a checking turn, great 2nd turn, edge of the section, get the 3rd turn in. Unfortunately, she couldn't get a final section turn in, but still great performance, great techniques from both Ruby and Anri.
I know it's not, but in my mind, I'm like, oh, they were big sets. Like, they were big. I was like, swell's coming in. Like, that's the way I was thinking when I was watching those last 2 waves. It just felt like these had a lot of energy in it, and I think that really does come back down to where these women are taking off. Ruby airdrops off that first section here on the Bonsoi replay, and I love that 2nd carve, really opening up, drawing it out as much as she can, and then still staying reactive to get those 2 really nice turns in after that. And then out the back behind her, this is Ruby still from the lovely drone angle shot here. You can see just drawing that carve out a little bit more actually put her in a better position to attack those last 2 turns there for Ruby Berry. So that's absolutely going to be her best wave, and maybe even the best wave of the heat so far. And Anri, that was a tricky takeoff on her last one. You saw her feet skid a little as she took the airdrop there. So really well to keep the board maintained under her feet. And then from there, she just opened up and was looking really good.
Well, great scores on the way for Ruby Berry. Looks like she's going to have the best ride so far. 5.67, so 2nd best wave in this heat so far. But that put her into the lead right now. So now Kokoro needs 2.67 to go back into the 1st place. But what a score, 5.67. Great comeback from the first mistake.
Yeah, that's put her right back into this heat. That's exactly what she needed at this point, and I feel like doing that on the 2nd wave is actually going to give her so much space to move now that she's getting into those last 2 waves as well. So Ruby Berry answering back exactly when she needed to here. Anri getting a 4.1 for that last wave, which I quite liked it, and I think with a finish, there's no saying she can't also be up in that 5-point world.
Definitely, with the mistakes, a little bit of mistakes on the last wave, I only got 4.10, but this is a light action from Isabella up and riding. Great first turn, straight into the 2nd turn, a lot of power, a lot of strength, and gets the last section in. Unfortunately, couldn't ride out of it. Beautiful stuff there, and this is Kokoro. 馬場心2本目のライディング、1発目大きなターンを入れました。2発目はチェックターンです。そして3発目、ここも力強いサーフィン、スプレーを飛ばしてきます。ただここは3ターンで終えます。Well, beautiful surfing from Kokoro Baba again. 3-turn combo, but it's a great surfing from both Isabel and Kokoro.
Yeah, love this. This is a good heat. This is a great battle between all of these women here. Izzy Caldo getting the 2nd wave of the set, which seems to be a lot steeper at the start. And then now you can see that it's actually put her in this really nice pocket just to start to wind up and unleash on these turns here. Goes into it, tricky looking end turn there. She was so close to pulling it, but unfortunately just a little over her toe edge rail. And then here for Kokoro, Wow, so much drive in her turns. She really is placing her boards, not just placing her boards, she's actually driving really hard through her turns, which is giving this element of a bit of an X factor to her surfing, which I dare say is why we're seeing so much water come out the back of her board too.
You know, Kokoro is still really young surfer, about 15 years of age. She's representing Japan in the ISA World Junior Championships, but now she's getting into the mature tour now, QS, so she's just showcasing her techniques. She's been practicing at the wave pool back in Japan as well, so definitely she's really confident surfing in the pool.
Shinzunami looks like such a fun wave pool.
It is such a fun wave.
It's crazy how quickly the technology has just
spread around the world.
throughout the world, like even to places like Texas, Abu Dhabi. Like, I would never have thought that we would have a championship tour event in Abu Dhabi. That is, it's pretty cool to see. Like, it's really exploded, and like we spoke about earlier, this design, this concept, all started on a farm in the Basque Country, and on Julian Lass's farm. That's where they built the first pool, and it's so cool to see that that has just gone everywhere across the world, and it's so successful too. This is such an incredible wave.
Definitely, it's a great way for practicing surfing, but this is important way for Henri Matsuno Anri 3本目のライディングになります。少しレイトテイクオフになりました。1発目チェックターンをして、さあ2発目ここからしっかりとターンを入れていきたいが、タイミングがここで合わせてきます。そして最後のターンもしっかり入れてきました。Beautiful recovery from Henri Matsuno. This is an important way for Ruby Berry as well. Beautiful first turn, the second turn unfortunately got stuck on the wave. A little bit of unfortunate for Ruby Berry, but beautiful surfing from Henri Matsuno.
I'd like that from Ruby though, because everyone seems like today has had a wave where maybe they haven't completed it because they've been pushing harder, and Ruby had got herself a good score and then a smaller backup, but I felt like that was a wave where she was starting to push a little bit further to get those bigger scores. Now, my goodness, Henri Matsuno was hanging on by her toes on this wave. Look at this section here. She stomps on that back foot to keep the nose out of the water there. It is a sucky end section, so Henri, from the second turn, I want to say, was so on her toes, but just looking so alive, and I love the fact that she pulled that wave. She's going to get a completed ride, and then back foot just completely slipping off there for Ruby Berry. But like I mentioned, I love the fact that she was trying to push a little bit harder on that wave, and it was time for her to do that. So you can see that was her game plan. Unfortunately, didn't execute, but if you want to keep building, that's what you got to do.
Definitely, you need to attack every section to get those like 7-point ride or above. Definitely, Ruby did a great job there. But last wave for Henri Matsuno comes in at a 4.87, 2.50 for Ruby's last wave. Second wave for Kokoro comes in at a 5.93, so that put her into the lead. 5.93 and 5.83. Last wave for Isabella comes in at a 4.23, so now Isabella's turn, needing 4.31, and Ruby now needs 3.30, so it's like, doors wide open for everyone now.
Yeah, this is a really close heat, especially for second. I mean, I feel like Kokoro is really starting to move herself away from the field here with basically 2 sixes, and we've noticed that that's been actually pretty hard to get today, to get yourself into that 6-point range. But if we look back to previous heat totals, even in that last one, it's about an 11-point total will either get you the win or pretty much guarantee a spot in that next round. So Kokoro, she's already there.
馬場心3本目のライディング、その差を広げたい。1本目大きなカービング、そしてチェックターンをしながらスプレーを上げてきます。さあここは勢いをつけていってフィニッシュもしっかり決めてきました。Wow, looks like she's gonna better her situation, but this is important wave for Isabella. Nice first turn, second turn, beautifully done. Straight into the third. Can she get the last turn in? Unfortunately, couldn't, but still beautiful 3-turn combo.
Yeah, she looked frustrated at the end there. She wanted that finishing turn, but I actually thought as far as opening turns go, they were her best 2 so far.
Definitely, like you said, it was the best surfing from Isabella, but this is a replay of Kokoro.
Kokoro's timing on this wave pool is exceptional. She's just placing her board. It's further out than what you would say is like typically where it's supposed to be, but that's
Right.
actually setting her up perfectly for that end section, which is where she's getting a lot of this exclamation mark points from. And then Izzy timing this one beautifully as well. I love the fact that this one was really up and into that lip line. That was a steep looking section there, and it pushed her back down towards the foam, which actually put her in a really good spot for that third turn. But then when you look at it, it's like that then put her out of rhythm for the finishing turn. But as far as aggression, timing, and 3 really nice turns, Izzy ticked every box on that last wave.
Yeah, I got a feeling that she's gonna get a good score on the third wave, but last wave for Kokoro comes in at a 6.73. That, you know, she's extending her lead right now with a 6.73 and a 5.93. Still waiting for the last wave for Isabella. Caldo needing 4.31. I gotta say, she checked every boxes, so I got a feeling that she's gonna get the requirement here. So few scores locked in. It's a yes, 4.90. So enough to move into second place. So it is interesting and exciting heat. So it's gonna be a last wave for everyone.
Yeah, one more wave to go for all 4 of our women, and then we actually roll into the men's side of the draw. However, we are going to have a quick commentary break to get a Korean broadcast up and running. So the commentators, this means because of that, we're going to take a short break. We've got about an hour, and then we'll be back to chirp your ear off for the afternoon, but you get to watch the surfing anyway.
Wow, beautiful 2 turns from Ruby Berry. Needs score, but she just checked all the boxes. She's looking for 3.90. Unfortunate for Henri Matsuno. Falls down on the takeoff, but beautiful surfing from Ruby Berry.
Wow, Ruby Berry, so needed a 3.9, definitely executed. That was a really convincing wave. And that was Anne-Marie's last chance. So they're the moments where you're like, no, she really needed that here. Ruby just connecting perfectly on that first section there. You can see cut that carve a little bit shorter, and that put her in a really good spot to go 1, 2 on those end sections there. A lot of aggression in her surfing as well. Anne-Marie took off so close to the wall. She had to take off like that earlier where her fins were skidding out at the bottom of the wave. She executed on one, but unfortunately couldn't do it on that one there, which means that Anne-Marie is going to be out of competition here.
Wow, that was really unfortunate for Henri Matsuno. That was her last wave. She needed a score 4.71. Unfortunate, but looks like a good score's coming in for Ruby. It's a 6.37. It's enough to move into the second place. Now Isabella needs a score 7.14. It's a big score that she requires to go back into the second place, and it is going to be the last wave for her.
Yeah, so it really is Izzy Caldo. Can she get that 717? She's looking at the second wave of the set, which we have identified steeper at the start, and then you can get a finishing turn, but you got to really make the most of that first section there. That's where bulk of the points are going to come from on the second wave here.
Definitely, and I think that the second wave of the set has a more cleaner open face, but just like you said, it's kind of tricky. You have to approach the section a little early to actually get the completion. So wow, the pressure is building up for Isabella. So looks like the machines started now. He hears the sound. That's when you get the really pressure. That's when you feel the pressure. This is a very important way for Isabella, needing 7.14. Edge of the section. First turn, nicely done. And second turn, another beautiful turn there. Get into the third turn. Actually, she gets the fourth turn in. Right out of it. It's a completion. Fourth turn. What do you think?
It was the wave. Obviously, she got the wave she needed. But I felt like maybe just lacking a little bit of X factor, especially when you see Kokoro on the wave behind, just throwing so much spray. Izzy executed perfectly. She did 4 nice turns. I love that first one. It had a lot of criticalness to it. But I feel like you could see with the drop of the shoulders as she was coming in that she probably knew it wasn't a 714, but it was still a really beautifully surfed wave. But that 7, to get into that part, think about Siki Yang and her 8. That was big surfing on that wave. So I think Izzy killed it. I don't know if it's going to be a 714.
Yeah, you're right. It was a great surfing, 4-turn combo, but definitely you need to have the big last turn on the last section. So that's how Suji Yang got the 8-point ride. Still waiting for the last wave for Isabella and Kokoro Baba, but looks like Isabella's last wave comes in 5.17. It's a good score, but it's not enough. So looks like it's Kokoro Baba and Ruby Berry moving into the next round. So we're gonna go to the quick break and we'll be right back after the commercial. Actually, after the production break.
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so, it's that one place that I go to stop worrying about a lot of things, and as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work.
We are just keeping you guys on your toes today. Major plot twist. We aren't having the break for another 40 minutes. So we thought, you know what? Let's keep talking about some surfing down here at the Siheung Korean Open. This is a QS 6000. We have just wrapped up the women's round 1. Well, the men's round 1 is done as well. So what are we going to do? Men's round 2. Caleb Tancred in the red, Tommy Whitpain in the blue, Tim Bain in the white, and Manojo Yahagi in the green. Great heat. And on the Bonsoi replay is Caleb Tancred, Challenger Series surfer. What a way to kick this heat off, Di.
Wow, beautiful surfing from Caleb Tancred. Beautiful 4-turn combo. Get a completion. How's that? First wave. He just checked every boxes. So this is Tim Bain, his first wave. Beautiful frontside attack there. Beautiful 3rd turn, fin release, and gets the 4th turn in and gets a completion there. So beautiful surfing from both Caleb Tancred and Tom Whitpain.
It's not very often we see Tommy Whitpain on his front side. He is such an incredible backside surfer. Think back to Shargao last year. He went all the way to a 3rd place finish in the QS that we had there, which is now a CT. How exciting is that? But Tommy Whitpain, yeah, like I mentioned, it's not someone who we usually see going left.
Right.
I just went to say right, and I was like, hang on. Well, wait a minute. But he grew up on a right-hand point break, so this is actually probably a pretty challenging event for Tommy Whitpain. But I'd love to see him get a big score. Caleb Tancred locks in a 617. T-Whip, a 383. Now Tim Bain's turn to get his campaign underway here in Korea. Really fast, lightning zippy surfer here from Tim Bain. He's just absolutely detonating this wave. That is the lightning zippy surfing I'm talking about. He is just so quick between his turns, and Manojo.
矢作ものじょ1本目のライディング、素早い切り返しでターンを繰り広げていきます。 3回目のターン、そして4発目、ここは少し角度を変えたターンになりましたが前に出てきました。 Another repeat turn guy here. This is Monojoya Hagi. He's well known for air guy and tube riding guy, but he's also good on his backhand as well. But this is what you said, zippy turns. Beautiful surfing from Team Bain. A lot of sprays out the back, series of turns and gets the completion there. Wow, he'll be super happy with that surfing.
Absolutely.
And this is Monojoya Hagi. Beautiful quick turn for the first section, and love the second turn back into the power source of the wave. Gets the third turn in, and the finishing turn was a huge from Monojoya Hagi. Great stuff.
That board looks like it's an old faithful. It's got a little bit of colour to it,
Right.
that board. So I feel like Manojo, there was a heat he surfed back in Shargao, I want to say maybe 2 or 3 years ago. It could have been the first, no, it's the second year we went. And he caught 17 waves in one heat out there. I have never seen anything like it.
Yes,
Yeah, no.
a crew.
Cloud9.
Oh,
Got that one.
Cloud9.
Cloud9 over in Shargao.
Cloud9, 17 waves.
I was shocked.
Wow.
Like he was just go, like on anything. And I was like, wow. And he was still quite young then, but I feel like now it's been really cool to see his maturity not just grow in his surfing. And not saying getting 17 waves is bad, not saying that at all, but I feel like it's really cool to see his decision making and his surfing and witness it grow over the last couple of years.
Definitely he improves how he approaches to the heat, how he approaches to the wave. He always have now, plans before his heat. So definitely, like you said, he's improves a lot.
Yeah, I feel like he's got more to give too. I feel like there's still so much more room for Manojo to grow, which is such an exciting thing because it means he's got leaps and bounds to get better. He's already such a good surfer. Tommy Whitpain as well. He's one of those guys who feels like he's only just coming into himself over the last 12 months here. Bigger stature surfer, hence why he could literally just tap the lip line and so much spray would come out the back because he is so strong. You think about that with Caleb Tankred as well. Comes a little bit sticky on that first section, but this is just where the power starts to unfold. He is so convincing to me as a Challenger Series surfer. I feel like there really is a gap between those CS surfers and then some of the rest of the field, and it's pretty visible when you watch Caleb Tankred get up on his feet. Just so strong and so sturdy.
Definitely, it was great surfing from both Caleb and Tom Whitpain. But let's take another look on this last wave. Beautiful first time, more of a check turn there, and just time it right and back into the pocket. This is where he goes attack mode. A lot of sprays. Unfortunately, he couldn't get a finishing turn there, but beautiful full-turn combo there. And this is, I really loved how he approached to the vertical off the top there for the first turn and get into the power source of the wave. And beautiful third turn there. And I even like this final turn better. It was a beautiful combination.
And what's so interesting to me is Caleb is a stockier guy. He's one of the bigger guys in the competition, and when you think about that, you think, oh, he's going to be really good at waves like Newcastle, big beaches. That's the sort of environment that you go. He's going to be. That's where he's going to thrive. But even when you put him in a wave pool environment where usually a lot of the time it's the guys who are really light on their feet do well here, and he still rises to the occasion. I feel like that's also when you know someone's ready to go to that next level.
Definitely. And then first CS will start really soon.
Yeah,
straight
next
after
week.
this. So he's a busy man, straight after this. Probably he will head to South Africa.
Yeah, we head to Bolido next week, which is really wild to think. Like Africa's next week,
Right.
which is, it's crazy. But I love the fact that this is also a really fun practice ground for somewhere like Bolido, where you're getting that competition environment, you're in an international field as well. And so it really is testing the water, because the Newcastle Challenger Series, the most recent one, was a couple months ago. So let's dust the cobwebs off over here. Big fin drift for Manojo My goodness, that was so technical. Went to do it again and came unstuck here for Minojo. But that is the energy that he needs to bring here. Tim Bain, he got a 5-5 for his first wave here. Only needs a 2-4. Feels like he's already done that. So much speed and sparkiness coming out of his surfing there for Tim Bain. And it feels like he's not even trying.
I know, he doesn't look like he's rushing all the turns. He just, I don't know how to explain, but he just does it as with a flow. But he just throws the sprays so much. But this is a replay of Monojo Yahagi. Yahagi, Monojo, 素晴らしいファーストターン、フィンを抜いてきます。そしてセカンドターンも素晴らしかったです。ここの3回目のターンでフィンが抜けすぎてしまったようです。Wow, beautiful surfing from Monojo Yahagi, but this was another beautiful performance. Whippy turn, really quick, you know, right in the pocket, beautiful surfing, strong, throwing a lot of sprays, checking all the boxes, so he's gonna get another great score on this one.
That is, I feel like Minojo's wave, potentially a score gone begging there. That first turn had, all right, we're on. It felt like he was going into the 6-5 and plus, which, like we've mentioned time and time again, is actually kind of hard to do that here. It just had that element of drama that it needed with that fin drift. And you could see it gave him enough confidence to try it again there. So I feel like Minojo, I really hope he doesn't take a confidence shock from that and then start to safety surf, because that's the level he needs to be at to keep making it deep in this draw.
Definitely, you know, with the mistake, Monojo still gets a 4.0. So if he could have made that third turn and it gets the final section, then it would have been definitely 5 or above. So, well, hopefully, like you said, he's not going to stop in attacking. I hope he's going to attack the section on the third wave as well.
Yeah, Caleb Tankred's third wave coming up next. He's got a 6-1-7 and a 5-5-7. So already has that 11-point plus combo that we've seen be the theme of making through this heat. So the fact that he's got that, it is going to apply a little bit of pressure on the rest of the field. Tim Bain keeping up with him though. He's across that 11-point range. Let's see if that scoreline starts to bump up. Now we're in the seeded round here. Caleb, 2 turns, starts to belt it on the third here. Just love the flow and the mixture of flow and power in his surfing. It is just so easy to watch. Tommy Whitpain, better looking first turn here. Like I mentioned, spent his whole life growing up on a right-hand point break, so this is going to be challenging for him to get flary on his front side, considering he spends so much time going right. But that was a great example of what he can do. That end turn had a lot of spice in it.
Definitely, it'll be his best score so far for Tom Whitpain. Beautiful surfing on his front side attack, but beautiful surfing again from Caleb here. Just eyes for the section. Nice off the top. More like checking turn on the second turn. I really love the third turn here, right in the pocket, solid pocket turn, and he gets a one more turn in here, a stylish floater to finish off. So great surfing, and this is another beautiful combination. You know, love the first turn, throwing a lot of sprays in the pocket, and then, like you said, he had a flareness in the last section here, so he's gonna get a pretty good, decent score for this one. So the last one comes in at a 4.33, which is the best wave so far for Tom Whitpain. But 7.17 for Caleb's last wave, so he is extending his lead.
Yeah, I love that Caleb is just building right now. He still has another chance to still extend that scoreline again. So just when we thought 11 points was probably the number you needed, take a look at that. 13 points there for Caleb Tankred. Tim Bain has really been keeping up with him though. So he needs 7.57. He's built every single time now. So let's see if he can get himself up into that 7-point range. And then Minojo, if he can continue that energy from the start of his last wave, he's really going to build on his scoreline here. So Minojo Yagahi, I have really high hopes for him, and I hope that he does keep channeling that energy and bringing that flair, because that fin drift was so technical and so cool, and it's so easy to watch it, but to be out there and do that technical type of surfing and react so quickly, because this wave is not slowing down for anyone. So Minojo, let's see what he can do on his wave first. Let's watch Tim Bain. He's going to take off on the second wave here. Bowley looking first turn, a lot of water out the back. Let's see if it starts to steepen up again. It will. This Bowley section through the inside has been giving a lot for these surfers, but unfortunately burying the nose of his board there, just bouncing out of it. Minojo, this is good. This is the energy you want to see from this surfer here. I feel like now there's an end section. If he can capitalize, this is going to feel really good. Minojo off the back, but are you kidding? That is literally what we wanted to see from him. With the completion there, you're thinking that's 7s plus probably.
Definitely, but before the air reverse, you know, he did an amazing job to get the 3 big turns. So even with the 3 turns, he'll get a best wave so far for his scoring. But this is another beautiful backhand attack. This is textbook surfing at the wave pool here. A lot of sparks, flareness in his surfing. Unfortunately, didn't get a finish, but still beautiful turn. 矢作モンノ城一発目素晴らしいターンを見せます。そして2発目と立て続けに素晴らしいターンを見せていきました。そして3つ目のターンもクリティカルな場所でしっかりとオフ・ザ・トップ決めてきました。ここからアプローチを変えてエアリバースを試みますが前には出てこれません。Unfortunate for not making that last air reverse for Monojo, but still those 3 turns were huge.
Oh, absolutely. This is probably some of the biggest surfing I've seen from Minojo. He looks more solid as well. You can see he's been training in that off-season too. Right. And in theory, this is kind of your first event for the season, right? For the Asia QS. So these guys have had a bit of time to get better at surfing and really start training and working harder. You can see Minojo, it's paying off for him. Obviously didn't get the completion on that last wave, but really, really good signs of what could be a really strong season for Minojo. Let's have a look and see what this score is going to lock in at. It is going to come under his best, so it's a 4.73. So now on his last exchange, he is going to need a 6.17. One more wave for all of our surfers here. First up is going to be Tommy Whitpain. He needs a big number right now. It's a 7.01 for T-Whip, so hopefully he can channel something big here, get himself up into that top 2, because he had such a strong campaign on the QS last year. Beautiful carve. Love the flare of the tail at the end. That's a better looking turn here for Tommy Whitpain. Chucks the fins around. Oh no, unfortunately was too far up his board that he buried the nose there, but he was feeling it. And you can see here now Caleb just, again, so classy, belting it, capitalizing on every section. There is really nothing went wrong in that heat for him then. That was such a smooth, just kind of scale setter now for this seeded round. So Caleb really lifting the benchmark yet again.
I really enjoy watching those 2 surfers, 2 rides right now, you know. The last ride for Tom Whitpain, he did everything he could do. You know, he went for vertical off the top for the first turn and loved the carving turn there, back into the parcels of the wave. It gets a flareness on the 3rd turn. It get into the air and rotate it. But unfortunately, I wouldn't say it's a completion, but beautiful surfing from Tom. And this is another beautiful surfing from, you know, Caleb. He's one of the most composed surfers on the tour. He just does what he can do, and on the wave, gets the finish there. It's a beautiful, powerful surfing from Caleb again.
Yeah, Caleb Tancred. Let's see if he extends his lead for another time. Unfortunately, T-Whip's last wave, a 4.23, so that last turn deemed incomplete. So we do lose Tom Whitpain out of the draw. Right now, that means Minojo is the last one to have a chance to get up into that top 2 and progress through to that next round, which is good points. There's a big jump in points, 540 points if you get 3rd in this round, but if you get 3rd in the next, it's 960. So that's really going to count, especially this first event of the season. You really want a result. Caleb Tancred betters again, 6.27 on that last one here. So Minojo needs a 6-1-7. Tim Bain needs a 7-6-7. So a guaranteed Caleb moving on through to that next round. Tommy Whitpain, like I mentioned, unfortunately out of the draw here. Let's see.
It's an important exchange now for Monojo and Tim Bain. You know, Monojo needs a big score, 6-1-7. It's really hard to get, but he's capable of getting those scores.
Minojo die.
矢作、モノジョ、ここで6点台を出さなくちゃいけません。1発目フィンを抜いてきました。そして2発目いいターンが続いてます。3発目これ前に出てこれるか。 Really unfortunate for Monojo. Yahagi, he was on the way to the requirement.
Yeah, definitely. Now Tim Bain here, he's guaranteed moving on through so he can be a little bit looser, and he's just surfing so good. I mean, that board looks incredible under his feet.
Right, definitely.
Really fast.
Definitely, you know, the carbon surfboards working really well in this pool, but Tim Bain might be, you know, improving his situation right now. But Monojo, that was really unfortunate for him. He was on the way to getting those requirement 6-1-7. He was on fire, but unfortunately on the fourth hand he fell down. Looks like still not too sure if he makes it or not.
He is definitely through. Caleb Tancred and Tim Bain rolling on through to that next round. We're going to take a look at this wave just one more time, just because of how fast this board was moving here, Dai.
Wow, the whippy fast turn there in a tight section. That board goes really great and great technique. What a way to finish his heat.
Yeah, so Tim Bain, his score's still loading. It's going to sit around the similar high that he's got. So it's a 5-6. It comes in, it does better his score. But it is the two Aussies, Caleb and Tim Bain, moving on through. Minojo Yahagi should keep his head up. That was such a good heat. I feel like with a couple completions, he's easily in that top two. And then Tommy Whitpain, unfortunately, we do lose him as well. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll bring back yet another stacked heat in the round of 64.
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning.
Waves are still coming through here at the Siheung Korea Open QS 6000. We have in the water right now Daiki Tanaka, Ryo Inaba, Kian Falvey, and Riki Horikoshi. Daiki and Ryo already caught their first waves. We will be catching up with live action with Kian and Riki Horikoshi. Let's see what these boys bring to the table today. A couple of replays. What do you think of this one, Tippy?
Yeah, opening right here for Daiki Tanaka. Just a basic, really good surfing there from Daiki, top, bottom to top, and yeah, managed to almost nosedive on that one.
He did stick with it. Right behind him, Ryo Inaba. Nice first slap there. Does it again. Really pushes the tail. Loving what he's doing. A massive fan of spray there. Does he finish it off? He did not complete it. Unfortunately, that will not be deemed as a finished wave. So here we have on your screen Kian Falvey and Riki Horikoshi waiting for their opening rides to the Heat 2 of the round of 64.
Yeah, the news on the beach, not on the beach. What should we call it?
on the coastline.
So yeah, the news on in the wave pool area saying 3 of them are Chiba surfer. So there's a Chiba affairs going on right now in the water.
It's the people from Chiba against the lone Australian Kylian Falvey, but Daiki Tanaka 6-1-7 to start off this heat. We are powering through it today. There are back-to-back action. We are wasting no time. Kylian Falvey now, let's see what he brings to the table today.
So Kylian Falvey looks like 3. Is that a bit of a mistake right there from Kylian?
Yeah, I was liking his approach. He was going for the, straight off the bottom top turn, but unfortunately just goes down slightly behind. Behind him though, Riki Horikoshi. Good start there. Fumbles a little on the bottom turn. Recovers nicely. Bit of a check turn here. Let's see what he does on the inside. Goes for the air. Unfortunately, isn't able to stick it.
Yeah.
See a couple replays of those waves come through. Unfortunate for Kian. I think he had a good start and his approach was pretty solid, but just wasn't able to execute it.
Yeah, I can tell Kian want to do like a really, I don't know what you call it, like a tight bottom turn just as soon as he's taking off, but looks like there's a bit of a wobble there. This is Riki Horikoshi, the only, the goofy footer here with also Reo is also on his goofy footing surfing here. If he could stick that one, that could be a great finishing right there.
Yeah, so personal opinion here, I think that the regular footers actually have an advantage on this wave because I think on your backhand it's so much easier to just be tighter in the pocket. And I think it's really important on this wave specifically to stay close to that power section because as soon as you go like a couple 5 centimeters out of it, it's easy to lose that power and flow.
Yeah, but I have to say also, Giada, if you're on your if you're a goofy footer here, I think if you have an air game on your like on your arsenal, I think you also have an advantage here. If you have those like the traditional tight top bottom surfing, of course your backside will have those critical more of a surfing style, but if you have a really good like air game, I could say you just wait on the next heat. We're gonna have a Kainoa Hije. He will show us how to surf here as a goofy footer.
Absolutely. Kanoa last year was definitely a standout. He was won the longboarding event and got into the finals of the QS. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's gonna surf next heat number 3. So local hero here from Korea. So don't go anywhere because Kanoa Hije gonna impress us for sure.
Absolutely exciting stuff here on your screen. Ryo Inaba, massive first hack, does it again there. He was not happy with his last one. This is going to be a huge score for Ryo Inaba. What a wave.
Wow, what a big fan there on all of his maneuver right there. A lot of sprays getting out of the water. And this is also Daiki Tanaka, currently sitting with a 6 point, and it'll be a good exchange there between Ryo and Daiki.
Ryo literally heard me say that about the backhand servers, and he was like, you know what?
You know what, Jada? I think you are...
I think you're wrong, actually.
I'm going to show you how to surf as a goofy foot here.
Oh, that was beautiful. Look at the style on Ryo Inaba. This 4th turn that he does, he really takes advantage of all the sections that this wave was giving him. Wasted no time, got early onto that last section, and I think that was pretty flawless surfing.
Yeah, it could be go in the range of 6.5 to 8, around 7, somewhere around there, but I'm not a judge, so let's wait. So this is Daiki Tanaka, just a little hang up there, but it's enough to have his backup score. He have a 6 before.
Yep, so in the previous heats, a 6 next to your name is definitely getting you through the heat, but with Ryo Inaba in the water, surfing the way he was, I'm pretty sure Daiki's gonna have to really work for it. There we go, 5.83 for the last of Ryo.
That's it? No. Is it?
Yep, 5.83.
Oh, I should go back to my judging courses. Sorry there.
Me too. I thought that was going to be quite a lot higher. Daiki Tanaka, though, 617, going to back it up really nicely. He was fast surfing there.
Maybe on Rio's wave, I have to say there's a bit of a repetition. Maybe the judges want to see a bit of, like a combination there. But who knows, But that's actually sets the standard of a judging criteria. You need to push more to get that excellent score. Who did get an excellent today? It's Siheung.
Yep.
Yeah, Siheung scored an 8-point.
All right, there we have Caleb Tankred 717, Monojo Yahagi got a 7 and a 6.5, Ippo Suzuki a 6.4. Those were some of the highest heats we had, highest scores we've had today. Live action though, Riki Horikoshi, sorry. Nice second turn there, beautiful low bottom turn. I love how his backhand really follows his line. So he can finish it. Nicely done.
Yeah. And at the back we have Kian Falvi regaining his mistake from the the first wave, he would love to finish that wave, but I think the judges really want to see a completion on your last maneuver, because it says on the judging criteria completion is a big part of getting that bigger score. If not, it will have little factor on your score.
Absolutely, it is one of the main factors I would say of scoring. You really need to finish your waves to kind of show that control and that you have everything really worked out. So with the completion, you're kind of showing the judges, I'm under control. I know what I'm doing. This is how I want to show my surfing. All right, so a bit of an update in our situation here in Siheung, Korea. The commentators will be going on a quick 1-hour break, but the surfing will go on, so do not tune out. There are many heats left. So with that, we'll say a bit of a quick goodbye, and we'll see you guys in an hour.
Welcome back, everyone. We are back in the live action here at the Siheung Korea Open QS 6000. We are now into men's round of 64, heat number 4. Three waves have been ridden in this heat. Tenshi Iwami and Roy Kanazawa have been ridden. I'm still waiting for the last wave for Roy Kanazawa. So 2 more waves for Danny and Takuto Ota. My name is Daiwako in the booth with Tipi-san. Welcome back.
Yeah, good to be back here. We've seen a lot of action here, and one thing that goes into my mind is like how hard is Kanoa Hije ripping.
Right, so in the last heat, Kanoe Hije scored 15.20. That is the highest score of the day 1 so far.
Yeah, I think so. And like I said before to Giada or Jesse before, Kanoa is the person that we all have to put eyes on, and yeah, he performed.
Definitely, he's the one to look out. Last year, he did a great job at the LQS event. He won this whole event. Kanoe Hije is one of the strong local surfer. So now he's looking to get a good result in this QS 6000, trying to get a good point as well to qualify for the 2027 CS Tour.
Yeah, for sure. That's one of the reasons why all these surfers come here. This is a double sanction event, Australasia and also Australia and also Asia. So yeah, many surfers come from the Australian region, also New Zealand. From the the other region, we have the Asian region. We have Japanese, we have Chinese, Indonesian, Philippines, and also the local Korean surfers that compete in this event.
So in the water, we've seen 2 waves have been ridden, and that's it for this heat number 4. Still waiting for the last wave for Danny Widianto, who is sitting in the first place. So last wave for Takuto Ota comes in at 4.23, so it's not enough to go into the second place. Last wave for Danny Widianto comes in at a 4.63. So looks like Danny Widianto and Tenshi Iwami moving on through to the next round. So we're gonna go to the quick break, and then we'll be right back for men's round of 16, heat number 5.
Life being so fast paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. Life being so fast paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fun.
Oh.
You gotta do it by looking at them.
The OG way.
Welcome back to live action of the men's round of 64, heat number 5 at Siheung Korea Open QS 6000. We have Javiso, Rinta Oto, Taki Kanazawa, Ren Okano. I'm in the booth with Jesse. Welcome back. How's the break going?
Oh, lovely. Watched a bit of surfing. I heard some crazy screams for Kanoa Hije when he was out there too. So it's pretty cool to see. Now we have a fun, just
really stacked round, actually. Not fun. It's gnarly out there, but this heat looks really good.
Like stacked heats. Like every heat are stacked now because this heat we have Jarvis Earl, Rinta Oto, Taki Kanazawa, Ren Okano. It's a great matchup. So 2 waves have been ridden so far. The Rinta Oto's last wave comes in at 5.17. Still waiting for the first wave for Jarvis here.
Yeah, Jarvis, obviously, I feel like a little bit of a wave pool specialist. Like he's just really got surfing this kind of format on lock, and this is actually a sensitive one. He did hurt his knee here last year, so
He did.
for him to come back and come back swinging by the looks of that first score is actually really impressive, and I feel like I want to give a little moment to that because not a lot of people go back to the place where they've just had probably one of their major injuries in their career.
Definitely, it's a hard decision to come back here, but probably that's why he needs to come back. You know, he needs to come back strong, and he did come back strong. First wave for Jarvis comes in at a 7.67. How is that? You know, having a good score for the first wave in his heat.
Yeah, major score to start off with here for Jarvisel. So 7.67, Rinta with a 5.17. Taki Kanazawa, Ren Okano. This is stacked. This is a really hard heat.
You know, yeah, Jarvis obviously firing last year at this event. Rinta Oto used to be on the CS Tour. Taki Kanazawa, we've seen him surfing. Right now, this is Taki Kanazawa on his backhand attack. First turn, 2-turn, 3-turn combo. Gets a finish and rise out of it. So great start for Taki Kanazawa again. And at the back, we have Ren Okano up and riding. Nice first turn to start with. Another great turn there. A beautiful third turn. Unfortunately, comes down stuck on the third turn. Beautiful surfing from Taki Kanazawa.
Yeah, Taki and his brother Joe, just an incredibly talented brother duo. I feel like Joe has almost feels like taken a little bit of a hiatus in competitive surfing, and Taki's kind of shown up to consistently to every single event, but really different types of surfers as well between the brothers, but really good competitors, the two of them.
Definitely, they are really strong competitors from Japan. They surf together pretty much every day. And now his brother Roy is sponsored by Volcom.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so that's a good start for Roy. But Taki is showcasing his surfing. But still waiting for the first wave for Taki Kanazawa. But looks like it's going to be a good score, 5.83. It's a great way to start off his campaign in his heat. Taki Kanazawa now sitting in the second. So Jarvisel already puts a 7.67 on the board. It's a pretty good start. And 5.83 for Taki Kanazawa. 5.17 for Rinta Oto. So Ren didn't get a finishing turn, so 3.50 just locked in for Ren Okano's first wave.
Yeah, it's cool to see these guys already coming into this heat and lifting their game as well. I mean, Taki, Rinta giving us something to really think about with that 5.17 and that 5.83. Jarvis, that 7.67 though is really going to set him apart here.
Definitely, you know, first wave, 7-point ride. That's what a way to start his, you know, first heat of the event. I would be super stoked, but probably he's so much stuff to showcase in this, especially, you know, at this wave pool. It's a super surf skating playground for Jarvis. But looks like the waves approaching right now. So Rinta is up and riding. Nice first turn and second turn. Straight into third turn. Fin released on the third and gets the finish. So great stuff from Rinta Oto. And Jarvis up and riding. Nice carve for the first turn. Vertical off the top for second. Great third turn there. Comes around the section. Fin release to finish off. So another great ride from Jarvis.
Yeah, Jarv, going to give us a full bag of tricks at this event. And we know he's incredible in the air, but he's also got really, really talented rail surfing as well. And this wave kind of demands all of the above, to be honest. Like, you need to be able to give us a little bit of elevation as those deeper rounds go on and start to push a little bit harder, but also know when to pull it back and start to get a little bit more serious with just pushing your rail surfing a little bit further than what they're going. So Jarvis, this is what I mean. He's such a good wave pool surfer because I feel like he knows exactly when to push and pull.
Definitely, he's just showcasing his surf technique and his strength. So I think he's coming back really strong.
Yeah, definitely. Ren Okano, unfortunately getting the short straw when it comes to that first exchange, getting a 3-5, so it was the smallest score that we saw of those first 4 waves. How is Ren as far as it goes as a competitor under pressure? Because right now, every slightly missed opportunity of not capitalizing on a score, it is going to build as this heat goes on.
Definitely. The last wave for Rinta comes in at 6.00. So he's starting building his house right now here. So still waiting for the last wave for Jarvis. So Ren probably needs to answer back. He's already locked in 3.50, but I don't think it'll be enough to make this round.
Ren Okano just waiting. Taki Kanazawa as well. He's kind of comes to mind as one of those guys who is a really good heavy water surfer. He's got so much power behind him. So maybe a wave pool, also another challenging environment for Taki Kanazawa.
He's known for charger, so definitely, like you said, he's tried to showcase his capability of small surfing here. I wouldn't say it's small, but compared to the other places, it looks like waves approaching. This is Ren Okano Ren. さあこの波しっかり2本目スコアをしていきたい。2発目大きなターンを入れました。これも素晴らしいターンスプレーを上げています。そしてフィニッシュを決めました。これはいいライディングになりそうです。Great surfing from Ren Okano。金沢滝、このライディング何点出るか、素晴らしいリッピングを見せてきます。少しホワイトウォーターの中に隠れてしまいますが、フィニッシュも決めてきますが、少しレールが引っかかってしまいました。1本目で 5.83 をスコアして、このバックアップが何点になるか。Beautiful surfing from Ren Okano. Unfortunate for Taki Kanazawa, couldn't make the last turn, but beautiful surfing from Ren.
Yeah, Ren, this is exactly the answer back he was chasing here. Needed to get himself in a position where, all right, I'm back in this heat. That second turn, the drive through it, also thinking this is the second time he's surfing today as well. So he's actually had 4 waves to try and find his rhythm out here. So definitely felt like he clicked back into gear on that second wave there. And then Taki, again, just a really quick surfer. That third turn was really nice under the lip there. It felt like it had a bit more exclamation. The only thing is if you're going to go under lip, it might not be the place to do it when it comes to that end section. There is so much oncoming water and power coming back towards. You can see here, he just bottom turns, and then unfortunately where his board met the lip line, it was slightly out of position, which is what forced him down there for Taki. But Ren Okano definitely putting himself in a better position here.
So last wave for Taki Kanazawa locked in 3.77, which is a still decent score, but looks like a good score is on the way for Ren Okano, 5.73. So he's now back in the game, still in the 4th place, but now only needs 5.45. So now it's like it's everyone's game for now. The doors are wide open, especially for the 2nd place.
And when you see guys like Rinta Otu, I mean, he's such a stealthy competitor. I feel like he always has a game plan and then a game plan for the game plan. For someone like Taki and Ren, who maybe don't have that really locked in just yet, Rinta's a really hard draw.
Definitely, he's been coaching other competitors as well back home, so he's learning from competitors. So probably he's a really hard surfer to beat. But looks like Jarvis is up and riding. Beautiful first sound, a lot of powerful surfing and tail release on the 2nd turn. A little bit of a check down there, racing down the line, getting to the air, rotate. Wow.
Sick
completion from Jarvis. And this is Rinta up and riding. Rinta 選手、 さあこの波で何点出せるか、しっかりとフィニッシュまでやっていきました。この波で 5.17 以上出すとその差を広げていきます。Wow, great answer back from both Jarvis and Rinta.
They both, to me, and this isn't taking away from the surfing from Taki and Ren, but Jarvis and Rinta look like the top seeds in this heat to me. They just seem like a gear above right now. Jarvis, he seems, although I know he didn't want to get injured, it feels like all the rehab he's done and the time off in that time has actually helped him put a little bit of weight on. And you can see it's allowing him to look and convincingly look a lot stronger in his surfing. So I think this actually, I know no one wants to get injured, but I actually feel like it helped Jarvis get that little bit further ahead. And then Rinta, this is what I mean. He is just so poised. Like, he is so ready to surf any heat at any time. But the technique there for Jarvis, he has always had just an incredible ability to pull those off. I mean, some people are taught that and they learn it. Obviously, Jarv would have had to learn it too, but he also has a really natural ability for being in the air. So if I was Rinta and if I was Jarvis, to keep yourself in those top two positions, this is exactly the surfing they need to be doing.
Definitely, you know, these two surfers just showcasing why they are in the top seeded. So great surfing from both Rinta and Jarvis. So last wave for Rinta comes in at a 6.37. He actually improves his situation. He's still in the second place. He's extending his lead. Taki Kanazawa now needs 6.54. Ren now needs 6.64. This is a great matchup. And on screen we have coming up surfer getting ready.
Yeah, Tally Wiley, you can see getting ready. He's got Dom Thomas, Zaina Zink, and Ippo Suzuki. So another massive heat. Dom Thomas, incredible in the air, but then Tally Wiley, super powerful. So all these heats are definitely not easy in any way, shape, or form.
Wow, stack heat on the way. Looks like this is Taki Kanazawa up and riding. Kanazawa Taki, この波で逆転することができるか。1発目、2発目、きれいに決めてきました。そして3発目も素晴らしいパワーサーフィンを見せてます。そして5発を入れたこの波、しっかりとメイクしてきました。Beautiful power surfing, but you know, Ren's gonna answer back. 岡野Ren、これもまた素晴らしいライディングになりそうです。さあ、ここでエアーをしてきます。ここはメイクできず。Beautiful surfing, and I love how Ren just attacks the section.
That would have been the sickest full rotation. The quickness of that spin, he had that timing down pat on that end section there. So Ren, I feel like that's actually where he needs to be right now. So I love the fact that he's even getting to showcase that repertoire. But what a beautiful wave here for Taki. Just timing this so perfectly. His tempo was just in sync right there. And you can see to come out of that end section with speed, you're doing something right, because a lot of people do get hung up or go down. So Taki really just adapting every single time he's up and riding here. And then Ren, this section here, you can see him throw the fins. He was so close to having that board complete for that full rotation there. Unfortunately, just landed, and where he's landed, that back foot had slipped too far to the toe edge of the board, and that unfortunately meant that he didn't get the completion there. But the technicality of like what he was doing and that, and the quickness of the spin that he had going for that air too, I was like, wow, okay, Ren, let's see more of that.
Definitely, you know, that would have been probably up above like 7 or 8.
Easy,
you know, so how he plans to surf is completely right. So he's gonna get another chance to surf. Still waiting for the last wave for Taki Kanazawa, needing a score 6.54. I gotta say it's gonna be really close, but it looks like it's gonna be just under. It's a 5.70. Still needs the same requirement, 6.54.
Definitely doable for Taki Kanazawa, surfing so good. I also just want to touch on quickly with Ren on that last wave. If you look back to previous winners on the men's side, Katuta Gus, Kei Kobayashi, Reef Hazelwood, Bronson Mady, all surfers with incredible air games. So it feels like Ren is on the right path because they won by doing maneuvers like what he did. Didn't get the ride out, but if he can pull that on his next wave, there's no saying he can't get through this heat.
Definitely. Live action ポートリンタ選手、これは大きなターンを立て続けに見せてきています。スプレーを上げながら繰り広げていきますが、最後のターンでかかってしまいました。Jarvis up and riding. He's already locked in 7.40 on the last wave. So is he gonna improve his situation here? Gets the rotation. Unfortunately, he didn't ride out of it. But beautiful surfing from Rinta and Jarvis.
Yeah, Jarvis with a pair of sevens. That's exactly what you want to see, especially in this round, and that really does kind of stay on that theme of you to convincingly win these heats. 13 plus is kind of now that new benchmark for this round here, but what a wave for Rinta. I mean, this was just so smooth. There is zero downtime between any of these turns, but he also was turning so tight in the pocket there. That last turn, so unfortunate to not get the completion there, because that was on its way to something massive. I still think it'll be a really good score. And then Jarv, you can see here, this wave almost, the whitewater almost pushed out on him. So he kind of was forced to go to the air to try and better his score there. But it was just a bit of a weird section as he came into it here. So Jarvis, he's pretty well convincingly won this heat. I'm intrigued on Rinta's last wave. It's not going to go as high as what I thought, but it definitely means that Jarvis is probably set, you'd have to think, but you never know what can happen on these last two waves.
Well, definitely. Last wave for Rinta comes in at 5.07. He's not improving his situation, so this is going to be the last chance for Taki and Ren. Taki now needs 6.54. Ren needs 6.64. This is the last wave for two of the surfers. It's going to be an interesting finish here.
Definitely doable for both of these guys. I'm particularly intrigued by Ren. Just with I didn't know that he had that much technicality in his air game. I know he didn't make it, but it was so convincing as he was coming through that last part of the rotation there. So I feel like Ren also seems like the type of surfer who, if he fails, he gets up and tries again and will just keep doing so until he's got that. So I feel like he's going to give us something yet another time. Like, may as well just go for it now.
I'll say he's going to go in for it on this last wave because he knows he has to attack every section here. Important wave for Ren. 岡野レン4本目のライディング。いいスコアが必要です。1発、2発、きれいにターンを重ねていきます。3発目、これも大きくなった。さあ、4発目が入って、最後のセクションも縦に入って前に出てきました。6.64 が必要です。その後ろでは金沢、滝、4本目のライディング重なってきたところに当てに行きます。少しタイミングを測ってここでエアをするが少しタイミングがずれてしまったようです。Little bit of unfortunate for Taki Kanazawa, mistimed, and unfortunate for Taki. He needs a 6.54, but to me, he needed to do something bigger. But Ren did a great job on that wave.
Yeah, Ren Okano, it's actually, they're both currently looking for very similar scores here. 6.64 here for Ren. That first turn had a lot of spice in it, a lot of energy coming back down behind it again, and then carried that through this inside section here too. Really, really quick transitions at the end there as well for Ren, and then this was Taki. You can see that takeoff. It just set him off, unfortunately, for the back half of this wave.
That was really unfortunate for Taki Kanazawa. He was looking for the section to actually going for the air, but didn't have a connection with the wave. Still waiting for the last of Taki. So last wave for Ren comes in at 6.07. It's not enough. And 3.27 for Taki Kanazawa's last wave. So looks like Jarvis and Rinta moving on to the next round. We're gonna go to the quick break and we'll be right back.
It is on. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Strong girl. Non-stop action here in Korea for the Siheung Korean Open QS 6000. We've got a couple of Aussies battling it out in this heat against the sole Japanese surfer, Ippo Suzuki. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Izzy Caldo. Two waves by two very talented but very different surfers to kick us off for this heat. Tully Wiley, we think power. Dom Thomas, you got to think airs.
Yeah, and for Tully, I love his forehand as we see him live. Nice first carve there, gets a little bobbled. He'll do a check turn for a second and wrap it. That's nice and powerful from Tully, and hits it again and comes unstuck there.
Yeah, and then just this end section, it has proven to be a little bit tricky for some of these competitors today.
Yeah, and as we see out behind him, looks like Dom as well, getting a little hung up. Nice speed and flow through this middle section as we see him throwing buckets, just like you said, Jess, coming unstuck on that end section.
Yeah, Dom's the kind of guy, like I mentioned, like he's an air guy in my mind. So I feel like this is him just getting started. You can see he actually got those fins free at the end there as well. So Dom Thomas and Tully just going to look in a couple small scores. They are taking on Zaina Sink from the sunny coast and Ippo Suzuki representing Japan. So Ippo already surfing a heat today where the three Aussies, this is the first time that they actually are really navigating this new wave, this T6 wave.
Yeah, and especially for Dom, he lost last year in the round of 64. So this, again, is the round of 64. So we'll see if he can try push through this round. Tully, he got 13th at this event last year. So he'll be looking to make his mark and get back on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, he belongs there.
Yeah.
He really does.
Yep.
He's such a talented surfer, and the fact that he's not there, honestly, the fact that he hasn't really had his kind of breakout performance on the Challenger Series is a little bit mind-boggling to me, just with how talented he is. So I feel the time is coming for Tully Wiley. He's got to get back there first, but he's one of those guys who is a top-tier surfer on the men's Australia QS right now, so he would definitely find his way back to that Challenger Series here. Zaina Sink looking to crack it for the first time. Let's see what he's got to give us on this wave here. Beautiful second turn here for Zaina Sink. Starts to drift the fins, push even harder through this end section. Can he get more on the board? Let's kick the fins out one more time here for Zain. Ippo out the back on the fourth wave here. Connects with this first section. He was really lively and explosive this morning. Let's see what he can bring. Goes for an air rev into the flats there, but that is a tricky section to land. So Ippo is going to have to regroup. And it was kind of Zain getting the best of that first exchange.
Yeah, I'm really impressed from Zain. Zain did such awesome rail surfing. I was watching him in the practice sessions as well, and he's definitely one to watch. He's got a really good air game as well, as we see this replay. Nice air drop into that first slash for Zain. Comes around this section, and that's a better whip there. And wow, just throws the fins out and tries to get around this section. We haven't seen many surfers get around it, and he snaps it there.
Correct me if I'm wrong. There's not a lot of lefts on the sunny coast, so this is just Zain enjoying being a goofy footer right now.
And especially he's from Noosa as well.
Oh, yeah.
So he goes right.
Yes, all the time. And then Ippo here, this end section, you got to have speed.
Yeah, he's just, it's nice to see he's going for broke, and I feel like to get through these heats, obviously we saw Jarvis Earl in that last heat going to the air, as we see this nice replay of Zain. But Ippo again, I feel like it's a nice little practice wave. He didn't do this event last year, so he really has nothing to lose. And I feel like, that's going to hurt. I feel like that's almost a bit better coming through as an underdog. Nothing to lose compared to big names like Tully and Dom.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ippo, I feel like as well, is definitely one of those guys who can surprise you and throw out some pretty solid airs. But you can see on that fourth wave of the set, that end section actually builds as you come towards it. So felt like Ippo maybe getting to it just a half beat too early, which is what really forced him out into the flats and into a bit of an awkward section with that oncoming wave. So potentially just needs to reset, readjust. We're going to look at Dom Thomas taken off on this next wave first, and then Tully's going to get a look at what is the fourth wave of the set here in this next exchange. Dom, it's mind-boggling to me that he hasn't had a big result in a wave pool contest yet.
Yeah, and especially he got the wild card into the Stab Air Show with that crazy punt down in Sydney. as we see him up and riding.
Let's see. Nice looking first turn here. A lot of water coming out the back on the second and third as well. Really beautiful traditional surfing here. Goes super vertical on that end section for Dom Thomas. Now Tully looking to throw some power around on this wave here. 2 cars to kick us off. You can see he's pushing so hard on his board right now. Oh no, completely lost the back foot off the tail pad there for the finishing turn. But Tully, it's for both of these guys right now, definitely a step in a better direction.
Yeah. And I feel like Dom, so interesting, he's such a back-footed surfer, and we really can see the size difference. Like Tully is that big, powerful surfer, and Dom's still throwing the same amount of spray. So we see this replay, lovely drone angle. I love this angle. Great series of backhand turns for Dom, and wow, just so much flow, power, as we were talking about, and finishes that one off.
Yeah, so Dom, it looks really shallow on that inside section
is.
there. But Dom also giving us like a different variety of what we're used to from him. I really would have thought he would have gone for 2 airs on both his waves so far, and then Tully here.
Yeah, wow. Just, we talk about power, and this is it. Tully just throwing buckets. I love his rail surfing as well, going from the outside to the inside. Look at that. So much torque. Really interesting. He doesn't really turn his head all the way around. He sort of stops it right there, and I feel like at that turn he was looking down the line again. He wasn't looking right in front of him, which is where we saw him boggle off.
Yeah, unfortunately for Tully, he's going to really be wanting to bank a little bit more. That end section is going to be pretty crucial for getting himself one of those scores to push him across the line right now. Dom Thomas, he's looking like he's going to lock in a nice score in the 5-point range, which has proven to be a score you need to get through these heats right now. Zaina Sink, like we thought, did get the better of the first exchange, so it was a 5-point ride. Dom Thomas looking at a 4.9, and Tully a 4.43. So a ridiculously close heat right now between all the surfers.
Yeah, I'm just waiting, like you said, I'm waiting for Dom to go to the air. It's really interesting because I've seen him do crazy ones on his forehand. I haven't seen him in a comp do too many on his backhand, so I would love to see that.
Yeah, I feel like these guys are definitely going to keep us on our toes right now, bring some more energy into the back half of the heat. You can see Ippo. We're going to see him on the very next wave. This first one is going to roll through. That means Ippo is finally going to take off on wave number 2 of the set here. Classy takeoff. There wasn't a bubble in sight, which has put him in a really nice tempo for this wave. Draws that carve out, brings it in again to the power source. Now starts to go even bigger on that end section. I thought he was going to go for the air, and then he drawed out the bottom turn. I was like, oh, here we go. Zane here looking to hold down the lead. He wants to keep building on this right now. A big end section here can definitely capitalize, and you can see just how quickly that water rushes out. You almost, it'd be so hard to do. Like, I am no aerialist. I'm so happy to say that too. I just have a partner who happens to be really good at them, so he explains it to me. But that end section needs so much speed because it's either the flats or you land on the wave face and the board rips it out up under you. It seems like a really hard section to do airs on.
Yeah, and I feel like Ippo here, he went so deep, like you said, like sort of hit the bobble, came up. Yeah, here we see it. He just pokes the nose towards it, and his front foot kind of comes off as well. So going huge, Ippo, and Zane Asink out behind him. Nice whippy surfing from Zane. Huge first turn. The judge is going to love that as he does a nice series of check turns to really set up for this air. And nice slow-mo here. He launches little bit lateral and just catches that outside rail.
He landed in such a good spot because it had this really nice soft landing to it, but as he was coming back down, it started to steepen up again on that end section there. So it forced his board to pretty much rip out under his feet because it looked like his front foot slipped, but I would say that was more of the board stopping with the water coming up than Zane. So it is one of those ones where you think the 4th wave of the set is the better wave to do the air on, but maybe it is the second because it doesn't build towards the end there. So these guys are going to learn. You can see right now, Iko, or Ichi, we like to call him, Ichi Watanabe, is coming up next. Just getting a little bit of a breakdown from Taki Kanazawa, who we unfortunately lost in that last heat, but given him his insight into how this wave is working, what that end section is feeling like. Right now, those scores dropping in, so everyone getting their second wave here. Right now, Zaina Sink holding it down with a 5 and a 4.17. Dom Thomas with a 4.9 and a 3.33. So that means Tully currently looking for a 4.83. I wouldn't say anyone is safe in this heat right now because I feel like someone's going to catch fire and blow this out of the water here. Tully back on the second wave of the set here. Big steeper outside section. He's going to capitalize on it. Pushes and drives that tail into the third. Even more on the fourth here. That wave is over, but it feels like it's probably his best so far. Dom Thomas with a good amount of energy behind him here. There we go. Starts to bowl up. As he's meeting this wave so tight and perfectly in the pocket here. I was just waiting for someone to figure it out and put it into play. And Dom and Tully probably getting their two best waves back to back.
Yeah, that was amazing to see. I loved Dom Thomas's approach. He sort of was on the foam ball after those second and third turns coming back into it, which allowed him extra speed to go back into through the lip. So we see Tully, so much spray. I love that first carve. And second, and this is where we see him snap it there and finishes this one off so nicely for Tully. So that's got to feel pretty good.
No, absolutely. And just this part here where unfortunately this wave was kind of leaving him to do snaps, but pushing that tail as hard as he did is going to edge him ahead on a couple more extra points here. But Dom just perfectly timed in the pocket.
So perfect. And I love this drone angle because you can see Dom right there on the foam ball. Gives him that extra push to go straight back into the pocket. And he does well to navigate that end section. And oh my goodness, just so vertical for Dom. I'm really excited to see where this score comes through.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to sit really nicely. Definitely, I think probably the best wave of the heat. I think it's going to go and eclipse that 5-point ride for Zaina Singh. So happy to be wrong if I am wrong. But I just love the fact that he was building every single term. There wasn't a lack of, oh, what am I going to do here? He was just kind of sitting in that flow state and enjoying the wave as it met him there. So Tully Wiley, his last wave comes in as the best of the heat so far, a 5.43. Still waiting on numbers for that last one for Dom, but Tully was needing a moment right now in this heat to get himself in a little bit more of a comfortable position.
Yeah, and with Tully only having one wave left, I feel like he would have a bit of confidence boost, but it's so close this heat that you can't really feel safe yet. And oh wow, there we go. Last of Dom, a 5.30. So Tully actually getting the better of that exchange. So super close heat. Dom goes to first. Zane now chasing a 4.87. And Ippo looking for a 5.96 as we see Zane.
Yeah, this is a really close heat right now. Zane drifting the tail around on the first and second section. He really is coming into this heat hard right now. Drifts it around yet again. This JS looking incredible under his feet. All right, stare him straight in the eye. Zane, stare those judges straight in the eye. I love the energy right now from Zaina Singh. Ippo out the back here. Feels like confidence just wasn't there on that wave then, and you can really tell by the end there too, he wasn't feeling it either. But Zaina Singh has come out the gates flying and has just continued to build speed as this heat has rolled along.
I love it. It's so funny. I was talking to a couple of goofy footers and they were saying how hard it is to choose the right first turn for them, but I feel like Zane just has that turn on lock. Great first slash into a second slash. Comes around this section and wow, just showing variety. Float to finish. We haven't seen that much, a little float to finish. Ippo out behind him. Nice first carve there. And just gets a little hung, goes really deep off the bottom, which I think sort of puts him out of timing for that third turn.
Yeah, slightly mistimed it there for Ippo, so it is going to come down to one last wave for him. Zane, I dare say he's got that 487. I really like this wave here for Zane. And you can see as he comes in, just that traditional floater on that end section. I feel like there's nothing wrong with a floater. No. I mean, think back to Julian Wilson at Burleigh last year. Like, so classy, some of those big, long, drawn-out floaters. Felipe does them all the time too. So bring it on in Korean wave pools. Let's see more floaters from our competitors right now. Zaina Singh gets the best wave of the heat so far, so it's a 5.7. Now Tully Wiley back in third, needs a 4.77. I dare say it's probably going to come down to these two surfers here. Ippo, I'm not going to write him out yet, actually, only needs a 6.3. But these two surfers now get to watch each other's waves back to back and try and push harder than the other one.
And it was so funny. We were saying Tully had the best wave of the whole heat. before. And now he's in third. He's in this position. It is that towing to and throw. So Tully in third, and he's going to get the fourth wave of the set, which is going to be really interesting to see how he capitalizes on that one.
Yeah, I feel like that is probably a little bit more suited to Dom rather than Tully.
Yep.
Tully's best scores actually come from the second wave of the set. So hopefully he can readjust and get this going here. Here we go. Dom Thomas looking to defend second place right now. Needs to better a 4.9 here. Just, again, really, really smooth surfing from Dom Thomas. Oh,
no.
my goodness. I went to say not putting a foot wrong. My goodness, just completely slipping out at the end here. Here we go, Tully. Needing a 4.77. Carving to start. I feel like it's going to need a completion on this wave to really put the exclamation on it. He goes up into the lip line there, so plenty of work done. This is going to be really close between those two surfers.
And I think what's really interesting to note as well, Dom obviously being on his backhand, he had no downtime. He went top to bottom, as we saw Tully pump to get through that next section. So it'll be interesting to see if the judges will score him down a bit more for the pumping. We have seen that sort of happen throughout the day. Let's look at these replays. Another drone angle as well from Dom. I just love his style. It's so nice to watch. He just looks so in rhythm. Nice series of backhand snaps, and this is where he went wrong. Just poking the nose there for Dom. Wow, slow-mo, and as we can see, just sort of catching that inside rail there and coming down. Tully. Nice slow-mo. He's got that first turn on lock like we spoke about. Nice series of snaps there. Sort of cutting them a little bit short. I feel like he was looking down the line there, getting heaps of speed to come around this section. And he does get a finish. So we see great rail surfing from Tully. I just love his style. It's so nice to watch.
He's so powerful. And I feel like especially we get to see it a lot on Showcase on his backhand. But to see it on the front side now, I feel like he's looking really strong. But Dom looking either frustrated. I'm hoping it's not a little bit of pain there. So we have to look at their scores previously. I mean, Tully, it feels like it's better than his 4.43. So
Yeah.
I feel like it could potentially go there. But Dom Thomas also feels better than his low score as well. So both of these guys, I think, are going to really push each other out further. Zaina Sink would be hoping that he still sits in that number one position, because if these scores don't knock him out of that, he is going to stay in the lead. So Dom Thomas' score is in. It's a 5.03, which means that Tully Wiley still needs a 4.9. I dare say he could get it on that last wave there. All right, let's turn to the other two surfers here. Ippo Suzuki now needs a 6.73 because Tully Wiley gets the score, goes into second. So Ippo, this needs to be the best wave of the heat so far. Tries to give us some flair, but unfortunately just couldn't quite make it happen here. Zane, he's going to win this heat. So this is pressure off, loose surfing right now from Zaina Sink. He's just having so much fun. There we go.
Wow.
Gets the completion here on that fourth wave. Really quick rotation as he re-engaged those fins off that air reverse. So Zaina Sink, I love the fact that he was kind of a dark horse in my mind. I thought this was going to be a hard heat to beat Tully and Dom in.
Yeah, well, last year he had a round of 96 loss. He's now into the round of 32, and I feel like since Phillip Island, he got a ninth there. He's just come leaps and bounds, and it's really impressive.
And you can see Ippo here, incredible surfer, but unfortunately just not getting this one just to get him across the line.
Yeah, Ippo, unfortunately, such a great surfer. Just out of rhythm a little bit, show the little flair as well. So, as well, we say goodbye to Dom.
I
Huge.
know, that is crazy.
Yeah.
That is actually wild, because Dom Thomas, in my head, is kind of a guarantee for a good result here. So he's going to have to be pretty on the money for his next couple of events here. But Zaina Sink, this air here, just the fact that he got that quick rotation, you could see adapting and learning each time he tried this.
Yeah, it's so cool to watch, and that is a huge part of the criteria, which is progression, and Zane just showing that he's just loose and free with it and feeling confident.
Absolutely. Love the fact that he took this heat out. Tully Wiley coming in second. We do say goodbye, like we mentioned, to Dom Thomas and Ippo Suzuki. Heat number 7 looks absolutely stacked as well. We are rolling into it straight away. I'm going to step out. We're going to welcome back in Giada Legati. Don't go anywhere.
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning.
We pick things back up here in the round of 64 heat 7 in the water right now. Iko Watanabe, Jin Suzuki, Ui Jongjung, and Sammy Loi. I am Jada Legati. I want to welcome back in. Well, you were in the booth. I don't know. Welcome myself. Izzy.
Thanks, Gianna.
So lots of action. Things are non-stop out there on your screen. Sol Grenling, one of my fave surfers. He's a young man from Australia and Brazil. Cool. Very lively, super fun to be around. But we already have 2 rides from Iko Watanabe and Jin Suzuki. Just waiting for those scores to come through. Up next, Ui Jongjun and Sammy Loi.
Yeah, Iko Watanabe, he got around a 32 finish here last year, so he'll be looking to do one better, I'm sure. He finished 8th on the QS as well, so really looking to solidify his spot on the Challenger Series. And Jin Suzuki got around a 64 loss here last year, so he's really looking to push past this round. I feel like this round is such a tricky round.
Absolutely. You know, it's those early days, and when you bow out so, so in such a young contest, you're like, oh no, I don't. It's such a heartbreaking situation. You put so much time and effort to come here. You really check your equipment, your nutrition, your training, and then to bow out so early is very heartbreaking.
Yeah, and Sammy Lowe didn't do this event last year. He was the Australian captain for the Irakanjis at the Junior Worlds. Here we go.
All right, on your screen, this is Ui Jongjun. Nice first hack. Does it again. Massive fan of spray. Wastes no time to get these 3rd and 4th turns in. Unfortunately goes head down there right behind him. Sammy, beautiful first opening carve there. Deep bottom turn to hack that one as well. He is not looking like he's stopping anytime soon. Beautiful finish.
That was insane. I loved Sammy's finish. I feel like that's the difference to the huge scores today. We are seeing those 6s being dropped, but it is that dramatic start and dramatic finish.
Absolutely. It's that exclamation mark, it's that I'm here, I'm in control.
Yes.
What do you think about this one?
I love this wave. I love the flow top to bottom. As we see, he's in that foam ball, so he doesn't actually have to pump at all. It's just giving him so much speed and flow. Just so unfortunate. That would have been a huge score out behind him. Sammy Lowe just has this wave on speed dial. I love these series of turns as we see that finish. Such a dynamic finish.
I know, so much speed coming out of that. Here's a bit of a close-up of what we are talking about. This is our man in white. He got a 3.50 for this ride. That wipeout looked so gnarly. I would not want to be
And it's so shallow, too.
Yeah, that was the first thing I thought as well, but let's not put it out there. Sammy Lowe, 5.5 to start his campaign here in this round of 64. Still early days. First wave ridden for all 4 surfers. Sammy is a new name for me.
Yes.
He is really putting his foot down on this event, and I'm loving what he's doing.
Yeah, Sammy's such a great young man. He's from Sydney way, and like I said, he was the Australian captain for the Irukandjis, and he's coming through the pro junior ranks, and he's a standout on the pro junior. But the QS, this is his first sort of time he's dabbled in it, and his surfing's doing the talking. He can be up there with some of the best.
Absolutely. There's such mature surfing, and it's not easy to be under so much pressure at such a young age and to be able to execute and showcase the type of talent you have. So I'm sure he has many great things ahead. This is going to be Jin Suzuki now on this second wave of the set on his backhand. Good first opening turn. Wastes no time to get into that third one. Let's see what he does on this inside. Loved what he was doing, but unfortunately goes down behind him. Iko Watanabe really pushes that tail. This backhand got him a great result in China last year. He was one of the standouts for sure. A floater there to finish. Doesn't get around the section. Maybe not what he was hoping for, but Iko Watanabe is such an incredible surfer. He can finish this heat with just one wave.
I love that. I loved the first turn. It was huge, and I feel like the judges are going to really reward that as well, especially for Iko. His first wave was just a 1.50, so this has got to feel pretty good, give him a little bit of confidence boost as we see this drone angle here from Jin Suzuki. Great series of turns. I love how low he gets, and by being that low, he generates his own speed and just coming unstuck. That's been the theme of the day, that end section, as we see him pushing so hard straight from the bottom out through the top, and like we said, just coming unstuck there. Out behind him, this is Iko Watanabe. Great first turn, and slashes it for a second. And wow, just going through the fields, he makes it look so easy, Iko. And I feel like he was sort of caught between two minds on that last turn. Float, snap, not sure, pull out the back.
So Iko Watanabe was actually the 2025 Men's Junior Asian Champion.
Wow, so he's so young.
Yeah, many big results for Iko. He's very young, and like I said, he had a really, really great run in China. He's represented Japan in many ISA events, so he is a name, and the Asian series events. He got third in the Corona Zero event in Japan, so I thought he won for some reason because he was on fire.
That's so cool. Yeah, I remember seeing he got 5th in Siagao as well last year, which is so cool because that's now a tour stop. How exciting. He also got 9th in Taiwan, so we know what he's capable of, and his last wave of 4.97, I feel like he's got more in the tank.
Absolutely. I think he was still playing it safe. He wanted to really get a score next to his name. He only was sitting on that 1.5 besides that 4.9. So back to live action. Sammy on the second wave of the set. Big opening gouge. Does it again. Let's see how he backs it up. Nice layback there to give the variety, and unfortunately goes down. That was going to be a pretty solid score. Right behind him, Ui Jong-jun goes down as well. Unfortunately, that nose just kind of getting stuck on the way down. Wasn't able to ride out of it, but early days. It's early days.
Exactly, and I think it's so cool as well. There are so many people out there on the wall getting around the local boys, and I love it. They've got their little signs as well. It's just such a cool atmosphere to be a part of, and I think when you're out there in the pool and seeing how many people are watching you, as we see Sammy Low, I just love his style. Great first carve. He's got that thing on lock and wraps it around for a second. This is where we see the variety, and just so unfortunate. He just pokes the nose here. I think that would have been a huge score if he rode out of that one.
Absolutely. I mean, he was on the way to a really nice one. I love the variety he was giving. It gives something fresh to look at.
And here we go, local boy just coming unstuck. See that? Yeah, he got a little hung on the takeoff, which put him a bit out of rhythm. With that fourth wave, there is that little bobble in it as well that we seem to notice. So he sort of went up into the lip and then just sort of dug on the way back down.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate, but you know, I'm sure he's gonna kind of take that, and it's these moments that really make or break a surfer in a heat. It's you make the mistake, and having that mental capacity to kind of take it and be like, okay, that happened, all good, just put it away and move forward now.
And I feel like the pool is such a cool thing because priority, heat strategy, everything's out the window. So really, it is all mindset, which is huge.
Yeah,
And kind of really cool.
It's probably, I would say mindset is probably like 75-80% of
Yeah.
competitive surfing. It's such an important factor that sometimes I think people don't value enough the amount of training you have to put with your mentality outside of surfing. I know a lot of people now are doing a lot of breath work,
Yes.
mindful meditation, and like just being present and being able to control your emotions. Because as easy as it sounds, it's absolutely
so hard.
Yeah, it's a nightmare sometimes when you're like freaking out and
Yes.
you're like breathe, and
Your
you're not
breathing gets
breathing. Yeah. All right, Iko Watanabe now on his backhand. Good opening turn there, backs it up nicely. Let's see what he does. This inside bowling up, and I just jinxed him. He was on the way to a great score. Right behind him is Jin Suzuki. Two beautiful sprays there. I love how much water just goes out the back. He
Wow.
finishes it off nicely, gets early to that end section, doesn't fall, shows the completion, gives that exclamation mark that we were talking about to the judges, saying, I'm under control, this is done.
Yeah, and Sammy Lowe had a fall, then Iko Watanabe also had a fall. So I think the finish from Jin Suzuki right there is going to be a huge factor that comes into this heat. As we see Iko Watanabe, I love his style, straight into the lip, such a dynamic first turn, into a second and a third. This is where he sort of bobbles, just, I don't know if it was a little lateral, put him on, sort of hits a lump, digs a nose, just feels a little uncharacteristic for Iko.
Yeah, you're right.
And Jin Suzuki, like I said, I just love how compressed he gets. He generates his own speed, and wow, there we go, top to bottom, no downtime, using his whole wingspan and twisting his head so fast to really make sure he gets to that section early and rides out.
All right, we're waiting for that last wave of blue to come in, and it does. Let's give a bit of an update. Sammy Lowe now 5.5 and a 5.10. He's in first. Jin Suzuki jumps to second, a 5.60 and a 4.83 right next to his name. It's Iko Watanabe and Ui Jong-jun with a bit of work to do as we get to the second half of the heat. Iko looking for a 5.47. Ui Jong-jun a 6.93 to kind of keep this dream alive and get into that next round. There is the man in white on your screen. Some exciting moments ahead. This is going to be a bit of a nerve-wracking finish. Scores are pretty close.
Yeah, I feel like if I was Sammy Lowe, I'd be feeling pretty good right now. I've got 2 5s. I can sort of let loose, but again, with Iko Watanabe, Jin Suzuki, and the local boy chasing you can't be safe.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's ever really safe here. We saw that heat earlier on when the two sisters
Yes,
fumbled.
exactly.
And then suddenly they just came back at it. So now this is his moment. Ui Jong-jun, nice first hack. Doesn't even wait for this inside section. He is going all the way to town with this wave. Eyes this section down.
Wow.
Big hammering backhand turn to finish. He took it all the way down to that inside. Right behind him, Sammy Lowe, current heat leader. Gorgeous turns out the back. I love that he doesn't rush things. He's slow. You can see that he's really precise and timing it well.
Yes, Sammy Lowe. So interesting. I feel like Wee Jong-jung is out on the face a little bit more. Sammy Lowe's just right in the pocket, which can also be a good thing and a bad thing. We saw Sammy be a bit late to that end section, but wow, Wee Jong-jung, I am so excited to see this replay. Here we go. Great first bottom turn. Absolutely no downtime. Throwing buckets, just huge lip turns, gets heaps of speed, and I thought he was going to go for an air, but whacks it again for a finish. Oh my goodness.
Me too. I thought he was eyeing down the
I
section.
know.
He was like, he's taking to the air, but
No, I really think this was such a smart approach for the local boy, just getting a nice completion because he had that 3.50 and that 0.87, and score drops in a 5.67. So it is the best wave of the heat right now, Sammy Lowe. As I spoke about, we can really see him stay right in this foam ball and just comes unstuck on this turn. So that won't go into Sammy's top 2.
Wow, I really love Sammy's style. It's so fast, but he's really fast, but you can see that he's not rushing it,
Yes.
which I actually adore. I think it's one of my favorite things to see in surfers, where they take their time, they read sections, and they're doing the more quality over quantity approach, which I
Yes.
think is super important.
And Sammy's really powerful, but he's such a light-footed surfer. So like you said, Gianna, he can just generate speed so fast, and I love it.
All right, while we wait for this next 2 waves to come through, you had a heat earlier
Yes.
on. You have that insider information. So tell us, what's the wave like? What's happening? What's going on out there?
It is so cool. I thought the wall was really scary. It's not that bad. I was a little bit wider though, but it's so interesting. Your heart pounds as we see Jin Suzuki on his last wave. Nice first snap in the lip. He's currently in second. He's looking to solidify his second position, and wow, that's a better looking turn for Jin Suzuki. Can he finish it? And rides out cleanly.
Beautiful ride. Iko Watanabe right behind him. The 2025 Asian Junior Champion. Nice turn there. Really pushed the tail. Loving how quickly his board changes direction. He wastes no time at the lip of the wave. He is such a fast surfer.
Yeah, I feel like that last turn he didn't quite ride out. You can sort of see a little bit of frustration on his face. I don't know. He was looking for a 5.47, but with white and green still yet to catch their last waves. Here is the replay drone angle. I love this angle.
All right, this is our man in blue wanting to save his spot and be into that next round, Iko Watanabe. Unfortunate there for that last one.
Yeah, I feel like off the first turn, he was a little bit late, which forced him to do a carve for his second, and then he just felt out of rhythm, and he was so close to riding out. He had to pat the dog, but in that safety zone, you just sink in ankle deep water.
I love that saying, pat the dog.
Pat the dog.
All right, so situation is Jin Suzuki jumped to the lead with that last one. He is in a pretty good spot now. That last wave came in at a 5.17, so snatches it off Sammy. He's not going to be liking that. He's going to hear it, and he is going to showcase some great surfing next.
Oh, as we see Iko Watanabe, it just goes to show how much pressure, training, these surfers dedicate their whole life to an event like this, and it's so upsetting when they don't get the result they want and all their hard work, but there's plenty more events. We're just at the start of the season, so I know Iko Watanabe, he was sitting third on the rankings with a good amount of points in the round of 64 at LQS 6000, but he'll be looking to throw this event away.
Yeah, so heartbreaking. Honestly, that
I know.
been there, Iko. It sucks. I know, but it's just it's like a moment.
Yes.
But yeah, it shows how much this means to these surfers and how important it is to get these heats down and under control, back to live action. This is Sammy Loy wanting to stay in second. Beautiful carve. I love how much he really uses that upper body when he goes down. Doesn't stop there. Airdrops that last turn to finish. Right behind him is Uy Jong-jun wanting to put himself back into this heat. Nice couple turns out the back. It's a little stuck there. That rail kind of bogging. He gets the completion. Will it be enough?
He's needing a 4.93, so a big ask for today as well. Pretty much a 5.
Yeah, that's gonna be a 5. They're gonna be replaying the other scores of both Jin Suzuki and Sammy Loy. So it is our man in green in a bit of an iffy situation. I don't know, in my personal opinion, if whites is gonna be enough. I think his 5 was quite a bit more, had a bit more of that wow factor to it.
Yeah, and I feel like Uy Jong-jun got hung on that third turn, and that middle section is where we see most of our points come in, as we see Sammy Lowe replay. Oh my goodness, he's just building his house. Huge first turn, straight top to bottom surfing for Sammy Lowe. He just looks so confident and free, and finally we see him plant that. I love it.
Yeah, that was some great stuff there. So we're waiting for this last score of white. And there we have it. White's last one comes in at a 4.67. Unfortunately, not enough to get into that advancing spot. So with that, we're going to throw over to a quick break before we see each other in Heat 8.
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kick-starts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kick-starts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kick-starts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water.
All right, heats are getting stacked here in the round of 64. Heat 8 in the Siheung Korea Open QS 6000. We're with the men right now in the water. Xavier Huxtable, Raiki Masuda, Raiha Onu, and Yuji Mori in the water. We already have 2 waves ridden. Raiki Masuda only a 0.77, but Xavier starting off with a 5.83. So big moments ahead. I want to welcome back Dippy Jabrik.
Hello again, Giada.
Hello.
Yeah, a lot of action before, yeah. As we can see, Sammy Lowe. I watch it from the background. Super solid goofy footer there from Australia.
Yep, he's really, really great performance there from Sammy. Very young. He is still a junior, so just now starting his QS career.
Yeah.
And the sooner you start, the better, it seems, because you just get comfortable putting that rashi on and performing on a big stage.
Yeah, I remember his dad, Mick Lowe, winning. He won the Quicksilver Pro back in the days in Gold Coast on his backside. So, you know, coming from a strong family of surfing background there, Sammy Lowe. So here we go. This is Raiha Onu from Japan on his opening ride here.
Yeah, so Raiha, we've seen him quite a few times around these QSs in Asia. Nice first upside down hack there. Does it again. Let's see what he does here. Loving that turn. Beautifully placed and goes upside down to just really shut that one out. Yuji Mori now on his backhand as well. Low center of gravity. Really pushing his board around here. Lots of speed. He also gets a completion, so it's nice to see these boys kind of looking at the heat before. Saw a couple falls, so it's good to see these boys kind of completing these turns.
Yeah, I think Raiha currently living in Gold Coast, if I'm not wrong, you know, and surfing really solid there from this young Japanese surfer. He come to Indo a lot, you know, doing all the Indo competition. As you can see here from the drone shot, how vertical he gets on that wave, yeah.
Yeah, Raiha also very young, has been around. We see him in all the QS events around Asia, but he's still was a junior not very long ago. What do you think of this wave? Sorry, by Yuji.
Yeah, I think Yuji also answer that wave really well. Yeah, as you can see, you can see the rotation of the shoulder there, like putting a lot of pressure on that top turn right there. And yeah, I'm not sure. Like you always think like the second wave, the fourth wave is worse than the second wave, but I can tell Yuji Mori making sure that thing is getting a lot of score.
Yeah, I've heard that comment quite a few times. The fourth wave is definitely different to the second, and I think it just matters. Depends on style and the type of surfing you have. That it can be better or worse. So it's a thing of taste.
I think it does have an effect a little bit if there's two wave or three wave in front of you. Of course, they're gonna make a little bit of a ripple, but those ripple can become advantage for you actually. Yeah. And now we're gonna see Xavier Huxtable on his second ride. As we can see, what was his opening ride there, Giada?
A 5.83 for Xavier. So Raiha's first wave comes in at a 5.33. Yuji Mori a 4.83. So good start for Xavier and Raiha, both sitting on some pretty solid fives. This right now is Raiki Masuda on his backhand as well. Good opening turn there to start things off. Already way better than his first turn. I love his style, really low center of gravity. He doesn't waste time between turns. He is pretty solid. Xavier Huxtable behind. Good, solid turns.
Yeah, you can tell the difference between Xavier's lines and the other guys. He really attacking that lip. The other guys really trying to put like a smoother, like a vertical maneuver, but Xavier just attacking that lip. So it'll be interesting to see if it's like the clean surfing gonna get rewarded, or this powerful wave that Xavier is demonstrating right here.
All right, couple replays been thrown around here. This is our man in blue, Raiki Masuda. I really like this wave. He is super solid, and he really shows a confidence in his surfing. He didn't let that first wave really like fumble him on this one, so I think that's a super important trait to have. Yeah,
as you can see, Xavier here, you see that white water that trying to break into that blue water right there. That's where he put his surfboards, and I'm really interested on what is the judges gonna reward on this kind of surfing, because he's really tight in the pocket right there.
Yeah, it's great because that's where most of the power comes in this wave. It shows that he's had a lot of time in the wave pool. They have a wave pool in Australia as well. He
won the wave pool comp.
Right, that's true.
Yeah, a couple of years back.
All right, so while we're waiting for the next couple waves to come through, thank you so much to the partners, Covea, Ballon Blanc, Mayo Method, O'Neill, LS, Kia, LG Gram, Pocari Sweat, and of course Bonsoy.
Yeah, I think Bonsoy is the one that helping out as the yellow jersey here for Asia. So here we go, a 6.0 for Xavier Huxtable, and I would love to see what's surfer in Japan. Is it gonna get?
So Raiki's Masudas came in at a 5.97.
So close enough,
yeah,
actually.
Pretty close. That was pretty back-to-back.
Yeah.
They were like neck on neck on that score.
Yeah, I think it's about like positioning your boards on the wave, and also all the flow, like there's nothing wrong on it. So this is Yuji Mori on his second wave. Also nice surfing there actually, Chiara. Wow. I can see Yuji Mori is a bit more like front-footed surfing there, and this is Raiha. Oh, he would not love that wave. Yeah, because as we always thought, the second wave is usually the one that people stumble.
Yeah, it's just easier with that backwash to maybe have a couple more bogs or not
Yeah.
have it as clean as that second wave. So here's the replay of Yuji Mori. Really solid surfing. We've got a great heat in our hands. This is going to be neck on neck. These guys are not going to give up so easily. Look how clear this drone shot is.
Yeah. As you can see there, he looks like a skater there, like with those full deck pad on his surfboards, reminding me of Matt Archibald back in the days, and also Christian Fletcher. Yeah. So this is Raiha unable to get around that section. As you can see, there's a bit more white water on that wave.
Yeah. It's unfortunate for Raiha, but he still has 2 more waves, so it is early days. It's no worries at all.
Yeah, I mean, like 4 waves is also enough to to provide for all the surfers, but 4 wave in a normal surfing competition, some guys like getting 15 waves a jada. So 4 wave is a bit low, but you have to maximize it with this is the format, and if you know how to capitalize it, you will advance on that one.
Absolutely, you're right. We have heat sometimes where people are catching,
Scraps.
yeah, anything.
Yeah.
Where you're wondering to yourself, how did he even manage to get himself going on that thing? But it is a wave pool, so things are much more concrete and stable. Xavier Huxtable, always a standout in most of the events that I've been on. He tends to always make finals day, and an incredible surfer, just all-rounded person as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was on the CS series last year. So here we go, another tight maneuver in the pocket right there. Super low, the way he surfed, making sure that he get all the section attack. So yeah, Xavier Huxtable, the Victorian, no? See, he's from Victoria.
Right behind him, Reiki Masuda. Beautiful surfing here from Reiki, looking sharp. Unfortunately goes down just as we catch up to him, finishing off that wave. We'll see on the replay if he got anything done on that outside, but he's looking really solid. I'm loving what Reiki's doing.
Yeah, surprisingly, I haven't really heard about Reiki, but the way he surfed today is impressive. So here we go, another replay of Xavier Huxtable.
All right, good looking wave here. He is looking to get rid of a 5.83. I think he did some beautiful surfing. I don't know if it's going to improve on his scoreline though, but he's in a pretty comfortable spot.
Yeah. For other situation, a 5.83 is a keeper any days, but for him, that's something that he need to get rid of him.
Absolutely. And Xavier, I remember not long ago, he got that perfect heat in Nias with those 210s. What a day. But right now we are in Korea. This is Reiki Masuda. Good looking turns. Unfortunately goes down, but he will be going into second with us. With this one, he got a 5.23.
On that last one?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Imagine if he does that
completed it. Yeah, it would have been a huge score. Probably going back into that 5.9, 6's range.
Yeah. Yeah, I think with this round already get this far, as we can see before, like there's quite a high performance from Kanoa Hije. He get like a high 7s, and also Jarvis Earl. So there's a couple guys that already pushing the limits already. So we will see on the next round, probably on the round of 16s into the quarters. I think most of these guys are gonna push more.
Absolutely, and it's a bit of a heat strategy as well. You don't want to show the judges everything you've got. It's otherwise it gets not boring quick, but it's something that they've seen already.
Yeah, it's already what do you call that? Like it's predictable. It's the judges want more actually, because that's how surfing is. So Raiha, one big one, another one. The first one he was need to get around that white water section, but yeah, 3 big maneuver right there. We'll see.
Yuji Mori right behind on that fourth wave. Really push that tail around on that first turn. I love how much his board just changes direction there.
Ooh.
Nice finishing turn there for Yuji Mori. So he will be fighting back. He is not happy with that third position.
As you can see, like he threw a lot of tails there. You almost gonna see a lot of fins also on that ride. But Raiha here, one big one, but a little bit stuck there. You can see there, but he recovered really good.
Yeah, that first turn was upside down. You could see how his head was really down low. Love how deep his bottom turn is. Pushes that tail.
Ooh.
Nice surfing from Raiha.
Yeah, as you can tell there, he recovered from that last maneuver. Here we go, the skater from Yuji Mori. I really like the way he surfs. Super, super strong.
Have you skated a lot, Tippy?
Nah, not really. I don't want to break any leg. Yeah.
All right, so all surfers now with 3 waves, waiting for the last of green to come through before we give you an updated situation. So the last of Raiha doesn't get him into second. He's now looking for a 5.88. Yuji Mori wanting to get rid of that 4.83. Does he clinch second spot from Raiki Masuda, or does Raiki stay there? Waiting for that score to just trickle through. The judges taking a really strong, hard look at that wave, you know, comparing it, seeing what Raiki did on his last one, and then they can give that score down.
Yeah. What a day. We're going to have a couple more heats today, Giada, before we end our competition today, and we're going to start again tomorrow. And looks like we're going to have the longboard division tomorrow.
Yep, that's right. So the longboarders will be hitting the water, and it's so exciting because it's good to see how flawless and easy they make it look.
Yeah, so here we go. Last wave of Yuji Mori. Move him into third, actually. Not enough.
And live action, Raiki Masuda. So this is his last chance. Big blast to get things rolling here. Let's see. On the inside, I love this guy's style. He's really killing it.
Oh.
That was a great wave.
Yeah, it was. And this is Xavier also on his last wave right here. Strong surfing from these two surfer here, exchanging. I think I have to say it could make the surfer in green and white getting a bigger score if they want to take second right now.
Yeah, I think both red and blue will be improving. This wave from Raiki is incredible. I mean, look at this. He is looking pretty unstoppable right now. He has this great flow happening.
Yeah.
So much spray every time his boards connects with the lip. So I'm really excited to see that score. I think that could possibly fight for the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, could be, because as you can see, there's not much like, you know, those double pump going on. It's just a one big flow.
Yeah, it's that one line that the judges really like to see. When you kind of disrupt it with a double pump or higher pump, it can reduce your score a little bit.
Yeah, I think the judge is really critical on this pool because it's pretty easy. They have the replay also on the judging tower, so they can see every details that you do.
And there's only 4 waves each surfer.
Yeah. Like it or not, there's only 4 waves.
There we have our man in red, current heat leader, still waiting for the last of blue to come through. So when the judges, you know, take their time, it means that something's stirring, something's happening. The first scores start to trickle through, and I think we might be right. It's looking like Raiki might be going straight into first. Or maybe not first, but close to it. There we go. Last wave, a 6.87. So Raiki extends his lead over Yuji Mori and Raiha Onu. Puts that one, stomps that one foot into the next round. It's all eyes on Yuji Mori and Raiha Onu. Let's see what they bring to the table for these last waves.
Wow, a 7.5 plus is what the requirement, and getting a 7 here is a big task.
Yep, that's right. So this on your screen, Yuji Mori, our surfer in green, looking sharp, looking fast, and looking unstoppable. Eyes this section down, big blast, unfortunately goes down, wasn't able to ride out of it. Raiha Onu now looking for a 751. Beautiful surfing, unfortunately just gets stuck behind, isn't able to really get that completion or wave that he was really looking for. 751 is a big ask.
Yeah, it's an excellent wave. So you need to perform an excellent surfing there. So I have to say Yuji Mori is on the way there actually. As you can see here, he's pushing really hard there. Nice surfing. He's just like right there on his fourth maneuver. He's kind of racing for something that little bit like shutting down things. You know, like those section is a tricky one.
Yep, you're right. It is very tricky, and it's unfortunate there that he wasn't able to ride out and kind of fight for that position again. So it is looking like it's going to be Xavier Huxtable and Raiki Masuda going into that next round. We're still waiting for the last two scores of green and white to come through, but in my personal opinion, I think it wasn't enough.
Yeah, so surprising for these two surfers. I have to say Yuji Mori and Raiha is probably a bit more, you know, like the person that we expect to do better, but Raiki is doing some kind of a surprise here.
Yep, that's absolutely right. So Raiha's last one comes in. It is not enough. We're waiting for Yuji Mori now. A couple scores posted up, and there we have it. It is a 5-1-3. So it is Xavier Huxtable and Raiki Masuda going into the next round. We're going to throw over to a quick break before we catch you guys again.
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kick-starts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kick-starts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced, that one place that I go to stop worrying about a lot of things, and as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kick-starts my day. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep.
The #1 ranked surfer in Asia region will be surfing in this heat. Men's round of 64 heat number 9. Kei Kobayashi is wearing yellow bonsai yellow jersey in this heat, and we have Macklin Flynn and Saul Grunding and Saxon Reba. So what a heat again. My name is Dai Wako in the booth with Tipi-san. What a heat. Kei Kobayashi is wearing yellow jersey.
Yeah, I think Kei Kobayashi is no stranger on the Asian region, Daya. Everywhere he surf on the QS, I have to say he's like one of the standout surfer, and it's no stranger that he's wearing the bonsai yellow jersey today.
You know, similar to last year, we're gonna have bonus prize as this is a Bonsai Asia Super Series stop number 2. So Kei Kobayashi is one step into the #1 rank. So it's a important heat for Kei Kobayashi as well as to qualify for the next year's CS.
Yeah, for sure.
So already 2 waves written in this heat. 7.50 is Kei's first wave, so this is so up and riding. Nice first and second turn. A lot of power in surfing. Unfortunately, the board catches a rail there. This is Siheung Korea up and riding on his front side. Nice first time, fin released, beautiful carb down to parcels and gets the big finish, but again unfortunately falls down on the last section.
Yeah, that section it's been causing a lot of problem for all these surfers. Yeah, that inside section. Here we go. This is all replay here. Actually, you know, like everybody is doing exactly what they need to do. It's just the last part is always the one that causes problem. Yeah, as we can see there, he's pushing his tail a little bit too much there, and maybe he lose control on it.
This is a replay of last of Siheung Korea.
Yeah, another great display of surfing here from Saxon. He's doing his rail turn right there, but at the end of the section on the inside, looks like the wave pool wins.
Wow. Almost, you know,
almost.
he could have stick to the landing. He would have get a good point.
Yeah, I would love to see Kei Kobayashi's replay on his 7.5. Is that a 7.5?
It is a 7.5 for his first wave.
Yeah.
Probably he makes all the section and right out of the last turn. So you can see on screen on your left side of the screen, this is the highest score so far of the day 1 of the competition. 7.83 from Kanoa Heije, then 7.67 from Jarvis Earl, and 7.50 from Kei Kobayashi. So this is the 3rd highest score of the day. So it looks like few scores locked in. 4.0 for the fast wave for Seoul, and 4.60 for the fast wave for Siheung Korea. So just like you said, that last section, that matters a lot.
Yeah, there could be a reef down there. What do you think, Dai?
Could be a reef down there, because everyone keeps falling at the on the inside section. But it is really tricky because it stands up so quickly. You kind of have to approach really early.
Yeah, get out early and
right.
Yeah. So this is
Marquee Flynn up and riding. Beautiful big turns, a lot of sprays out of back. Transitioning smoothly, gets a finish up. Not too sure, but this is the #1 ranked on the Asian ranking. Bonsa yellow jersey, Kei Kobayashi showcasing his technique at this pool. Beautiful last turn as well. That was up turn.
You know what? Like some people are built for a certain wave, but I can see like Kei Kobayashi fit the way he's surfing on this wave pool. Not many people are able to surf good in a wave pool.
Right.
Even on the highest level, also we can tell like some people are, surfing really good, and some people are just connect with the wave pool. And looks like Kei Kobayashi is one of that person.
Oh, this is a replay of the last of blue. Beautiful surfing, smooth transitioning in between turns, and gets a finish. But I'm not too sure it's gonna be a completion or not.
Yeah, the judges are critical on that one. They want to see like a full, way of your surfboard out of the wave. Here we go, Kei Kobayashi. Double tap right there on his bottom turn, but still managing to get a couple more.
He's showcasing why he came second last year of this event.
Yeah.
Definitely, he's got the technique surfing at the wave pool. So last wave for Kei Kobayashi comes in 6.33 and 5.0 for Marquee Flynn.
Yeah, a 6 point is, for any other heats is good enough to advancing, but I know Kei Kobayashi, he's not a person that happy with, a not not like without a great performance. He wanna do the best. Last year he came second. For him, it's good enough, but he don't want to be second. Yeah,
No, he always want to win the
Yeah.
whole event, and even in the earlier round, he wants to showcase his surfing the
Yeah.
best. So probably he's not gonna be. I wouldn't. I wouldn't be surprised if he said he's not happy with this scoring so
Yeah.
far. Definitely looking forward to get into the excellent score range.
yeah,
There's a wave approaching to Saxon River. Beautiful bottom turn. Strong frontside attack. I love the cup down to the parcels. A beautiful third turn. And another one. So now he gets a completion. That'll be a great score for Saxon. And here comes So Up and Riding. Nice two-turn combo. Beautiful surfing, smooth transitioning in between turns, and get completion again. So beautiful surfing from both Saxon and Seoul. Now they both got completion.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what kind of score those surfing fit in on this one, because Kei Kobayashi, putting the standard on the bars there, with a 7.5 and a 6. Yeah, we'll see, because these three surfers now is the one who's chasing Kei Kobayashi.
Right, so let's take another look. This is the last wave for Saxon River. What did you think?
Yeah, I think he consistently surfing the same exactly the way probably his strategy is. Like start strong, finish strong. That's what he won. I can see that that's his strategy there. This is Sol Grundling.
Yes.
Yeah, nice surfing there also from this young surfer. And I'm sure he's pretty happy with this wave because he finished it pretty strong too.
Wow, beautiful fin release there from Seoul to finish off this wave. Definitely now he's building up the confidence there.
Yeah.
So last wave for Seoul comes in at 5.93, which is his best wave so far, and looks like good scores will be locked in for Saxon River. Couple more score to lock in 6.60. So now he's back in the game. He is now in a second place with a 6.60 and 4.60.
Wow.
Beautiful surfing done from Saxon River. And now it's Kei's turn. Bonsai yellow jersey, #1 ranked on Asian region. Trying to get rid of the 6.33. He looks very composed, focused.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about Kei Kobayashi. Dai. Is he a Japanese living in Japan, or is he Japanese living in the U.S.?
He's living in the U.S. now, California, but he comes back to Shizuoka to practice. This is a live action from Kei. Nice first turn, big second turn, straight into the third, throwing a bucket of spray and gets the fourth turn in. So another textbook surfing at the wave pool from Kei Kobayashi. This is Mac McLean up and riding, needing a score 5.21 to go into the second place. Gets the completion.
Yep, he did. Wow, I'm really impressed with Kei surfing right there. Super strong, super tight. He didn't lose any momentum there. And that will be his wave number 3, no?
Yes.
Yeah, so you have one more wave to go.
Wave number 3, he's showcasing the textbook surfing at wave pool. What can he do more?
I don't know. I think he can fit one more maneuver at the end, because you can tell he was eyeing on it, like after this one. Like boom, right there, you see? But the wave shot down, so I think he done enough. That's great surfing there from Kei. The power is there, the flow is there. What else is not there? Maybe in the future he can do some airs. Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
this is a replay of last of blue. A beautiful bottom turn, beautiful backhand attack. Again, he's one of the strongest backhand attacker. Gets a completion this time. He learned his mistake from last wave. Still waiting for the last waves for both yellow and blue. I think it's gonna change a little bit of situation here because McLaughlin needs 6.21 to go into second, but it looks like it's gonna be close.
Yeah, I would love to see
Wow.
what happened with K's number. Did he get a good number there?
Yes, he will be getting good scores. It might even go into higher. It's 8.17.
Oh wow,
It's
the
the highest
highest score of the day for the men's division.
For the men's, yes. So now.
So now
everyone hears
K can relax now. he already pushed hard enough.
Wow, with the 3 waves, he scored 8.17 and 7.50, 15.67 in total. So that is
Yeah.
a strong number there, showcasing why he is the #1 ranked surfer in Asian region. But this is so. Try to answer back, needs to score 5.28. Good first turn, straight into the second. He comes to third, nice fin release there. It gets the force again, fin released, nicely done. So great surfing again here. Saxon River up and riding. Great first vertical off the top, left big carve straight back into the parcels and gets the full stand as well.
Wow, that was a good exchange there from those two surfers. Saxon sitting in second place, but Seoul is chasing not far behind actually.
Right, so that was a great exchange from both of surfers. So last wave for blue comes in at a 5.07, not enough to go into the second.
But this is a surfer currently sitting in the 4th position, Sol Grundling. And yeah,
I love that last turn here. All 3 fins released.
yeah.
Gets completion, nicely done.
And I think he's pretty satisfied with that wave. And at the back we can see Saxon currently sitting in the 2nd position. He's surfing like a little bit more safer than the first one, but still throwing a lot of water in the air. Yeah.
Well, we're still waiting for the last waves for Saxon River and McLaughlin.
It'll be interesting because
it is
that-
interesting.
there was a tight battle between those two guys. Oh, here we go. Some score for the white.
Right. 5.77 for the last wave for Seoul. That actually puts him into the 2nd place, but still waiting for the last wave for Saxon River. Now he needs 5.10, and I just get a feeling that he might have done that job. Still waiting for the last wave for green.
Yeah, the highest score usually come from that 2nd wave. So it'll be interesting if Saxon gonna get that wave, that score.
Well, looks like he's done that job. It's gonna be a good score.
Yep.
6.73. He's even improving his situation. So
Wow.
now he's back in the 2nd place. So needs 7.40. McLaughlin now needs 8.26. So
Oh,
that is a
wow.
huge score. But these two are capable of getting this point. McLaughlin answers back, needs to score. Beautiful 2 turns to start with. Great 3 turn and force, gets the 5th turn and completion. Wow, great answer back.
Yeah. Oh,
Wow.
everybody need to do what Kei Kobayashi is doing. Getting an 8 to take the lead, or go second. But Kei is doing that everybody not should do.
Right.
Wipe out.
I don't usually see K's falling down on the takeoff.
No.
That was unfortunate for K, but he's done the job on the
Yeah.
2nd and 3rd wave. So he's sitting in the 1st place comfortably.
Yeah.
With the 8.17 and 7.50.
Yeah, that's super not like a K maneuver right there. So this is Macklin Flynn. We'll see if he can move from 4th into 2nd position, where that everybody is looking for on the advancing situation.
Well, he's done the job. He did everything he could do on that wave. He just needs to score one more score to lock in, and it's a 5.33. It's not enough. It's unfortunate for him. So that was his 4th wave, which means we sadly have to say goodbye to McLaughlin. So this is going to be the last wave for Seoul and Saxon. So now is 7.40 to go into the second. Saxon is looking to get rid of the 6.60, and Saxon will get the second wave of the set.
Yeah, it'll be a big task for Seoul for sure. Yeah.
So getting 7.40, it has to be the not highest, but it's a big score. You know, you have to check all the boxes. No downtime in between turns. Have to be pretty much perfect.
Yeah.
Surfing.
If I would be if I request, maybe I request a beast mode and get a barrel. That could be a 7.5 right there. So here we go. This is their last chance for putting any changes on this situation. This is Saxon River. Actually, he have a better advance here, going on the first wave here. He's currently sitting in the second position. Super nice top turn there. A little bit of wobble, but finished his job.
He finishes the job nicely. So this is important wave for Seoul. Beautiful first fin release, nicely done. Gets the third turn in. He attacks the section, but unfortunately he goes down. I wouldn't think it's gonna be a requirement. So
no, that's not gonna be enough.
But great attempt, you know, great attack from
Seoul. He's pushing all he have right there on that wave, and if he could have made that last tail slide, it could be go up there, but yeah, it's not there anymore.
Right, last wave for Seoul comes in at a 3.73. It's not enough. So it looks like Kei Kobayashi and Saxon River will be moving on to the next round. So let's take another look on the last wave from Saxon River. Still waiting for his last wave. Beautiful carve down to the pocket and gets the third turn in, and it gets the completion on the last section as well. So that was a 5.20. He's not gonna improving his situation. He is sitting in the second. So Kei and Saxon will be moving on to the next round. We're gonna go to the quick break and we'll be right back.
John in white and Sentaro Sakai in green. 이번 히트는 우리나라의 전서현 선수가 화이트.
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning.
Perfect setup for surfing competition. Straight into live. This is a replay of the first wave from Surfing Red. 西裕二1本目のライディングのリプレイになります。さあ3発4発と素晴らしいライディングを見せてくれたのはレッドにクレジットされている西裕二 at the back. This is a replay of surfer in blue Taji Stokes. Beautiful 4 turns Gets a completion as well. Rise out of it super clean. So it's gonna be a great exchange between red and blue. Looks like a few good scores locked in for Taj Stokes' first wave. My name is Daiwako in the booth with Tipi-san.
Konnichiwa, Dai-san.
Yeah, 6.0 for Taj's first wave and 6.67 for Yuji's first wave. Great exchange for two surfers, and on screen we have our local surfer Siheung Jun from Korea waiting for his first wave to approach, and we have Sentaro Sakai from Japan in green. So what a matchup here.
Sentaro is from your side, no? He's from
Sentaro
Shonan.
is from Shonan,
Yeah.
and he has got a great style
Yeah.
on his surfing, and really, I'm a big fan of his surfing here.
Yeah, super smooth. A lot of rail surfing there from Sentaro, yeah.
And he spent a lot of time in Bali last month or 2 months ago
Yeah.
to practice. So he's a very, composed competitor here. But this is gonna be a first wave for Siheung Jun, up and riding on his backhand. Beautiful vertical off the top to start with. Big carve straight into the third turn. Unfortunately, a little bit late to the section, falls down. This is Sakai Sentaro 1本目。一発目綺麗に入れてきてパワーゾーンに戻ります。そして3発スピードのあるサーフィンを見せてきています。そして4回目のターン、これも確実にメイクしてきます。Beautiful turn from Sentaro Sakai.
Yeah, really nice surfing there from Sentaro. Siheung Jun is also quite a strong surfer, I have to say, because the other day I was surfing with him and he's throwing a lot of water in the air.
Beautiful vertical off the top to start with. Beautiful surfing, like you said.
Yeah, really just unfortunately there, kind of missed the section at the end. As you can see there, he loses his grip on the foot and get down. Oh, looks like he's probably like friends and family right there.
Right. Little bit of disappointment there, but this is a replay of Sentaro.
Yeah, Sentaro is a young surfer trying to get his profile out there on the QS level. He also surfed a lot in Hawaii. I was surfing with him in Hawaii. He was there for probably a couple weeks, couple months. And yeah, good young surfer, strong, up and coming from Japan, I have to say.
Definitely one of the upcoming young surfers. And Yuji Nishi actually won the national tour of Japan. He's a grand champion for the JPSA last year.
Yuji Nishi,
Yes.
the skater. But the guy who surfed before, no?
No, the Yuji Nishi in
Oh, the one he's surfing right
Yeah.
now. Oh, okay.
So now Taji Stokes getting ready for his second wave of the set. He's already locked in a 6.00. It's a great way to start his campaign here in this heat with a 6. Yuji Nishi has locked in a 6.67.
Wow.
Also is a great score to start with.
Yeah, that's why he's the Japanese champion now.
Right.
Yuji-san.
He's the youngest brother of Nishi brothers.
Like Keijiro and those guys? Ah.
So it's a live action. Touch Stokes up and riding on his backhand. Powerful, quick, off the top. Nicely done. Third turn was great as well. And gets a fourth turn. Gets the completions. Great combination from Touch Stokes again. Nishi up and riding. Nishi Yuji 一発目、2発目としっかりとパワーゾーンに戻ってきながら入れてきます。3発目、大きなスプレーが出ました。そして4発目もこれは前へ出てきました。素晴らしいライディングです。Another beautiful surfing from both Taj and Yuji.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I remember Taj making to the final of crew event a couple years back, and he was winning the whole time. And if I'm not wrong, he was like, if it's Jarvis or one of the guy, yeah. So here we go, Taj Stokes. Nice surfing there, super, super strong. Him and his brother are here, yeah, Seb Stokes and
Right.
Taj Stokes.
Wow, he's attacking every section right, you know.
Yeah.
His technique is super precise, and this is Yuji Nishi's last wave.
Yeah. Also good surfing here from Yuji, able to get around all that section, and I think he's gonna do one big one right here. Yeah, just before the wave close out on him.
Still waiting for the last two waves to lock in, but I got a feeling that these two waves will be another good scores for them. So probably Sentaro and Siheung Jun have to answer back.
Yes, currently Yuji sitting in the first place, and Todd second. Green and white are looking for their second wave actually.
How good is it, you know, when you finish your turn, when you finish your surfing, you can check yourself on a big screen, big monitor.
And check the replay and all your mistake or all the, the good thing that you have done on the wave to get that score. That's what Kei Kobayashi been doing. Every after his wave, he always sit down and watch the replay. I think he just kind of like, check and see if he done anything wrong or something.
Or maybe he, anything that he can add to the surf. It looks like it's gonna be a second wave approaching to Sentaro Sakai up and riding. Sakai Sentaro 2本目のライディング、1本目で 5.0 をスコアしています。1発2発と綺麗なスムーズなターンを入れてきます。3発目大きなスプレーを飛ばしました。そして4発目縦のアプローチ、これは前に出てきています。そして後ろからSiheung Jun up and riding, nice vertical off the top. Poke the rail a little bit, but recovers it nicely, gets the third turn, and this is the last section. Vertical hits, gets completion. So beautiful surfing from Siheung Jun. Whoa.
Yeah, you can hear all the fans on the beach are cheering for him. Every time there's a Korean surfers, on the heat, there's a lot of supporters on the beach.
And his family is looking really happy with the surfing from Siheung Jun. So first wave for him locks in at a 2.67. Definitely it'll be better than the first wave. So let's take another look. This is the last wave for Sentaro.
Yeah, another nice surfing here from Sentaro, but I have to say his surfing is really, really good, but I think there's a reason why Yuji get that score, because he's a bit more tighter and have more power on the pockets. But this is Siheung Jun. This is one of the reasons why everybody's hooting, because their local surfer here did a really good job there. But we'll see what the judge is gonna reward on this one, because they are chasing good surfing there from Yuji Nishi and also Taj Stokes. Yeah, you have to be able to get close on that score.
So it's 4.50 for the last wave of Sentaro Sakai, and a decent score will be on the way for Siheung Jun. It's a 5.0 for Siheung Jun's last wave. So all the scores locked in. Last wave for K comes in at a 5.63 and 5.60 for Taj Stokes' last wave. So Yuji Nishi currently sitting in the first place, Taj Stokes sitting in the second. Sentaro now needs 6.60, Siheung Jun now needs 6.60. So, it's pretty hard to get 6-point range at the wave pool, but these two surfers are capable of getting those good scores as well. But now Yuji trying to get rid of the 5.63. Third wave is approaching to Yuji. 西ユージ3本目のライディングになります。このライディングでその差を広げていきたい。1発、2発、3発目特にパワーが入っています。4発と入ってきました。そして5発目もタイトなセクションですがメイクしてきました。The back, Taj Stokes up and riding. Blocked the rail a little bit, but nicely, recovered nicely there. It gets a completion.
Wow, he recovered from that mistake that he did there before, because any small mistake will affect the way that you get around that section. But looks like Taj have no problem at all.
No problem at all.
Yeah, that's what he's riding there, a DH or a sharp eye, looks like it.
So this is a replay of last wave for Yuji Nishi. Beautiful two turns, And a third turn actually threw a lot of spray.
And I don't even know how he recovered from that nose dive that he almost got there.
Super tight section to fit 2 turns in, so
Yeah, I think the reason why, because he's so springy. Here we go. This is Todd Stokes. Little wobble there, no problem at all. Get around that section and able to finish this one with a super strong finishing.
Alright, this is going to be interesting exchange from both surfers because they want to improve their situation. You know, they both sitting in the first place and second place.
Yeah, I think Taj is not sure he's gonna better his score, but that last wave is gonna be close enough to the 2 score that he have so far.
Wow, looks like both of them actually improved their situation. 6.37 for Yuji's last wave, 5.80 for Taj's last wave.
Yeah.
They both improved their situation here, so the pressure builds up for green and white. Now Siheung Jun needs 6.80, pretty much 7. So that means Sento Sakai also needs 6.80.
Wow.
So they pretty much need 7.0.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. This is going to be a Siheung Jun wave number 3. So this is actually his chance because he's surfing on the first wave. So if he want to get the number right now, like on this heat, this is going to be his chance. His biggest chance going to be here.
That's right. Second wave tends to be a cleaner, open face.
Yeah.
Easy to surf. So this is a big chance for Siheung Jun. Beautiful first turn. Tight in the pocket. Another beautiful off the top. They get the third turn in, but unfortunately comes unstuck.
Yeah, looks like the rail kind of bogged a little bit, but that's the reason why he didn't get around that section. Look at this one. This is Sentaro. Also looking for a big score. A little bit hang up there. Recover really well, and nope. That reef under there just too hard to handle.
Unfortunately, couldn't make the last section. But there's one more wave to ride for both of surfers here.
Yeah.
So it's not done yet.
And then on the last one, it will be Sentaro's going to surf on the first wave. So let's see if these 2 surfers can capitalize on that one.
So 3.17 for the last wave for Siheung Jun and a 3.67 for Sentaro's last wave. Unfortunate moment for Siheung Jun, our local surfer. There's one more chance. Beautiful surfing from Sento Sakai again. You know, a little bit stuck on the white water there, so comes around section a little too late. If he could have, you know, come around section earlier, then he could have made that turn.
Yeah, for sure. So here we go. Our local surfer still sitting in the 4th position. Still in the place that you know, 6.8 is not impossible actually, Dai. It is possible. He's a local here. He surfed this wave pool a lot, and yeah, I heard that all the surfers from Korea they have a chance to practice more than anybody. So
Right.
you know, 6.8 is still achievable.
So this is gonna be the last exchange for all the surfers. Each surfer gets 4 waves in a heat. It's a tense moment. It's always tense moment when you're waiting for the wave.
Yeah, but in this situation, I think Taj gonna try to surf his best because you know, he's sitting in 2nd position with a strong lead. The other guys need almost like a big score, and I'm pretty sure Taj gonna go big here.
Definitely, he's gonna take a 2nd wave of the set, which has a lot more cleaner face. Important wave for Taj as well. Whip it through the 1st section. Gets in the 2nd and 3rd. Nicely done. It gets the 4th. Unfortunately, it goes down.
Yep. Here we go. Yuji Nishi also with a little airdrop right there.
Beautiful 2 turns there, and a big 3rd turn. Managed to come around a section. It gets the finishing turn. That was a great combination.
He'll get a big score on that one, that's for sure, because that 2nd turn was so tight, so strong, and putting a lot of power on that wave.
And actually he uses the white water to generate so much speed into the last section, and he was able to get the finishing turn there, so beautifully done.
Yeah, if you see Taj here, he's a little bit stumble on his takeoff, and all the rhythm is kind of like a bit like not in the speed that he would like to get. So that's the reason why on that last part, he's the effect is till the end. You know, like I think the takeoff is a big part on how is the flow that you know you finish the wave also. And this one, Dai, I really like that second turn right there, and also
Wow.
that one. He'll get a good score on that one. Maybe not as high as his first one, but could be. Who knows?
Yeah, definitely, like you said, he's gonna get a really good score for this combination. So that was a fourth wave for both Yuji, Nishi and Taj Stokes. Still waiting for the last wave to lock in. So it's a 6.40 for Yuji's last wave. He is improving his situation here. 4.93 for Taj's last wave. Didn't improve his situation, so the requirements still stays the same. Sentaro and Siheung needs 6.80.
Yep, this is his last chance. A do or die here for Sentaro, and he's gonna go first. A 6.8. All his family and friends are giving him a good energy, and who knows, could be a last chance. Could be the last wave. What do you call that? Situation changes. Yeah.
Right. Important moment for This is Sentaro Sakai, needing score 6.80. サカイセンターを 6.80 が必要です。1発目、綺麗なカービングターン。2発目もカービングターンになりました。パワーゾーンに戻り、今度は縦へのアプローチ、パワーゾーンに戻り、リズムがいいです。4発目、さあ綺麗に4発入りました。この波が 6.80 になるか。Unfortunate for Siheung Jun. He was needing a score but falls down on the takeoff. You can see the frustration from him.
That's all the pressure happening right there. I think. Is he okay? He's holding his head. Is he like a?
Yeah. Is he sitting? Hitting? Not too sure what happened there.
Oh no, he's just shaking his head right now. So all good. He's just like probably like really frustrated with that takeoff. Yeah, all that practice on the wave pool, and yeah, at the end of the day, the takeoff is one of the most important here on the wave pool. So here we go, Sentaro Sakai. Is he gonna make this one? He's looking for 6.8.
Well, few scores locked in, but doesn't look like it's gonna be enough. One more score to lock in for Sentaro Sakai's last wave. So let's take another look on the last wave from Siheung Jun. That was really unfortunate. Still waiting for the last wave from Sentaro Sakai.
So yeah, he's looking for 6.8. What's the number there,
Well,
Dai?
it's a 5.23, so it's not enough. It's a Yuji Nishi and Taji Stokes will be moving on to next round. We're gonna go to the quick break. We'll be right back with the heat number 11, the men's.
White and Mike Brown in green.
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fun.
Action-packed afternoon here in Korea. This is such a gorgeous day. We've had so much go down. This is the round of 64, Heat 11. We have Shohei Kato, Eden Hassan, Thomas Carvalho, and Mike Clayton Brown, also known as MCB. This is Charlie and Jesse Starling in the booth.
Oh my God, beautiful. That was an exceptional introduction to that. I loved that. This is a really fun looking heat right now. Shohei is kind of a wave pool specialist, I want to say. He is just so good in this environment. Eden Hassan, young gun from Port back home. He literally has had a couple of really big results and hasn't been doing too many QSs over the years as well. So stepping out of his comfort zone, being over here in Korea, but looking for yet another big result. And then Tommy Cavallo, Gold Coast. I have so much respect and love for his surfing. He easily is one of my favorite surfers. Anytime we get a really big swell event back home, he is the guy you watch. I mean, the way he surfs Snapper Rocks is incredible, but has an amazing backhand as well. And then MCB, he's been getting results for a couple of years now, but I feel like he's had a little hiatus from a good result.
You're right, and since I haven't seen them in Korean Nias this year, I feel like I haven't seen these surfers in ages, but this is MCB Thomas Carvalho on his backhand now, looking really sharp. I think all this day of surfing, he's probably been watching all the heats. He has this on lockdown. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if that would be deemed complete at the end. We'll see. MCB, nice hack there. He will be twisting it and giving a bit of flair. Unfortunately, isn't able to really ride out of it, but Thomas Carvalho, a solid start for him. I was really loving his act.
Yeah, he's also repping a new haircut as well here. Usually has the long curls, but he's gone for the shaved head approach. I love that first wave. I am borderline curious on if that is going to be a completion, but a lot of damage done out the back before that. Tommy Cavallo easily has one of my favorite backhands. It is so smooth and just really easy to watch as well. I dare say that's going to be a completion. He came into this end section here and it felt like he got on the back foot enough. He got low enough here. It was just, I don't know. It felt like he was going to jump on his board and then potentially slipped out from underneath him there. But beautifully surf wave all the way prior to that. And here, Mikey Clayton Brown, from a really talented family as well. His sister, Elle, used to compete with my sister and I growing up, and she was so talented too. So Mikey still flying the flag for the Clayton Browns right now. Came unstuck at the end there, but I love the fact that he's going for that on the first wave. There's no reason to hold back. Let's just see it all, kind of all your cards on the table, just go for it straight away. I mean, it paid off for a lot of surfers today. So Mikey Clayton Brown, it is a smaller score without the completion, but looking really sharp.
Yeah, so just looking at some of the scores that we missed from the first round, Shohei Kato started off with a 6.
Wow.
That's a pretty solid start. Thomas Carvalho, 5.43, so he is in a pretty solid second. MCB, a 4 to get things rolling in his campaign, and a 0.83 for Eden Hassan. Unfortunately, probably had a bit of a fumble there, but you know, the judges have been super strict on these finishing maneuvers. You have to show a solid, you know, in the whitewash, riding out of it stance to be deemed a complete. Otherwise, I've seen a lot of scores get chopped, and something that I probably was like, oh yeah, I'm complete, and they're like, nah.
No, they're crucial, and they've got to be too, because there's so many close makes for that end section, but there is definitely a point of difference when you ride out with speed here. Eden,
Eden, all right, so he is already improved on that 0.83. Beautiful backhand hacks. Let's see what he does as this wave just bowls up for him on the inside. He does manage to ride out of it. Almost fumbled there on the inside, but he did it. Shohei Kato now as well, wanting to back up that 6. Some gorgeous upside down hacks. Completes it beautifully. So this is going to be feeling pretty good for him.
That's a completion.
Yeah.
That there is exactly what you want to see at the end of the wave there. There was no doubt in the judges or our minds that he wasn't going to get the full completed score there without maybe the question mark on the ride out. So that probably isn't helping Tommy Cavallo's case in that sense of seeing a ride out like that, but still got a nice score. Eden Hassan, so I feel like looking at the scoreline, potentially maybe fell on the takeoff of that last wave, but regained beautifully there. I mean, Eden just was up and down, top to toe surfing there, and I feel like that's a good base. Now we'll see him elevate and lift again. And Shohei getting that end section, especially on that 4th wave, you really do have to step on that back foot as you're coming out of that turn, just with how quickly it starts to steepen up here. So really well timed, held on. There was so much water converging from both ways as well. So Shohei, he's going to add to the scoreline. 2 waves he's capitalized on here. So I'm a fan of what Shohei's bringing to the table right now.
Yeah, you're right. He did an exceptional job riding out of that because of all that backwash that's happening. It's not easy, and it's not easy on the knees either. I've learned that this year. It's a big lesson of mine.
Yeah.
So Shohei Kato, we're waiting for that last score to come in. Just going to see a couple of the scores just trickle through. The last of Eden, a 4.83. So he got things rolling now. Shohei Kato waiting for his score. Thomas Carvalho and MCB now will have a solid idea of what they need to do to kind of get themselves back into this heat and into that next round. It's been a massive day of competition here in Korea. A lot of things going down, some upsets as well. I think off the top of my head, I think Iko Watanabe for me was a bit of a surprise. Yeah, he dropped out quite early.
No way. I didn't know he was out of the draw.
Yeah.
That is a big surprise. He is usually pretty well given to get a result in these QSs. I feel like Ichi has just found his form and his flow over the last few years, but it's going to give other guys some underdog kind of status in this event now.
All right, MCB now, big hack there. So much water out the back, almost reaching our hotel. That was a beautiful ride from MCB. Thomas Carvalho now on the 4th wave of the set. A couple really good turns to start off. That was really fast, and this time I can say he did the completion.
Yeah, the last wave was actually pretty well rewarded, so I feel like completion maybe intact on that last wave. He got a 5.43 for his first one. Really solid backup. He's on the Arakawas. He rides for the board lab back home. Those boards looking incredible under his feet. Let's take a look at Mikey Clayton Brown's though. Loving this drone angle shot because I feel like it really gives you an insight into where they're placing their board. And Mikey is getting it in a really nice part of the wave where it's not the tightest turns you've ever seen, but it is just slightly out where it gives him the freedom to kick those fins. So love what Mikey Clayton Brown is doing. Tommy Cavallo here just again felt like was in a similar part where maybe a little bit further out from the pocket, but it allowed him to really go nice and vertical when it did come to that end section on that 4th wave, where you do have to be a little bit further out in front to capitalize on that bigger oncoming end section. So both of those surfers reading that exchange really well.
Yeah, you're right. He timed that really nicely. We've seen time and time again all day that you kind of get there a little late. That maybe in the ocean is fine, but out here it just kind of scoops up and throws you out. So it's been hard to have those completions today. And as you're saying, I feel like this wave pool last year when I was surfing it, if you lose or get a little too far away from the whitewash, it is so easy to just mistime those turns and not have enough speed to get into your next one. So it's really hard to get it right. These boys are doing really good.
Tommy Cavallo, he's going to build on his scoreline, so goes back into second place with a 5.5. I love that
Situation is red.
we've actually seen the playing field be pretty level today. It's guaranteed you need a 5 to get through this heat. There is no doubt about it. Those really good guys are going 13 points plus. Shohei is on the cusp of it right now if he keeps building with the way he's going. But we actually have a really even playing field with a lot of our surfers right now in that 5-point range and challenging for that first or second place.
All right, I'm excited to see this wave of Shohei. He has 2 solid scores, big hack there. I love how every time that board just connects with the lip, so much water goes out the bag. He is surfing perfectly on time with this wave.
Yeah, and I feel like some people have had a mishap wave, but he hasn't yet. Eden hasn't here.
All right, so he's going to be getting that second score. Gets a little stuck there on the whitewash. This fourth wave, as we said, has a bit of lump and bump to it. He held on nicely, but just didn't ride out of that last one. Got there a little late. It's funny how sometimes that one mistake that you make earlier on can mistime the rest of that wave. Shohei here, maybe a bit of a board swap moment. Wasn't happy with what he had, but he was surfing incredible. Keep going.
I did see him maybe communicate with someone like, let's swap the boards on that next wave. And I felt like it was, if you execute, let's try different equipment out, see what it's like in this environment. Maybe wanted to test it on that fourth wave there. But Shohei, like you mentioned, timing this so perfectly. Fins coming out the back there. I love when you can tell what fin it is too, because it's so far out. That's the Mick Fanning FCS fin, because he really does push so hard. And then Eden Hassan here had a couple of really great moments on this wave, particularly that third turn where he had to drift down over the whitewater. And that gave him confidence to push harder, and that's actually a turn that he is relatively consistent with making. But I think because that fourth wave, like we've mentioned, does have that oncoming section from the right, it makes drifting those fins in that particular part of the wave quite difficult. So a maneuver he usually has on lock, but maybe something he needs to adjust if he makes it through this heat and goes deeper in the rounds.
All right, that was wave 3 for Shohei and Eden. I'm curious to see now Shohei's performance with this board. Is it going to be a he's going to get a 9, or is it going to be a if it's broke, don't fix it situation? But it's an interesting strategy.
I love that he's feeling so comfortable and confident enough that he is going to switch it out halfway through a heat. And even if it's just for one wave, I mean, obviously he's built every single time he's stood up throughout this heat. He's hit that 13 points, so he's kind of in that really great benchmark now where we're seeing a lot of those Challenger Series surfers sit. He is a Challenger Series surfer himself. So I feel like Shohei, that is actually showing his confidence right now, and that's a little bit scary for other competitors.
Yeah, you're right. Just that, board swapping moment, something that can kind of put a seed of doubt in the other surfers, like, should I be changing my board maybe? So we'll see now. Thomas Carvalho taking a look at this one. Bit of a misunderstanding there maybe. Mike Clayton Brown, now good looking wave here for MCB. Let's see on the inside, good hack. I like his timing. You can see a bit of a double pump there, but he got the completion, rode out of it. It was a bit of an awkward moment in conversation out the back.
Yeah, I'm really confused because when we look at our sheet, Tommy should have been on the second wave of the set, and then Mike should have been on the fourth, but you can see him looking up, maybe slightly confused. Just a little bit of...
Yeah, so there's like some conversation going down. There must have been a bit of a miscommunication or misunderstanding. Hopefully it will all get sorted out pretty soon. Ooh, Tommy not looking very stoked. I'm pretty sure that will be considered a missed wave.
Oh, no. That's a real shame. He is still in second place right now, waiting for Mikey's last score to lock in. Needs around a 5.63, but that for Tommy Cavallo is an opportunity missed because he's had a high score already on that second wave of the set. So I feel like, yeah, that is a real moment missed where he couldn't capitalize on that next second wave that he's got so far.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. And it's these little moments that can really make or break a heat. So I'm hoping that he recovers well, kind of lets go of the situation pretty quickly and gives it all his last wave.
Here we go. So now he has to wait and sit and wait all the way through. Good news is still in second. So he still has another opportunity. But we haven't seen that today, so that definitely would be frustrating for Tommy. But a big lesson that if he makes it through this heat, let's definitely have that locked in and dialed of what wave I'm going.
Yeah.
So maybe he let the second wave go under and was going for the third, and they wouldn't let him go that wave because it looked like there was a wave in between. So yeah, but really annoying. I'd love to pick Tommy's brains about that after this heat, but right now it is going to be Shohei and Eden taking off on their fourth wave, the last one.
Yeah, it kind of did look like, yeah, it was that, like he didn't realize which wave he had to go, if it was the second or third. But you're right. Now we are going to be seeing our man Eden Hassan out the back. Couple really good turns. Unfortunately, goes down there. Isn't able to ride out of it. It will be all eyes on Shohei Kato.
On the new board.
Yep, on the new board. Let's see the results now. He got a 6.93 on his last one. It's looking like he got some really good turns out the back. Let's see on the inside. Unfortunately, kind of just pushes a little too hard and goes down. But Shohei Kato is seriously doing some textbook heat surfing. I mean, he literally started off with a solid score, built his house throughout the heat, and is doing some exceptional work.
Yeah, I feel like Shohei as well. I think that original board looked really great under his feet too. So that is something that he can take away, that, okay, I've got a good board, got to try out a second one. Obviously didn't complete that wave, but had some nice moments on it too. So there's definitely confidence to take out that he has got an incredible quiver under his feet right now. Let's really turn and look to these next two men on the next waves. Obviously, it's going to be Tommy and Mike Clayton Brown, but I feel like it has to be Mike Clayton Brown taking the second wave of the set and Tommy Cavallo on the fourth. This is the last go, not just for Tommy to kind of regain that confidence and get a better score, but also for Mikey to get up into that second place.
Yeah, so we'll see both of these surfers giving it their all now. This is kind of make or break moment. Tommy wanting to keep his spot, MCB wanting to give himself the opportunity. He is looking for a 5.63 to take and clinch second place. So nerve-wracking moments. I can't help but feel bad for Tommy. That was a bit of a harsh one.
Yeah, I feel like just a little bit of confusion here. Still has a chance though.
Yeah.
It's definitely still open. Door is well and truly open. He is in second place. So that is what he can take confidence out of right now. Is he's got 2 scores. It does have him in second place. Mikey Clayton Brown doesn't need much. It's a 5.63, but it has to be his best. So that does put a little bit more pressure on Mike. If you were Tommy, you'd just think, let's just get another better score. Let's just keep surfing, get another good wave, and even if it doesn't pan out, he already did the damage that he needed to do on those first 2 waves.
Absolutely, and these things happen in the ocean heats all the time, so he just kind of has to take that mentality and bring it in here. But live action MCB, he is looking for a 5.63 on the way to a pretty solid score here. Love that down carve on his backhand, super sharp. I feel like he could have capitalized a little more in that middle section, but solid finishing out the back. Thomas Carvalho now on his last wave. Let's see what he does. Love that super sharp and fast surfing here for Tommy. Goes down on the inside. So it is all eyes on MCB, and if he got the score that he was looking for.
This is going to be really close because Mike gave himself the best opportunity to put himself up in that second place. You can see Tommy is frustrated. His last wave, I dare say, won't go into his top 2. It really does come down to this right now. Beautiful first carve. Again, with a nice second one. This second wave, does have a steeper start. And then Mikey read this so well that he actually got a really solid vertical finish too. So it definitely lives in that world of a 5.5 to a 5.63, maybe more. I feel like he believed it too at the end of that wave. And then Tommy here, there had to be a lot of emotion in this wave. There's going to be a lot of frustration considering he missed that last one. I love the first turn, but it isn't that traditional Tommy Cavallo textbook backhand surfing that we know. So you can definitely see surfing with a little bit of frustration here, but even with that, surfed so well. Came to this inside section, and there's just that power where it does unfortunately bury the nose if you're not hitting it with a lot of speed. And you can see he wants to go out and maybe talk to some of those guys because there was a little bit of confusion. And if it doesn't go his way, I feel like that's valid to want to have a conversation.
Yeah, to kind of figure out what went wrong and what he must have misunderstood. So that is pretty unfortunate there. But yeah, I would do the same. I'd kind of go there and be like, hey, like, what's up? Can I know what I did wrong? Or
Yeah, let's just get that communication clear.
Yeah.
So Tommy's last score doesn't go into his top two. Oh my God, this is heartbreaking right now.
Yeah, so MCB, a 6.20 goes straight into second, waiting for the last of white. And I don't think it was enough. There we have it. Tommy Carvalho drops to third. So it is Shohei Kato and MCB going into the next round. We're going to throw over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in Heat 12.
Life being so fast-paced, it's that one place that I go to be able to stop worrying about a lot of things, and I feel like as soon as you put your head underwater, it all disappears. Every time I jump in the water, it feels like I'm that 15-year-old kid jumping in the surf at Cronulla, and it just kind of kickstarts my day into something that's super positive. I didn't win everything as a kid, but I just kept showing up and tried to keep learning. That's the balance, that's the work. Life being so fast-paced.
Sun's out and the wave pool keeps pumping. It is around 5:15 in the afternoon here in Korea. Siheung Open QS 6000, and we have already a decent score coming in for Hiroto Arai, a 6.50. Joe Azuchi still waiting for his first ride to come through. Ricky Sato and Zeb Stokes in this heat as well. It is myself and Jesse Starling in the booth today in the last heat.
Yeah, last heat of the day. It's been a really solid opening day one. 27 heats that we've rolled through today. Maybe more, actually. I feel like I need to go back. 28 heats today. So it feels like this has been a really great start to set us up for these next 2 days. Obviously, a super controlled environment. We can run as many heats as possible as we can in the day, and you can see families down here enjoying their time over at this beautiful part of the world. Such a fun idea to have a man-made island in the shape of a turtle, and hey, why not? Let's throw a wave pool on there too.
Absolutely. And on your screen, Ricky Sato. Good blast to start things off this afternoon. I love the second one, not wasting any time in between turns here. Sharp and fast, a lot of flow, a lot of speed. So I think that's going to be a pretty good score for our man in white. Zeb Stokes, a little fumble there, I would say, on the takeoff. Slightly under the lip, I would say, compared to the Ricky Sato, but really nicely done. Unfortunately there, that nose just gets stuck in the water, goes down. Not a great way to start, but 3 waves left, so all good.
Yeah, you could see him shaking his head a little bit there at the start. We're going to get to see it in the replay, but it felt like really wide of the takeoff zone. So maybe, again, just a little bit of confusion here going on. But these guys know going in what the rotation is. White is going to get the second wave of the set, and green is going to get the fourth. And then you're going to start to reverse each time you're up and riding. So Ricky Sato, really nice first turn here. You can see just finding his flow, getting his feet sorted on this first wave right now. I love the fact that these guys are being so responsive, where they're on their front foot but also quickly putting their weight to the back foot when they need to. Zeb, that felt like, yeah, maybe an under the lip takeoff. It was weirder than what we've seen from the last couple of heats, but obviously Zeb recovered really beautifully on that second turn and then came through this inside track, and that is a really hard turn to be able to do on that section. We saw Tommy Cavallo go down with it. You can't be kind of hopping into that section just with how steep and how much the water drains out on that fourth section there. You have to have so much speed coming into it. So Zeb, he's going to have to regroup and probably hope that that's just a ride-off wave now. You've got to start building from there.
Exactly, and it's 2 waves that counts, not all 4. So he has got lots of time and opportunity to kind of get himself back into this heat. And yeah, we've seen a couple takeoffs where when you kind of airdrop into it, it's easy to fall out of rhythm and not really get into that flow state that you're looking for. It is Hiroto Arai, though, with that 6-5, looking pretty comfortable. I'm excited to see what it is that we missed. And, he'll be showcasing that in this next series of sets coming through. Oh, I can already feel your heart starts pumping when you hear that sound of the waves. So it's an exciting thing, and I love the variety of spots that we have here in Asia for these QSs. So many different waves. Hiroto, though, on his backhand. Good start here. Let's see what he does. Really low center of gravity. He's a surfer that has done the rounds before. Nice bin bust there. Shows the completion. He's like, I got this. Joe Azuchi goes down out the back, so that's pretty unfortunate. He will not be too happy with that, but gets back out pretty quick.
He's also not a surfer that you ever see make a mistake. He is just so reliable for getting 2 6s and moving on through. Sometimes getting 2 8s and moving on through. So Joe to go down on the takeoff, I feel like it has got so many of our competitors today, at least once. So this is Hiroto, such a beautiful wave here. I feel like really well timed serve. Sometimes it's easy to get repetitive when you're on your backhand, but every single turn got better from Hiroto there, particularly the end turn. I mean, that had an X factor to it, had a really solid amount of flair where the fins and the tail completely drifted out and around, came back down, and I feel like he just gave a little look back to his friends, his fam, and the judges on the beach like, okay,
He's feeling it. He's feeling it. And I love when athletes kind of really show their passion in waves. It shows how much work goes into it, how much time and effort. We were saying with Izzy, there's just so many factors coming up to this exact moment. And in a normal heat, it's 25 minutes. Here, it's 4 waves. Like, that is actually not a lot of chances. So it's great to see these surfers being able to kind of showcase their passion and emotion out there when they do get good waves. And I'm all for it.
And 4 to 5 second waves.
Yeah.
You have 4 to 5 seconds to get a score and then hopefully get a result that is going to take you to the next spot where you've got another 4 to 5 seconds to prove yourself again. It is such a random sport, like when you think about it and you break it down like that, but it's addictive.
Yeah.
You love it, and it's really hard to walk away from it. I mean, these guys are showing up time and time again just to keep the dream alive, and I love that we're still seeing someone like Hiroto, who's been doing this for over 10 years now, still be so passionate about competitive surfing.
I don't want to give out some wrong information, but I would say Hiroto's close to the 20 mark.
Yeah, I feel like that as well.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to double check with Daiwako. But now, live action. This is Zeb Stokes on his backhand as well. Couple good turns to start things off. Wants to improve on that 317. Good finisher there for Zeb Stokes. That will be his second ride. Ricky Sato, a bit of an airdrop start, as we were mentioning earlier, but he manages nicely, giving a little bit of variety, giving the judges something to really think about. Unfortunately, goes down there.
Yeah, he read the start of that wave really well. I mean, got super vertical up in that first section, and then just slightly got hung up when it came down to the third. But prior to that happening, I thought to myself, here is one of those surfers that can just gel with a wave pool. That was the type of energy that I was seeing from Ricky Sato. Zeb's best turn on that wave was hands down the last turn. It felt like he finally got loose and free where maybe it was a little bit sticky on those first couple of turns. And then you can see here Ricky, unfortunately, getting hung up on that third turn. But the first one was so clean. It was one of those almost, windscreen wiper isn't the right word because that's like borderline an insult, but it was just so quick and fast, but also vicious at the same time. So Ricky Sato definitely with more to give in this heat as soon as he starts to really complete his rides.
Absolutely. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I like a good windscreen wiper. Like,
Oh, yeah,
I've seen some great ones go down, and I'm like, that's a good turn.
I know, but if someone said to you, "Oh, nice windscreen wiper,"
Yeah.
you'd be gutted.
You'd be like,
oh,
yeah.
I hate you.
Yeah.
So I was like, windscreen wiper's the wrong term, but it was just like wrong term. Sorry, but it was
Not
such a
so rail to rail.
yeah, but it was just such a quick vertical snap. There you go, boom, quick vertical snap. It was effective. Like it had an enough punch to it that you're like, oh wow, that was sick. So I love Ricky Sato currently sitting in second, and I feel like that's only going to grow from there. His scoreline that we're seeing right now, but Zeb Stokes' last wave really putting him back in the conversation right now.
Yeah, so we are practically halfway through this heat because all 4 surfers have 2 rides each. So it's going to be the very last 2 waves for each of these surfers of the day. We've had so much go down here in Siheung, Korea, on Turtle Island, a beautiful little part of the world. We've been loving the dumplings, loving the surfing. Here is Joe Azuchi now on his 3rd wave. Let's see what our man in red gives us. A couple beautiful turns, just linking it all up together. Really pushed the tail out on that last one. He was liking it. Gave a bit of a staunch stand there. Hiroto Arai, though, showing exactly why he has a 6.5 and a 617 next to his name. He wants to be stomping a foot down into the next round. Unfortunately, just gets a little pushed off the wave there by the whitewash. Wasn't really able to ride out of it, but he's looking like he's in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of passion in his surfing right now from Hiroto. Joe Azuchi, I'm stoked he recovered from that last one. I mean, to have a fall like that on a takeoff would get into anyone's head, but he was just looking so sharp and powerful by the time he got back to his feet. And I think Joe, that's the crisp criticalness that we're used to seeing from Joe Azuchi.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're waiting for those last 2 scores still to come through. Joe Azuchi and Hiroto Arai. Some great action. Ricky Sato and Zeb Stokes now will be going neck on neck for those scores are coming through. Joe Azuchi's wave a 6.60, so he goes straight into second. Hiroto Arai still waiting for that last one to come through. But exciting moments, and that's a pretty good score for Joe Azuchi.
Oh, absolutely. Joe would be loving that right now. So definitely going to put a little bit more pressure on to Ricky and Zeb, but they were slowly getting themselves back in this heat and deep and truly into this conversation here. So still with a chance to do so. I believe we've got some waves starting to roll through here for our competitors. Obviously, we're going to see Ricky on that first set, the second one, and then we're going to see Zeb on that 4th. And I feel like looking at their waves and the type of surfing that they're doing, I actually think that's the most well-suited wave to each of those surfers.
Yeah, you're right. So, all right. Hiroto Arai, 5.57, his last one, doesn't factor into his top 2. But we are waiting for those sets to kind of fumble in, and it's been a great day of action here, Jessie. What do you think would be some of your highlights?
I really loved Siki Yang's 8-point ride in the women's side. I thought she just came out swinging. She was so ready to go. And then seeing some of those Challenger Series surfers, I think really did bring home that those guys actually are a really big gear above. So they're doing some incredible surfing. Right now, though, we do see Zeb Stokes belting this one through the inside here. He's looking to better his situation right now with a 5.87. So it has to be something pretty substantial. But they would be my top 2 moments. Giada, what would be yours?
Oh, all right. Good question. I would probably say Rafinha Castro had some great moments for me, and he's a good friend of mine. I think Couture Agus as well, just because they're like good friends. And And it's good to see them kind of get their ball rolling. I see how hard they train back at home and how much this means to them. So those will probably be my highlights. And obviously, hanging out with you and everyone in this booth and being back together with the team.
I love this. I love this. And I feel like as well, I do have a low light, is I would say seeing Ichi Watanabe get knocked out of the draw. That is really gutting for me.
I know. Yeah, I know. It was pretty heartbreaking. But let's get back to this heat at hand for those watching at home. A couple scores did come through. It is currently Hiroto Arai still in the lead. Joe Azuchi in second. Riki Sato in third. He needs a 6-1-1 to go into that advancing position. And Zeb Stokes a 5-8-7. So early days still in this heat. I'm pretty sure all 4 surfers have had their 3 waves ridden. We are reaching the very last critical moment now. Only 1 wave left for all 4 surfers. Let's see if they make or break under pressure.
It's pretty interesting though. Like, you'd have to think Hiroto Arai's pretty well through this heat. Joe Azuchi is definitely could better with that 4.83. That is still very dangerous territory to be in. Riki Sato though needs less than what he's already got in his lineup. Actually, sorry, I read that completely wrong. He needs a 6-1-1, so needs his best wave so far. And so does Zeb Stokes. So there's actually a lot of pressure right now on those 2 surfers. But when you look at that as a whole, if Joe betters his score and takes it from a 4.83 to a 5.83, that number drastically goes up for Riki and Zeb. So it really does come down to what Joe does on this next wave here.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is going to be a really interesting afternoon and finisher here in Siheung, Korea. I want to give a bit of a thanks to our sponsors, but it's looking like we have some waves come through. Surfer in red, Joe Azuchi, good first blast. Does it again on the second one. He is going to take this one all the way to town. Unfortunately, goes down there and isn't able to ride out of it. So that is pretty unfortunate for our surfer in red. He won't be improving his scoreline. He already has that 6.60. So some pretty solid scores for Riki Sato and Zeb Stokes.
So Zeb and Riki, it's now or never. It's time to level up. And I feel like these are also the moments that take surfers from being a qualifying series surfer to a challenger series surfer. If you can handle these high pressure situations, because every single heat on the Challenger Series is a high-pressure situation, then you're ready. You are ready to level up and you're ready to take that next step. And I feel like this is a really good testing point to see, have these guys done the work in the off-season and got themselves not just physically and surf talent-wise to a better place, but mentally as well to take on these challenges of, right, I have one last wave, it looks exactly like my last one did, and I need to find an extra 0.5 in this wave. How do I do that?
Yeah, you're right. I don't think people put enough emphasis on how hard it is to maintain, that not only fitness level, but also mentally prepared for contests kind of mentality when you're on your off season, because it's so easy to kind of get distracted and spend time with family and friends and want to go out. So keeping that concentration up and keeping that ball rolling is super hard, but it really shows when the contests start who has been putting the work in and who hasn't.
Yeah, it does come back to, I know it's so cliche, but those 1%ers. Like, honestly, it's one of those things where you see those guys and girls working day in and day out, trying to be better people, better athletes, better surfers, and that really does pay off. I am such a big believer in hard work pays off, and you can see it translate directly to those people who put their head down and just do the work, get it done, make the better decisions for themselves. That's what gets them across the line. I mean, it might take longer than you think. Look at Leo Fioravanti. Yeah. It took him 10 years, but he got there because he worked so hard at it. So I think that really can trickle down and translate, and should translate into every single stage in this sport.
Yep. So we did have a ride for Zeb Stokes just now. Looking like a bit of frustration when he finished that one. White out the back. Couple good backhand turns there. He's eyeing a section down. Takes to the air. Unfortunately goes down as well. So I do believe I can safely say it's going to be Hiroto Arai and Joe Azuchi taking this heat 12 out. We're going to wait for those last scores to come through, but pretty safe to say that's going to be the score.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be Hiroto and Joe. We are going to have to send Ricky and Zeb packing, but there is going to be plenty more QSs for them to try and get that momentum going and take that next step to get some points to move up into the Challenger Series. But on that note, Giada, it's been a great day one. Let's go home and get ready for day number 2 and maybe get a surf in.
You surf for me, gal. Yeah, so just waiting for that last score for Zeb Stokes to come in. Looking like it's just now starting to trickle through some pretty solid numbers, but I don't think it's going to be enough, and it's not a 5-6-3 for Zeb Stokes. It is Hiroto Arai and Joe Azuchi, who we will be seeing tomorrow. We are going to throw to a break, and we'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning.